Alibaba understood like no other business to connect with their customers via chat. Through these online conversations with their customers, they have a real-time feeling of what the users really want. And those conversations are mainly handled by bots. So you can see, you can really achieve a great fair and unfair advantage when you're working with using chat and voice bots in your customer journey, like those big players are. So I would like to dig a little bit deeper into Alibaba's journey in conversational AI. Now, Alibaba is the biggest B2B e-commerce platform in China. So they also hold other companies like Tmall, which is equivalent to Amazon, or WeChat, the messaging platform, which is equivalent to, let's say, WhatsApp and Facebook, for example. So it's a big tech player. And they started in 2015 by launching Xiaomi, I'm not quite sure if I can pronounce it correctly, which is an AI-powered chatbot to handle customer inquiries and complaints. So they already started 5 years ago. Now, this was so successful that in 2017, they made the technology available to all the merchants who sell through their online marketplace, so they were able to upgrade their customer service. Now, one of the merchants is China's smartphone maker Xiaomi, and they're claiming that during the 24-hour sale, so the Singles Day, they were able to cut their customer service staff by 300 from 1,000, while still handling the same volume of traffic. Now, this is incredible. And so you can see that Alibaba made it possible for their merchants on the platform to have even more efficient customer service and even better excellent service to the users. Now, in 2018, Alimi, I guess they changed the name, was fully upgraded to provide even more services. So this regards pre-sales promotion, during and post-sale services, and automatic services, so much more. But that's not the end of the story, because in 2019, they were also announcing that Ali Genie, which is a voice assistant, which can be seen equivalent to Amazon Alexa, Google Assistant, or Apple Siri. And they were announcing that it's available on over 200 million devices. Now, this is really crazy. So they've been working extremely in this conversational AI area, regardless of their chatbot technologies, voicebot technologies. But even more impressive is actually that they're claiming that over 90% of the customer inquiries are being understood, and over 3.5 million users today are using their technology. So you might believe that the technology is not working at this moment, the technology is not far enough to really solve business problems, but it is. We've been working on projects that actually prove that. And if you look to the east, where the tech giants like Alibaba are working on it, it's working for them. And it's accelerating their whole business, so they are actually able to do something like the Singles Day. Yeah, so you can see that with conversational AI, you can really have the unfair advantage. And I often get asked, well, how do voice and chatbots actually play in digital marketing? Like, what are the application areas? And I always say that delivering an excellent customer service is your marketing, because 80% say that the experience a business provides is as crucial as its goods or services. And 52% of the people have already switched brands due to poor customer service. So you can see, by using chat and voice bots, you are delivering excellent customer service, which helps you in your marketing. The experience you provide is your marketing, and companies need to understand that, because this is so crucial. And I do understand that there are not enough resources maybe to stock up your customer service team. However, with the help of the technology, you are able to do that. Because fact is that 80% of all incoming requests can be automated or standardized. And only 20 to 30% actually still need to be directed to a real employee. So there's really a high potential to do that. Now, the application areas for conversational AI are obviously tremendous. So everywhere where communication is happening, that does not only include customer service, but also internal communication, recruiting, even procurement. They're endless. But as I said, we like to focus on the e-commerce part. And for this area, there's also a specific term which is called conversational commerce. And conversational commerce is basically the conversation between merchant and customer in the form of a digital virtual assistant. Now, this term was described in 2015 by the hashtag inventor Chris Messina, who was also one of the key Uber developers. And when we talk about conversational commerce, it is, again, all about delivering personalization, convenience, and just another great, strong user experience. To understand better where the application areas are for voice bots and chatbots in the e-commerce customer journey, it makes sense to actually look at the classic funnel of the user journey. So it usually starts with awareness, consideration, decision, closing, and after the user has purchased something, it will be about retention, after sales, and also advocate. So generally, you can divide the customer journey into two parts, which is pre-sales promotion, but also post-sales services. Now, for each area, I would like to show you some examples. So for pre-sales promotion, I found something which is called a website which is called Ask Sophie, and it's basically your personal consultant when it comes to shopping. So Sophie is asking you several questions of your likings, if you have a more minimalistic style or more sporty, and therefore she will recommend you some specific clothing items. And this is really nice because when I compare shopping online with offline shopping, the great advantage that I might have when I go into a store is that there are shopping assistants which I can always ask about specific questions about the items, but also get consultants. So I'm expecting a specific service. And why not delivering that same service on the website? Someone that I can talk to, which appears like a friend that shows me what fits to my style. And based on some logic, this is already possible to do. And I think in fashion, there's a high potential of personal consultation in form for pre-sales promotion that I'm helping users to find the right products and to increase sales eventually. Another use case that I would like to show that we have developed, not in fashion, but rather in the industry, is from Roto. So Roto is like a typical German Mittelständler, and they are the leading providers for roof windows accessories. The problem here is that website visitors had really difficulties to find the right product on a website. And this chatbot, I'm afraid this is unfortunately in German. This is the only language that is currently available. However, the way it works is that the bot is asking you specific questions, like, for example, for which room are you looking to install a window accessory? Is it the living room, the bedroom? And then it will ask what functionalities it should have. Should it have like a heat block or something like this? And depending on those questions the bot asks, it will recommend you the right product. So this is, again, all about product recommendations. And I believe if you have a very complex product which is hard to sell, it's even more benefiting to have consultation somewhere on the website. Another product that is rather complex and where bots really helped is for a company called TUI Cruises. So they are offering cruise rides in the whole world. And when it comes to booking cruises, users or potential customers have a lot of questions when it comes to that. It is all about, is there internet on board? How many restaurants are available? Do they have vegan options? Is there a sauna? How long is the pool? Can I marry there? So there's plenty of questions which cannot be answered on the interface of a landing page. because it would be just too full. And that's just another great example of what the potential of bots in the pre-sales part, because all that knowledge about what is happening on board and what can I do and what can I not do is all in this bot. It can answer over 1,500 different questions, which is crazy. And the team is, it's really a successful project because the team's actively working on optimizing and training the bot. And it's really working because potential customers are getting their answers, which really increases the sales because they are seeing an excellent service from a company. Now let's look at the post-sales services. So what can you do after someone has already bought something? A very typical case is obviously for after sales. So once the user has bought something, it is very likely that there are still problems and questions that are going to occur. For example, for the company Bosch Siemens Householdings, they are offering appliances like washing machines, dishwashers, dryers, coffee machines, all of that. And it's very likely that everyone has experienced the case that you were seeing an error message on a display, or maybe it's not working anymore as it should, or maybe the washing machine smells weird. So there's a lot of questions that can come up after you bought it. And there is nothing more frustrating when getting in contact with the company and it takes them hours or days or weeks to answer, and you're still frustrated because you're still having that problem. And as I said, 52% of people change brands due to poor customer service. And this is exactly where you can come in. Now with the bot we have developed for BSH, it is taking care of all after sales requests. Like, I'm having this error message 9, what can I do? And you will receive help there. Now the bot can deliver you a user manual by looking at your e-number, or it can book you a technician. So it is all about helping you with your problem you have with your appliance. And this is just great. This is also available on Facebook Messenger and also WhatsApp, and it has been launched in 3 different countries: UK, France, and Spain. And yeah, so I think this is just a great example where you can work with bots in after sales. The last example that I'd like to show is something where you can work in the advocate part. So we're really working on that customer loyalty, that your customers stay with you and stay loyal. So that's your main goal. This is something that we have developed with Bosch. So their goal was to have users more positive associations with their heaters. Now, Bosch offers heaters, and we usually associate heaters in a very negative way. While thinking about high consumption and high energy costs, they were developing a virtual assistant with us called Tiara. And Tiara is living on Facebook Messenger and Google Home. Now you can imagine you are at home laying on your couch and you just say, "Hey Tiara, it's cold here." And then Tiara will automatically talk to you via Google Home and say, "No problem, I will switch the heater a little bit higher." And then basically Tiara is communicating automatically with the heater and regulating the temperatures. But she can also give you advices on how to save more energy, and also help you out when you are on holidays and you forgot to switch off your heaters. She can do that for you. And this is just a great way of establishing a relationship with your users, because now those users are associating Bosch not with some heaters, but with Tiara, a nice virtual assistant of whom they always think, and in a hopefully very positive way. We also put a lot of thinking into the personality of Tiara, and yeah, to establish, as I said, a really great relationship. And I really like this project, and it's just such a different approach, because it's not about automating existing communication, but creating new communication ways with users. So a totally different approach, and I really like that. Now, we have looked at the pre-sales part, at the post-sales part, where you can really work with chat and voice bots. My question is, do you really think that shopping via bots will be the future? Now, when we look to the east of the world in China, the messaging platform WeChat has way more functionalities than we know it from WhatsApp. So you can schedule hairstyle appointments, but you can also pay via this messaging platform. And they are way more further when it comes to bot integrations. And it's totally common to purchase items over WeChat over the platform. So it's already working there. And I'm wondering if this is also going to come here. And when I'm thinking about this use case, I'm not quite sure because I think there are some challenges. If you want to make all your items available over messaging, you definitely need a web shop integration, which means constant master data updates. I'm pretty sure this is definitely possible to do, but I'm also sure this is quite a challenge. And yeah, we've never done it so far, and I haven't seen any shopping bots that I really liked and that actually offer that. Because what I also think is that the conversational design part is rather difficult because there are so many edge cases. So yeah, building this conversation for shopping over messaging, I think is quite a challenge. So I was doing research and looking at maybe bots that actually already do it. And what I found is a startup, a new company called Charles. And their mission is to be the first WhatsApp store on the world. And they do have a website, but their mission is quite clear. Now, the prices they offer on WhatsApp are definitely reduced. So they really want you to write Charles on WhatsApp, to have him in your contact list, where you can always buy the products. Now, Charles is a company that offers premium basics for men. So it's all about the basic socks, the underwear, the pants that you might buy more often than maybe a pair of sneakers. So I was going on WhatsApp to talk to Charles and really see how my shopping experience will be. This is again, unfortunately in German, but I will translate it for you. So you basically have to write, "Hey Charles, how is it going?" And I will receive, first of all, a welcome message claiming that this is the first WhatsApp store in the world, just explaining me when he's available, and also using words like mate or Paul to really have that friendship relationship. So it's really fun. It already feels fun to write with him because it really feels like I'm writing to a friend and not just to an automated process here. And I also received a €5 deal for my first order, which I think is really nice. And then he was asking me for what product category am I interested in. And I really like the way they used rich media in WhatsApp, because WhatsApp is quite a challenge. It doesn't offer that many functionalities like Facebook Messenger. As for the buttons, for example, WhatsApp doesn't have any buttons that you can use to fasten up the conversation. So what Charles did is send out a picture, which is basically a collection of smaller pictures showing all the product categories. And I really liked how he displayed the product categories as like some form of buttons. So it made me feel that I would have to write one of this product category, which I think is really a nice design and user experience. But he was also displaying a part of the USPs in the picture. So it's claiming Charles Basic for men are all made in Europe. So I think it's also using those conversion optimization, let's say, leverages to promote sales here by using the USPs here, which I think is very smart. Well, eventually I have decided for the super pants, and now again the same system. I could see that the super pants are available in black or navy blue, and again the USPs were positioned here saying that it's made in Portugal and it's 24/7 elegance and comfort. Now you can see also via messaging you can deliver those USPs and use different aspects of conversion optimization to promote sales there as well. Now I was selecting the black pants, and he now also offers that if I'm having yeah, problems to decide for a size. He can help me. I only have to write my height and my weight. So this really feels like a nice shopping experience. I'm being offered if I need help with finding my right size. And a couple of seconds later, he was also sending out this picture of the back view, which I think was quite funny. It was just funny to like send out this picture, and it's really just working on that relationship. Now, why is this so important? Having this friendly relationship, it builds trust, and trust is so important when it comes to buying and making up for my decision to buy something. And this is an unconscious process that is already going on in your brain. And it really felt like I was talking to a friend. This is a totally different experience, and I liked it. The only note that I'd like to add is that after I was trying to select a size, the bot stopped answering, and a human was continuing the conversation after a couple of minutes. So this whole, let's say, shopping over the bot is still not thought through yet. I'm pretty sure the company wants to see if the user acceptance is there and if users want to buy via WhatsApp. And if so, I'm sure they are going to develop this process further to automate it completely. Yeah, so I really, really like this experience, and therefore I highly believe that shopping by messaging will be the future. And I'm pretty sure you can use so many leverages from conversion optimization there as well to have that great conversational design and to deliver the shopping experience there as well. I was also looking for examples of shopping via voice, and I found this example, which I think looked pretty cool. So I don't know if you can hear it correctly, but we'll see.
Order me some sunscreen.
Okay, here's something from Walgreens on Google Express. I can get Neutrogena Ultra Sheer Dry Touch Sunscreen Lotion, SPF 100 plus 3.0 fluid ounce tube for $15.98 after tax. Should I order that?
Yes, please.
Okay, you're all set. Your order will arrive by Tuesday. For order details, check your email.
Okay, so this was all about ordering sunscreen via Google Assistant. And I think it's really just a nice way how easy it was. And I think I came to one conclusion, which is that chatbots are suitable for articles that are bought repeatedly. Now, this is all for the premium basics that Charles is offering. It is also about the sunscreen where I might not have to check super in detail what brand I want or what specific other factors play in. Is rather easy. So I think for articles that are bought repeatedly, it really makes sense to use it. And when it comes to more, I'd say, complex products, I would rather recommend to work with consultation to consult when it comes to shopping or other complex products you have. Yeah, to wrap it up, I would like to give you this outlook where I think e-commerce is going to head. When we look 20 years ago, the e-commerce revolution has bought us all the freedom of buying goods and ordering services online. It has changed the world. And whenever the iPhone was launched in the App Store 10 years ago, we realized that most of the users were spending their time on smartphones. And again, companies understood, okay, we need websites that are mobile responsive and we need apps so users can also buy our products on the smartphone. But what we realize these days is that most of our time we spent on our smartphones is actually within just a small amount of apps, which is the social networks and the messaging apps. We are app tired. We don't want to download the next app of any company. And therefore, this is a chance for companies to use bots and automation and messaging to be available there for your users and in a very efficient way. And what comes after conversational commerce is the future is virtual commerce. Virtual commerce is basically imagine yourself in a virtual room and going to shop there. You will wear glasses, VR glasses, and you are in a virtual, for example, shopping store, and you will talk to a virtual assistant that helps you to find the right pants that fit you. And to even enable that, you need to really go through the first stage of conversational commerce, where you learn through the data how your virtual assistant basically talks, what tonality it has, and to optimize it. Now, the CEO of eBay, Devin Vanik, has said at the Shop Talk conference in Las Vegas last year that if you don't have an AI strategy, you are going to die in the world that is coming. And this is for sure, and this is the last message I would like to give you. I hope you have enjoyed this presentation, this outlook on the e-commerce. Usually I would extend this presentation to success factors that are important when it comes to launching voice bots and shopping or chatbots in e-commerce, but we don't have enough time for that. So the last thing I would like to point out is, if you are interested in starting in a project, I can really recommend our chatbot canvas. You can download that on our website, botfriends.com, for free, and it looks at all the aspects that are important when it comes to starting a chatbot project, and it really makes sure that it will be successful in the end. So it's like a little framework that you can fill out to see if you have thought of everything. If you need any help with filling it out, I can only offer our free personal one-on-one consultation hours where we can walk you through. A really warm welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. I know everyone has some busy packed agendas of some excellent webinars today, so really appreciate you taking the time to log into ours and hear our talk, Alexa, Will Coronavirus Hurt My Baby? So some quick intros before we dive in. My name is Rosie Meredith. I'm the Head of Innovation Strategy at Voxly Digital. Ravi Lal, our brilliant CEO and founder, is actually giving another talk today on Match the Day magazine, a voice experience we equally recently launched. So Ravi and myself will be around for Q&As after this, so please do save up your questions, and we're more than happy to spend some time answering anything specific that comes up if we haven't managed to cover it in the next half an hour or so. So as I said, we're from Voxly Digital. Voxly are Europe's leading voice agency. We are a full service voice agency, and we work primarily with global B2B brands. Our mission is to build the world's best voice experiences, and that primarily happens on Amazon Alexa and Google Assistant.
As I said, we're a full service agency, so we have a team of in-house experts, all the way from strategy to UX design to coding and development, and that includes 2 Alexa developer champs, who we're very lucky to have as part of our team, and we are also a recommended supplier by Google and Amazon, and incredibly proud to be one of just 4 agencies the Amazon UK skills team have selected to officially partner with and support when it comes to developing voice apps. So as I said, we are normally all based in-house in London, Paddington, all now based in our respective kitchens and bedrooms, but that's hopefully a short-term situation. We're a end-to-end design agency, so we follow a very clear structure when we develop voice apps. Think, which is the upfront strategy, the user insights, the testing, build, so kind of going into deep dive into UX, content copyright, software development, the mainstay of what we do, and then run, which is once the voice apps get into market, go live. We're very, very big on user testing. We're very big on analytics and continuous improvement when it comes to launching our voice apps. We've been incredibly lucky to have had the opportunity to work with some really major global brands actually across the world, not just in the UK, across a variety of sectors, particularly around FMCG, so the consumer goods sector. We do a lot of work with supporting voice apps for Unilever. I've done a lot of work with Diageo, Coty in the and Maybelline in the beauty and fashion sector. So we've really got a range of experience across the board amongst our team, which we're very proud of. But actually, health particularly is a sector that we're really kind of passionate and interested in, and we've been lucky enough to work with some big names in wellness and healthcare, and combining that with our expertise in the voice world, develop some great voice experiences. So for those of you who are based in the UK, I don't know if you've been doing your morning PE workouts with Joe, the body coach, but we developed and support his Alexa skill, which is incredibly popular on Amazon. We've also launched an app for Mind, mental health charity. We've worked with Sanofi on a real-time pollen alert skill, and Vitality to support their fitness and wellbeing loyalty scheme. And finally, we work quite closely with Public Health England. So we launched their first voice app as part of the NHS Breastfeeding Friend, which kind of fell under their Start for Life umbrella, and we're working with them on a couple of other projects. So it's definitely an area that we know works very well when it comes to voice, and an area where we as Voxly have quite a lot of expertise. What we wanted to talk to you about specifically today was our most recent healthcare and actually charity use case, which we developed with in partnership with Mindshare UK and Tommy's charity. So Tommy's charity are a UK-based charity, and we'll tell you a little bit about what they do in a second. But essentially, as the UK went into lockdown in March, we launched Tommy's Midwife, which is the charity's first voice service on Google Assistant and Amazon Alexa. And it was quite a complicated one. It actually included over 400 Q&A questions designed to support expectant and anxious parents in the run-up to the birth of their child. So it was quite interesting and a new build for us. So what we wanted to cover today was a little bit around the insights and the research that guided the design solution we got to. As I said, not an easy thing to do to develop a bespoke and custom voice search algorithm and integrate that into an app in a reliable way. So we're going to take you through some of the lessons we learned by doing that, and also some of the lessons we learned from launch. So hopefully the next 20 minutes or so will be very valuable. And as I say, please do save up your questions as we go, and I can answer them at the end. Little bit of context before we dive straight into hearing about the project, though. We just wanted to share with you a couple of the insights that came out of our latest Voxly Insights report that we published in April this year, just as the UK had been in lockdown for a couple of weeks. Some really interesting insights came out around how voice assistant usage, particularly in the UK, as a result of lockdown, has massively boomed. The usage of voice assistants has gone way up. From our research, we know that over 50%, 53% in fact, of people are using their voice assistants more now since lockdown began than they were before. And also that echoes in the usage of Alexa skills and Google Actions more broadly as well. So we know that 48% of people are using their third-party skills and actions more now than since the lockdown began. So we're really seeing a boom in the UK, particularly when it comes to people engaging with the world of voice. Interestingly as well, what we're seeing is it's not just engagement in the functional world of voice, the answering questions, the using Alexa to turn the lights on, for example. The role of the voice assistant is becoming a lot broader and a lot more emotionally supportive. So from the people we asked, over 60% of people said, yep, their voice assistant was helping them get through isolation. Almost that same number said their voice assistant was helping keep them happy and positive. And again, almost the same said it's keeping them calm and relaxed. So really, really powerful figures when it comes to the role of a voice assistant in UK households and the positive, tangible benefits and the trusted credentials and the value that they are proving themselves to have within UK households. Also, what's interesting came out of the study was that engagement in the voice ecosystem more generally is increasing. We see almost 40% of people saying, yeah, I've spent more time looking for new voice apps since isolation. Almost that same number saying, yeah, they've discovered them. People are talking to each other about new things their voice assistant can do, or new things they've discovered their voice assistant can do, or being told about it by family and friends. So the discourse is wider. The adoption is definitely booming. Really, really interesting time to be working in this space and looking at how usership is changing. What's interesting as well is we do see those trends whilst in lockdown as a predictor of future usage once as we all are kind of slowly emerging out of lockdown and behaviour will start kind of finding a new normal again. This time is been invaluable to a lot of voice users to use it to understand the voice ecosystem a bit more, but also gain confidence when it comes to their voice assistant and understand what it can do, with 40% of people saying it's more useful than I understood it was. So what that means is that user confidence has been increasing, that engagement with the world has been increasing, and we can see that almost 40% of people are saying they will use their voice assistants more post coronavirus lockdown and than they did pre-coronavirus lockdown. So it's really, really having an impact on that broad scale user behaviour when it comes to this ecosystem in the UK. What we're seeing as well is understandably more and more people with voice assistants, especially in this lockdown period, have been turning to them for the latest advice and updates. So we saw a big jump in the number of daily users of voice assistants to get the news. So that increased from 39 to 60%. And similar sort of trends seen as well when it comes to asking on a least daily basis general questions of voice assistants. Again, not surprising given the situation. It's a very high anxiety time, particularly the start of lockdown in the UK as elsewhere. And a lot of people felt that anxiety and were looking to get information. No more so than expectant parents. And that's where the work of charities like Tommy's really comes in these moments of high anxiety to step in and provide guidance. So a little bit of information about Tommy's before we dive in. Tommy's are a UK-based charity, as I said, and they fund pioneering research into the causes and the prevention of pregnancy complications and baby loss. They believe that every baby lost is one too many, and they're focused around the stat that 1 in 4 women will lose a baby during pregnancy or birth. So their focus is really around making pregnancy safer for everyone, and they do that with some really, really valuable care. They provide expert pregnancy information to support women and their families throughout their sort of pregnancy journey, no matter what stage they're in or what experiences they've been before. They are there to be trusted advisors, and that is the challenge that they set to us and they set to Mindshare, to leverage voice technology to deliver that sort of trusted advice in a way that is user first. So there were 3 key insights that we drew upon when we were developing the design solution for Tommy's and voice. This first and really, really vital one is that 84% of women experience anxiety during pregnancy. And that is huge as a stat. And the trouble is that we know that you can often get overwhelmed when it comes to looking for advice and support on the internet. Often there are vast swathes of information which are often quite conflicting. So not knowing where to turn to for the advice can often worsen and exacerbate that anxiety. And then the third one was actually a tech insight, which came out of a Mindshare report, Look Who's Talking, which is around the benefit of voice technology and the benefit of accessing advice via voice and also listening to it via voice, which is that it offers much greater intimacy and emotion and connection, helping to kind of deliver that really curated information in a very personal style, much like a real midwife would, in a very comforting personal style. So these 3 really, really key insights kind of combined to the design solution, which we then progressed to build, which was using voice to create a destination for Tommies of quick, trusted advice that expectant parents could turn to for quick fire questions and answers to help reduce their anxiety, particularly during lockdown, but also beyond. So I'm just going to show you a little video which kind of gives you an idea of the solution, and then we'll go into kind of how we develop that. So that essentially is, you can see what we've built. We've built a bespoke voice search engine, Google Action and Amazon Alexa skill, completely from scratch. And it's able to answer a wide range of personal questions that might cause pregnant women anxiety or embarrassment, and offer answers and information around topics like antenatal depression, maternity leave, morning sickness, anything to kind of offer reassurance for expectant mothers and give a sort of evidence-based source that they can trust. So what we want to just go into now is how we actually built this search engine, and the important things that if you're looking to develop a solution like this, it's worth thinking about. So as I said, what we had to do is build this very sophisticated search algorithm which used different layers of tags. So step 1 was to make all Tommy's content voice first. So as a lot of you know who have adapted large amounts of content from, say, for example, FAQs on the website or call center support, what works on a website doesn't necessarily work in voice. So the first thing was a content audit of all of the Q&As and cutting them down, editing them, refining them for voice, and make sure that they were kind of navigable and delivered the best advice for the top FAQs around pregnancy and birth. The next step was to categorize these, make sure all the voice-ready content was then sorted into the categories, because these then became user-facing categories to help users get to their answer. And then the third layer was looking at how we would tag that content up. So for pregnancy, if you take an example such as diet, there are lots of layers of complexity and lots of sub-questions within a massive category such as diet that needs to be tagged up accordingly to help the search algorithm refine the answer for the user to make sure that we were delivering the most accurate answer depending on what someone asked. So that was sort of the top line of how it works. What we also did though is we added in, so I talked about this primary and secondary tags, so we tagged up all of the content. We also added in a whole load of utterances. So literally, if someone says the phrase, can I eat cheese whilst I'm pregnant? We have an answer to that. And that was created through a whole series of extensive user testing, refinement, analytics, and it was definitely a worthwhile process to go through, because at the moment we're seeing that almost 30% of matches are actually direct utterance matches of utterances that were manually loaded into the system, and then people tend to ask. So for those who haven't had a direct utterance match, we know that we have tags which allow for 70% of the remaining matches to be tagged based on that. I talked about categories as well, and we had 2 layers of category refinement in the app. So if a user asked a question and there was a direct utterance match or a direct tag match, they would go straight through to the correct answer, which was happening over 30% of the time. However, for, as I said, the complex categories where you might ask a question which could technically fall into 2 categories, or you need a little bit more refinement, we had 2 layers of refinement. So we had a category and a title refinement, and a user could ask a question and then be given a selection of categories to choose from A to B to C to D, and then the user would give an input that then helps refine down. So this kind of method of a free search but with some guided category refinement really helps to increase that accuracy, and just allows you to give the users the best response that you possibly have, especially if the content, like it does when you have 400 bits of content, is always there. It's just about helping the user to get there. The other thing, I touched on this earlier, but is so vital when you're developing something like a free search app, is from the word go, adding in-depth analytics and testing. When it comes to voice apps more generally, tagging and analytics can be a challenge if you rely just on the consoles that the platforms provide. As standard, Voxly Digital always use Google Analytics tagging for everything in their apps, and this could not have been more important in this app, especially when it came to the weeks of testing that we had to do to refine and add utterances, to work out which tags were working. Extensive analytics are absolutely vital to help build that search algorithm over time and refine it. It's also really, really important for not just during the pre-rollout phase and the testing, but once it's live in market as well. As I said before, we run a kind of ongoing optimization program. So having dashboards such as this, an in-depth list of who's asking what isn't prompting a response, who isn't asking bits of content, maybe we can refine the content to make that more navigable. Lots of deep dives into the analysis really, really, really helps when it comes to building a complex free search algorithm like this. And then the last point to talk about when we're thinking about designing something like this is, although the algorithm is absolutely key and vital in terms of delivering the best UX, what is so important is to keep that brand magic. So Tommy's have such a great reputation for the caring, the supportive, the trusting, and we really wanted to hold on to that magic via voice. So we worked very hard to do that. Things like tone of voice was important to get right. So we had to have a trusted, soothing tone of voice to make sure the content was delivered in the most supportive way. Using voiceover artist where possible was really, really vital, especially for the most commonly asked questions in the skill. Make people feel like supported when they've asked a question. The brand world as well, as standard, we will always do visuals when it comes to our voice apps. Tommy's have this very nice neutral branding, which allows you to sort of put yourself in the shoes of the user. So we made sure that all of the relevant messages and visuals throughout were very calming and supportive. And then the other thing is as well, when it comes to something like this, coding and looking at the algorithm logic for sensitive topics is really, really important. So we did a lot of adaptions when it came to sensitive topics to make sure that the responses we were giving were the safest and the most responsible as possible. So if anyone asked, for example, about stillbirth or suicide, there were some checks and balances around it, around the content and around what content was served and where someone was referred to make sure that the best care was being given. The other thing to note with something like a free search is often if a user hasn't used it before, unlike typing something into Google where you can type and backspace and then type again, you just have to go for it. So sometimes that can lead to stage fright. We designed knowing that, so within the app itself, we included prompts and suggestions of what to ask for. Often we would deliver an answer and then suggest some follow-on content to kind of deepen the usefulness of the answers. And equally, when it came to launch messaging, descriptor copy, explainer videos, we made sure to include lots of examples of the sort of thing you could ask, so that first sort of trepidation of what can I ask was designed for. The final thing to note is that when building something as complicated as a search algorithm with so much content, the ability to have an agile CMS was really, really vital for both us, Mindshare and Tommy's. So we built this app with a live CMS, so the team could be really, really responsive with content and advice, especially when it comes to something like healthcare. You want to be able to change that content and update it, and that came to fruition a few weeks before the launch when the coronavirus crisis hit, lockdown started, and suddenly in a matter of hours we needed to add in all this additional content and tagging to make the app most relevant and to make sure that it was actually addressing the key concerns of expectant parents at the time. So what that means is on an ongoing basis now, the Tommy's team can go in, update the latest advice, make sure that it's an evergreen proposition and it doesn't date in terms of the advice we're giving. So that is the build. We're just going to show you a couple of things around the launch and results. So hopefully that was useful, and I'm just going to show you now some of the launch assets. So Tommy's and Mindshare did a brilliant job of the launch. We actually got some great coverage. This is an example of Tommy's website. They did a whole landing page. There was a large campaign around Instagram influencers and healthcare professionals influencers. We got some lovely voice spot coverage, and some good trade press picked it up. The key message here really is timing is so key. You absolutely have to get this marketing check right of things right when you launch a voice app, but timing could not have been better really for Tommy's. This launched, as you say, on March the 30th, so just as the UK went into lockdown, and because we had the ability to change the content and to update it, we can make the offering incredibly relevant, and we saw a huge amount of the questions coming in on launch, particularly being around coronavirus. So this is what happened. This is a national ITV news special which actually featured Tommy's.
Is this work? Midwives have been on the phone and there are YouTube tutorials, but can technology make up for human contact?
Is coronavirus dangerous for pregnant women?
It's natural to be worried about coronavirus.
Baby charity Tommy's have devised a smart speaker app to answer the questions expectant mothers would normally raise in NCT classes.
These are precautionary measures only.
If you Google anything, can I still exercise while I'm pregnant, you'll get tens of thousands of results. And it's really, really difficult for people to know what they can trust or what is just a myth. And at the moment, especially, there's so much misinformation being passed around. So with this skill, we wanted to create a really safe space, a safe environment for people to ask those questions and get accurate, up-to-date advice.
So it's been a really successful launch so far. Everyone's incredibly happy with the results. We're at 4.3 out of 5 stars on Alexa and Google at the moment. So if anyone feels they would like to have a go and leave us a review, we would massively appreciate that. We added in some feedback mechanics actually into the voice skill itself. Users occasionally get asked to rate the feedback, and so far the results have been really positive. So we've had 70% of people saying they'd recommend the app, 75% of people said they found it useful, and 80% said they felt supported by Tommy's having used the app. So really, really crucial insights and feedback for us, and hopefully go some way to showing how free search voice results when you're looking at a very specific category, and you're looking for trusted advice, if managed well and sensitively, can be a really good use case for voice. So to wrap up, some key learnings to take away from our talk. When developing a voice app, look for layers of search levers to pull. So tags, utterances, categories, anything to help a user get to the answer and they can get to without adding in loads of layers of complexity will work well. Analytics, testing, optimization over time, cannot stress the importance of this, especially for a complex build such as this. Putting the time in to preserve your brand magic, making sure that as you move your content to voice, you're really keeping that tone of voice, your credentials, and creating that feeling and emotional connection that you want as a brand. Again, with an example like this, relevancy and timings for launch are absolutely key, especially when it comes to earned media. Really important to plan that, make sure the content in your app is relevant. And then finally, give yourself flexibility in the future, especially when it comes to something like this, to maximize the investment. A live CMS will allow an always-on kind of agile approach to content, and it will really help, especially when thinking about the future. So with Tommy's, for example, the midwife app is very much now part of their brand ecosystem. There are plans to integrate the app into lots more kind of campaign messaging, and we're developing a calendar around that. It's really important to have an agile and flexible CMS system to allow you to add and change content to reflect the wider marketing campaigns and brand positioning over the years in market. So hopefully that was a useful rundown of our app, Tommy's Midwife, and how when you're looking to develop a free search app, the sort of things that's important to consider. As I said, please do ask any questions in the Q&A, and if you want any more information about our reports, Time to Shine and Alexa, and the impact of the lockdown on the UK's use of voice assistants, you can find it at our website, voxlydigital.com. Any other questions, Ravi and myself are available at Fresh Thinking at Voice.
Welcome to Voice Global. I'm delighted to be here. I would have loved to have been in person. I think we all would have loved that, but it's just, a fact of where we are currently, and I know we'll all be together again. If this is the first time you have heard me speak, it does not have to be the last. Please do reach out. I'm on Twitter at @thedavedev, or you can hit my URL, thedavedev.com, or just shoot me an email. For those of you who have heard me speak for a while, I know we have a mixed audience here, and so what I thought would be really good is kind of to address the situation we're all in the pandemic, what I've been seeing, hopefully give you some tips for common questions I get all the time, which would be monetization, engagement, what's working, what are some tips for success, and share a little bit about some of the new features that we've been releasing for Alexa, as well as where this is all headed. And so in the short amount of time we have, let's get started. So if you haven't, to kick things off, if this is the very first time you're seeing anything related with Alexa and you do have a device, when you're asking for things like music and smart home, or if you've ever asked Alexa, can I play a game? Or are there any games to play? Those specific conversations we call skills. And anyone can create these specific conversations. And so it could be different brands. It could, like you could see there, NBA. It could be games, like Song Quiz. It could be ordering pizza, like Domino's. And I remember a time when I could count those skills on my hand. And now, thank you to all of you. There are over 100,000 of these skills with over 500,000 developers building. And so one of the first things I recommend as you're starting to build skills, I just got a question this week of, what should I focus on? Go to amazon.com/skills, click on 4 stars and above, and look for ones that have tens of thousands of reviews. A lot of the games will have that, and you'll see people leaving suggestions. In fact, there are brands right now that are looking at Amazon customer feedback for their skill as part of their usability process. So wealth of information there. Another thing that we do at Amazon is we have hardware that we create called Echo or Echo Frames. You can see there, Echo Buds, and we put Alexa into those things. So you can see a Dot. That happens to be a Studio Max up there, the big one that'll play 3D sound, the Fire TV Cube, and it's across different things. So you can see here, this is actually Echo Frames. So there's a little speaker that only I hear. The sound goes down, and it can have prescription lenses in here, so you can see this happening. It could be anywhere in the medical field. It could be for being able to do a museum. I used to work in a large pharmaceutical company, and we did a lot of stuff with our warehouses. So the ability to walk around a warehouse and check inventory, things like that. As well as Echo Buds. So these are my little Echo Buds. So this gives you Alexa on the fly. Comes a little charging case, and I know those of you who do a lot of calls with me, this is actually what I use along with my studio mic. And with these, I'm in Pennsylvania, so our stay-at-home orders came in pretty early. With these, with everything that we're going through, right? The first thing that came into my mind is, what can I do to help? Is there anything I can do to help? And where can we get information? And so the first link I wanted to share is if you go to bit.ly COVID Amazon, this is updated daily. So it'll give you the ability to see what's going on all across the company. I find it super interesting. I do check that out, and I wanted to share it. If you want to see what we're doing just with devices, if you go to bit.ly COVID Voice, there is a lot going on. We've been donating devices to hospitals. So you'll see here's a picture of an Echo Show. And I got the chance to talk with a lot of medical professionals recently. I talked with doctors at Johns Hopkins. And, the ability to drop into patient rooms hands-free, especially if you're worried that, of anything being contagious. It's hands-free. It's just, drop in, as well as patients being able to do the reverse, being able to say, drop in on nurse, things like that. as well as get information. And so, in this environment, we actually had a family member that was showing some symptoms, and it was like, well, where do we find out what the actual symptoms are? And, how do I take care of things? And how do I get my kids to wash their hands, right? And so Alexa can help with that. You can actually say, Alexa, wash your hands, and she'll do, it's like 20, 30 seconds, little song. I've heard from parents that make that a fun time with their kids. And, it gets into the habit of really, really scrubbing your hands. But then we've partnered with the CDC. So getting information like, Alexa, how do I make a face mask? What do I do if I think I have the coronavirus? And, with the theme of voice, which is always inclusive and can be spontaneous and very natural, how do I make that available to people speaking different languages? And so you can ask for all of this in Spanish. Give me tips for cleaning. Like, do we clean packages? Is that a thing? How long does it stay on countertops? Right? This is all areas that voice can really help in this. Even calling, getting access to local resources. So if I think I do have it and I say call the coronavirus helpline, it'll go ahead and connect me. But changing mood too. This is something that's existed even before this that I've used is we curate news. So if you said, Alexa, just give me some good news, you can do this daily and you'll get a little bit of good news. I'm a fan of John Krasinski's Some Good News SGN show. I don't know if you've seen that. That is available on Alexa now. So if you say, Alexa, open Some Good News, you will actually see it, and it'll play the video too. So just ways to keep all of our spirits up during this. And I've been so thankful and impressed by the Voice First community through all this. If you're not part of this community or you haven't seen it, just go on to Twitter and look for this hashtag. You can also find this hashtag on LinkedIn and Instagram, but a lot of us are on Twitter. And, just coming together, even in the early weeks of the stay-at-home orders, just seeing, people getting together. This is Women in Voice, I saw online, and the voice lunches that are going on. Other events, Dr. Terry Fisher put together this event called The Voice Den, where we all got to kind of hang out and kind of like Shark Tank and ask questions. Just everybody in this community has been trying to figure out how voice can help in this time, and it's just been incredible to see. And you've all kept me sane because I can't travel. So outside of my family, being able to engage with all of you has been just an incredible blessing during this time. So thank you. Let's address one of the first questions I get is engagement. So I wanted to share some things I think about where I've seen success and things that you may have overlooked. So I want you to catch this and think about some of these, because it'll help build experiences to increase engagement across your existing customer bases. And I say existing because the first thing, even before I show you some of these tips, that I always remind people of is that we exist in an area where voice is not the only modality. And so just like if I was creating a website today, I would want to be thinking about my mobile app and my voice conversation, my Alexa skill. It should be the same as you're creating a voice experience. So I would not recommend trying to start a completely new brand with no customers with just voice. You want to have these different engagement points where you can touch base with customers. Voice can give you incredible uplift if you look at it as a lever to push down on existing customers. So for example, shopping online and ordering, especially, being at home, the ability to just order food by asking for it gives you an incredible engagement versus trying to figure out your website or your mobile app. And so really think about that. Think of it as a lever and use all of your existing modalities. And there are some exceptions to that. So for example, there are some voice games that are just incredible, like Starfinder, that you wouldn't be able to create that anywhere else, right? So that's obviously, but that has an existing fan base. That's, it's a D20 based module like D&D. It's an existing realm with lore and customer base. So just think about that. First thing I get asked is like, well, that Amazon.com/skills page? Where do I go? Like, what do I look at? And so the popular categories right now, and this can change over time, happen to be games, music, and ambient sleep sounds. And so you can click on those categories. You can look for, 4-star ratings, higher and above. Look for things with just thousands and thousands of reviews. Start to go through them. Start to think about how you can add on to that and how you can make really engaging experiences. The second is integrated experiences. So again, remember, it's not just about having the voice conversation with Alexa, but I'll give you an example. If I say things like, I want to work out, because a lot of us, we don't have access to a gym. I'm afraid to get on the scale. I just did this morning. It wasn't, it's not cringing yet, but I know I'll get there. And for those of you who are interested in this, by the way, I do have another podcast called Wisdom with Friends. If you go to wisdomwithfriends.com, I forget which, I think it's episode 2 or 3. One of those is fitness. You will see before and after photos of me. I was 50 pounds heavier. And how do you address that, right? And how do I get started? And anyway, so fitness is a passion topic of mine, and it's important in this time. So let's say we all want to work out, and maybe I have a 20-minute workout skill. While I'm using that skill, I can say things like, are you ready to start your 20-minute workout? Right? So this is integrating that experience across the rest of Alexa. So we have an API for that you may not be aware of called Alexa Timers API. And so then I'm working out for 20 minutes and then I hear an alarm go off. So that gives me the ability to be in the moment and focus on what I'm doing, and then Alexa is helping me. That's an integrated skill experience. Or maybe I get done with that workout and then you ask me, would you like me to remind you daily at 7 p.m. to work out, which happens to be when I get on a treadmill. It's usually when a lot of my calls are done. There is an Alexa Reminders API, which allows you to do that. And so again, it continues the conversation with your customer outside of just that initial conversation within your skill. And, I need to see things. Thank goodness there are videos out there. I just realized when I started on my fitness journey, I had been doing push-ups wrong my whole life. I got to keep them closer to my center, watch my elbows, make sure where I'm putting my actual palms. But you could do something like this in a workout skill. You could say, show me how to do proper push-ups. And thanks to the Alexa presentation language, I can show video. And let's say, my workout space happens to be in the family room. I got a yoga mat. And I say, I do this, I could be doing this on Fire TV. So then I had the video on Fire TV. So it's creating that integrated experience. And then it's taking that voice experience and bringing it across devices and across all different modalities. So for example, and you could do this from the very beginning. If I say something like, maybe I find a really good chicken piccata recipe. I could say, send this recipe to me in an email. And thanks to account linking, a customer can be logged in with your skill with their existing account in which you would have their email address and which recipe they're asking for. And then I get a nice email. Maybe it's a PDF that I could print out. In fact, I can even print things out. I could say, print out my chicken soup recipe, and it'll go ahead and it'll hit my printer across different printers through the Alexa Connections API. Or what about talking with other things versus just the conversation? So my car, so we have 2 cars, right? And so the main family car was what we've used for that weekly grocery shopping during this pandemic. Sorry, I touched my face. My car, which we only use, like I use when I'm going to the airport, right? Or if I'm traveling, I went to start it. It's embarrassing. I went to start it and the battery was dead because I hadn't used it in so long. So it would be nice to ask, what's my oil like? What's my battery life? Do I need to do so? I'm engaged with that device without being in that device, right? And so Alexa Skill Connections to connect you, be able to print, and being able to talk between skills, and then Alexa Auto, being able to engage with an automobile like that. So just areas to think about to increase engagement. Another area of voice that we're seeing is routine. So scheduled engagements with your voice experiences throughout the day. So think about mobile, right? Mobile, depending on the study you read, it's multiple times a day that somebody could be engaging with your device. In fact, a lot of times it's random. What we're seeing with Alexa, and this is actual data here, you're just seeing patterns on the screen. Now, this has changed a little bit during the pandemic. It's very similar. It's more like a weekend chart than workday, because obviously people aren't asking for traffic and things like that. But it's the data is consistent in that it is touch points, a routine, stuff that you can count on. So I can deliver specific content throughout specific points in the day. So for example, if I know that people are going to want recipes at dinner time, then I can start to make new content available. Then maybe I start to create sales and my in-skill purchasings at that time. So it's very unique to voice in that we do see these kind of scheduled routine daily engagements. Now, some really great news during this pandemic is that people are engaging. I'm going to share my own skill. This is just a silly little skill, allows you to roll Dungeons and Dragons dice. I don't even know how people find it. I haven't updated it in a while. You can get the code up on my GitHub. I haven't touched it in a while. I'm going to use it as an example. So I think it was at the Voice keynote last year. You may have, if you attended that, you saw me share this slide on customer retention. So what you can see here is only a 5% customer retention in this skill. And this was, in week 1, right? So just 1 week following. This is what it looks like. I just pulled these charts, 3 weeks of retention. So this is April 1st, you can see up there, to May 22nd. And these numbers, by the way, because I do hear from all of you, even though this is just a sample little skill, this correlates to what all of you are seeing as far as retention goes. And so what's super interesting here is that people are checking this skill out, they're finding the skill, and they're staying. And they've been staying across the entire time that I took this data. And that's just incredible to see. Interactive path analysis. So you can see previously launch request and dice roll size, and then there's even a little dice roll intent in there. It's about 50-50. So a launch request is going to happen when a customer has never used the skill before. They're just going to say the skill name, figure out what to do. Dice roll size means I've used this skill before. I know I know how to have that conversation. I know that I can roll these specific sided die. This is what it looks like now. So if you look at that launch request, what you can see there is just some incredible new customer engagement. And that the launch request is like 3/4 of what's actually occurring as far as my intents being invoked. And you can see reprompt is bigger too on that launch request, meaning and sometimes if you look over there to the middle, to the level 3, you see even another reprompt. So this means that the more customers that I get, and you would expect this, the more times that something that Alexa didn't understand gets set, because people are trying to learn what they can say so that my intents get matched. But just if you haven't created a skill, now's the time, this opportunity for engagement. I mean, just look at these numbers continue to go up. You can see enablements, right? So this is when a customer has decided to enable the skill, either invoking that via Alexa or through the Alexa app or that Amazon.com skills page. And it's not just me. I've seen, across Twitter, people are sharing this. This happens to be the CEO of VoiceFlow. Pre-March growth, it's now 100% more, looking at close to 1 million end user interactions a day. And there's the link to the tweet if you'd like to check that out. So just look at this time as you can experiment. It's an opportunity for engagements. And it's also, we're all sitting here at home looking to try new things. I love all these different virtual formats that are coming out. And so if you have an existing Alexa skill and you're a little shy, and that if you changed something, what are people going to say? Start experimenting right now. Now is the time where I think all of us are a little more forgiving, and all of us are looking for those new experiences. So monetization. another common question I get asked, and the first thing with monetization is number of devices out there, customers. I love seeing the tweets when we have Prime Day or around the holidays of just seeing existing experiences that you've created and just engagements going up as new customers come to the fold and are excited to try out experiences with Alexa. So just wanted to share a couple of things. There's hundreds of millions of Alexa devices. And when I say that, I'm not including the mobile. So that does not mean, somebody sitting, and I do this when I work out, is just talking to my Amazon Music app on my phone and pulling things. It doesn't include that. It doesn't include people on their phone and they're, shopping with Alexa. It doesn't include the Alexa app. Engagement with Alexa has nearly quadrupled over the last 2 years. I've heard from a lot of you. You can see that in your engagement inside in your dashboard. Customers interact with Alexa billions of times each week. Just super, super cool to see. Over 500,000 of you building for and with Alexa. So thank you. And, just hearing from developers and seeing this, there are developers making thousands of dollars a month through in-skill purchasing. Some of them are making more than $10,000 per month. So just incredible to see. And positive trends too, by the way, in much higher conversion rates with voice, outpacing what mobile and industry standards are, and low return rates. So that's good to see as well. Some of the stories that devs have shared, look at a 34% conversion rate in the popular game Escape the Airplane. Headspace told us that 87% of users returned for another session via voice. Duncan Skills, and obviously this was pre-pandemic. It'd be interesting to see now, though. A lot of these restaurants and food, like what engagement looks like. I'm starting to see a little bit, but I imagine it's going to be the new normal moving forward is voice ordering. So 50% of Duncan Skill users that started an order completed one, and then a third went on to complete multiple orders. So that's an example of that lever, pulling that lever and taking existing customer base and increasing engagement. Nick Schwab, who most of you know in the community, shared stuff with us. We did a case study with Nick too. And Nick, I've been using Fireplace. I've been playing EverQuest during this pandemic. And I'll leave it up to Nick if he wants to share new numbers. These were just the numbers from before the pandemic that I had, but attracting nearly 2 million active monthly users. And then he's been very innovative with ISP, so with that in-skill purchasing. So when offered a free trial or monthly sub, a third of customers sign up for that free trial, and then more than 90% of the free trials convert to paid. So just, incredible opportunity there within monetization. And one of the areas that we've been trying to improve too is to make that human AI interaction as seamless as possible. We want to lean onto the human side of things. How do we make these experiences more engaging in the way that we all have conversations with each other? And the first is in that synthesized voice. Now, you've probably seen improvements here throughout the industry. There was a breakthrough a couple years ago, and I wanted to show you, how we break this down. So if I said sentence to synthesize, what you're seeing there, we're breaking out the sounds of the sentence, right? And these are called phonemes. And so tomato, that's actually what Alexa is hearing, is these sounds. And in the way that we used to do it in purely concatenative text-to-speech was record in a very neutral tone. But now we have the ability to kind of take this hybrid approach, right, through a full neural text-to-speech system that can actually create human speech. And so one of the things that you can do now, you can do this today. If you're listening at home, you could say, ask Sam. Alexa, ask Sam. I'm a huge fan of Samuel L. Jackson. And let me tell you, when he gives the weather and he actually says the name of like our hometown, my kids think that's the coolest thing ever. But this is across all areas. You'll see it in games. So I mentioned Starfinder before. And before I forget, on the podcast. So Alexa Dev Chat, you can go check that out. And there's a behind the scenes of how all that was created and lessons learned. I did an episode on that. So it's just full narration. Reminds me of radio shows of old, and it's an engaging experience, whether you're just spending some time with the kids in the evening, or you're traveling somewhere. Updates and new features. So I wanted to share some things besides the tips I've already shared that maybe you haven't seen. And so emotion and speaking style. So Alexa, you can have her be excited and empathetic. There's a broadcaster style, right? So she doesn't just straight out blurt text. It's actual, like, reading a narrative. We have Polly now has brand voice, and so we worked with KFC. We did the Colonel's voice, and it's just more and more features to make Alexa as sound as human as possible, as engaging as possible, and to make developing for this as seamless as possible for you. So one of the things we've done is we do have a feature update site, and I know a lot of you have been asking, like, is this available in the UK or Germany? So you can sort by region. The team's been doing a really great job of linking the documentation directly in here. You'll see, there's the new APL features and the intent confidence. There's, other things we've released, like the ability. We've tried to make it a lot more seamless to update your live skills. The timers API, just definitely check this out. The URL you'll see there at the bottom if you need to pause this, developeramazon.com, Alexa Skills Kit feature updates, and we'll continue to update that for you. So other areas to make Alexa more engaging from the human side of things: multilingual, so being able to speak English and Spanish or English and Hindi. Tone, so if I say, Alexa, shut up, and I'm angry, it's very different, right? Hunches, the ability, hey, Dave, I noticed you listen to pleasing music and change the lights at 3 p.m. every day. Why don't I make a routine for you, right? And so just becoming more intuitive, opening it up so that it's not, I can just ask, Alexa, what did you hear? And Alexa can actually tell me, or why did you do that? Or you could say things like, Alexa, delete everything you just heard, right? Or everything all day. Identify this, show objects, visually impaired, just making it more human. How do I get feedback? I get asked that question a lot. So you can just tell Alexa, I have feedback, and be able to do that. Or, voice, we've tried to make things invocationless where possible. So you can say things like, what are the latest games or top skills? But I can also do, what are my chores? Which chores, you may know, happens to be a blueprint. So if you go to blueprints.amazon.com, you can now set that up for your kids during all this, and then say, Alexa, what are my chores? As well as give me the news. So just making it more human, making it very, very straightforward and interactive. So what does this mean for the road ahead? When I say something like, Alexa, play a sky full of stars, this is building an entity action knowledge graph. And that's a Coldplay song. I won't have it play right now for copyrights, but the idea here is that we're pulling from all of the content that I may own. So I could have that song in Amazon Music, Spotify, iTunes. I can do things, though, with voice that I haven't been able to do before. So I can say, play the acoustic version of this, or the live version of this. And that knowledge graph is updated to be current. So, if I said COVID, that's very different than something, even a year ago. And, customers can be surprising, as we go through and we annotate when we build these knowledge graphs. So here's an example we did. If you said buy burger on Amazon, you would think the relevant thing would be a burger, right? And that's how we would label that data in that conversation relevant to build our model. What happens is it's actually the burger press, which we may have labeled as irrelevant. And this is why voice is so unique. And what we found with this study is, like, stuff that's broadly popular and cheaper, which a burger is, you're more likely to see this discrepancy between labeling data, what you thought was relevant and irrelevant. And it happens in specific categories too, right? So toys and digital products, the way that people say it. So if they say it in a medium tone, that's very different than if they're short or long in as far as flexibility goes. And so we need to think about these things and when we live in that area of ambiguity, moving away from these simple instructions, these multi-turn conversations, into this area of reasoning, which is where we want to be with human beings. And that's where we're trying to focus, and you're going to see us focus moving forward. The first, with giving you an RNN to reduce the amount of code that you have to write, really opening up all of the AI that we've built so that you're going to have an automated dialogue flow. We're already seeing 3 times less lines of code. The ability to actually live start to understand. So you're going to start out with some simulated dialogues as you're building your utterances, but you're going to have a model and you'll have your own RNN. And so once you deploy this thing live, it's an experience where it's self-learning. So rather than you going through in the dashboard and seeing, oh, wow, why are my intents all failing? Why is my accuracy low? Really learn and adapt, and then take all of that live data and bring it back into the model to make things easier for you. We call this Alexa conversations, but the whole idea is just less effort, less code, really using that training data to learn from your customers and make these experiences better. And you're going to see us continue to focus on that as we move forward. So with that, one final URL, you can check out alexa.design for everything that I've talked about.
Welcome back to Voice Global. Hope you're having a great conference. This is part of our Fireside Chat series, and my guest now is Tim McElraith. Tim is the Senior Product Manager for Voice and Emerging Technologies at Discovery, their direct-to-consumer product division. Tim, how you doing?
I'm doing just great. How are you, Pete?
Well, you know what? We're all hanging in there,
Yeah.
and it is... it's nice to be connecting with so many people via a live conference. I can't wait for the time when we can all get back together. But in the meantime, we're getting to know a lot of people just like yourself. First off, tell us a little bit about what you do in Discovery and the direct-to-consumer product division and what that means.
Okay, so Discovery is a suite of very well-known media brands, including Food Network, HGTV, Motor Trend, Eurosport, all over the world. I've actually been working with Food Network primarily for the last 5 years, and in that 4 of those years have been specifically with voice and conversational interfaces. We began our relationship with Amazon and Google in their conversational AI back in 2016, just as adoption was really, in the midst of hockey sticking up and people were really kind of flocking toward it. We saw an opportunity that we didn't quite understand yet. We recognized that voice was going to be important in the coming years, and that it would be important for us to really get in there and start working with it and start learning about it as much as possible to see how we can incorporate into our overall brand strategies and how we reach out to our customers.
Wow. So Food Network, and I guess I got to go right to, the reality of the situation we're in. We've been, at home now for well over 100 days. I know it's really impacted my family. We cook every meal together now. And my 9-year-old daughter is baking and asking Alexa for, recipes and directions, as we all are. I have to imagine that, you've seen a spike in usage of your voice-enabled apps around the kitchen.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's natural to assume that like food brands across the board have seen a spike in interest. We've certainly seen that now that people are having to make their own food and doing it every day and looking for new ideas, and so we've definitely seen that. And I think the other interesting thing is we've had to start to become real creative about how we bring those ideas and those recipes and that content out to our customers. Our production studios have essentially been shut down, and part of Food Network Kitchen, which is the subscription service that we support, is live and on-demand classes. So before the shutdown, essentially we were doing up to 10 live broadcasts a day out of our New York and LA studios, as well as remote locations, and that essentially stopped. So we had to figure out how we could start supporting that, not only on the voice platforms, but on Fire TV and on our social. And we started to get a little scrappy, a little creative. On social platforms, we had Michael Simon doing live streams of making dinner every night. We started broadcasting via iPhone from some of our talent and some of our in-house chefs' homes and kitchens. And one thing we found out is that it's a very valuable way of broadcasting. There's something about connecting to people directly when we're all in the same situation, and we're all just trying to kind of cobble together our lives as we can. That produces a lot of empathy and a lot of connection with our customers. So in some ways, it's been actually valuable learnings for us. The other thing that's been valuable is try to figure out how to get our services out to people on a wider scale. We last October we launched Food Network Kitchen, which is kind of a hybrid video educational platform. We bring to subscribers all of the Food Network TV show content, but then we created specialty content that are these on-demand video step-by-step cooking classes and live interactive demonstrations. It's really unique in this space and probably unique in the media space as a whole. And not only creating new content types, but delivering them across platforms. So you can get this content on Fire TV, you can get it on your mobile, and you can get it on Echo Show. So we're focusing specifically on how can we start becoming a daily cooking tool so that people can get their recipes, people can get cooking inspiration, people can use their kitchen counter as kind of a virtual classroom.
Right.
Learn how to new techniques, new cuisines, and of course taking advantage of the fact that it's hands-free. One thing that we're focusing on as a tenant is how do we bring technology and digital interfaces to a kitchen counter in a way that doesn't interrupt kind of the joy and the creativity of cooking. So you're not wrestling with devices. You're not you don't have to look for things in books or pieces of paper or fumble with unlocking phones or standing up iPads. Like how do we make an interface that can react to your needs in the moment without having to interrupt you, and actually do what you need and then get out of your way. Always on when you need it, but only when you need it is what we're looking for. The other thing we're looking at is, especially here, is how do we get people accustomed to this new way of thinking about learning how to cook? It's a new type of application, and it's going to take people a while to grow accustomed to it. One thing that we're doing in partnership with Amazon is, there's for people who don't know, Food Network Kitchen is available as a free complimentary 1-year subscription from Amazon if you're on Fire TV. So if you have a Fire TV, load up the Food Network Kitchen app. Amazon will give you a complimentary 1 year, so you can try it out.
Wow, definitely going to have to try that.
And it's a great deal. And it gives you the opportunity to actually try out what a step-by-step video cooking class is like. And it's really kind of a great experience. And I actually particularly like the live classes. There's something about live broadcasting that of just an entirely different quality. Especially when you get the kind of talent, both the premier on-air chefs and our own sort of internal experts. This is something about not just showing you how to cook, but giving you that context, giving those personal stories, and also being able to do that that live interactive Q&A, so that you can be in the middle of a live broadcast, ask Michael Simon or Bobby Flay or Giada a question and get a response back.
Yeah. Well, that is interesting. I think one of the things that does stick out with me is that what COVID has introduced is this live era, right? And we're seeing, I think it's DJ Nice with the 1 million person dance party, so cool. But also just as you're saying, being able to, people are I think have a new appreciation for accessing live content, and you all were experiencing that before the pandemic. And you've talked a little bit about, how this has reshuffled some of your priorities. Tell us a little bit about working with your team. I mean, you're all remote now, right? So how has that changed just the way that you work every day and pull all this together between the developers and the producers and the creative staff members on your team? How's it going? And are you using new tools to work together?
It's been a challenge. I think it's no surprise for people all over the country and all over the world. These have been challenging times. We were actually set up to do that fairly well. We're a co-located team. We have offices in Knoxville and Bellevue, Washington, and New York, and all over, and offices all over the world for all of our other brands. So we're used to remote communication. I won't lie and say I don't miss the in-person day-to-day with the team. I think there's something very valuable that's lost there. So, and then just throw on top of this, just from a personal level, and I think everybody's experiencing this, these are stressful times, especially if you're a parent, if you're taking care of somebody, just the overall stress and anxiety. And I do have to give a shout out to the company leadership. They've been very understanding about that. And I think they've been very conscious of the fact that, people have to adapt to this over time. And, make sure they're taking care of themselves as well as, achieving, the company's priorities. So it's been challenging. I think, and throw on top of that the ongoing challenge of starting to incorporate voice and conversational design into an overall product design and engineering practice, which we are kind of in the middle of at the same time. Our voice and conversational practice largely existed in a siloed form for a while as we were doing some experimentation and learning the platforms, and as the platforms themselves were developing and figuring themselves out. When Food Network Kitchen launched, I think the thing that was really most exciting to me was that voice interfaces were a first-class participant in the overall application infrastructure. That we saw, Food Network Kitchen not as a mobile app or a TV app, but as an application that allows users to choose the right tool, the right interface for what they're doing in the moment. And we're really looking to expand on that. How can we use IoT? How can we use hearables? How can we use speakers to really bring people information and entertainment and all of that stuff in the moment when they need it? But the challenge within an organization is how do you fold those practices into an overall design practice? And we're in the middle of that, and I think we're doing a great job, kind of, making sure that when we're doing product ideation, that voice and conversational becomes part of that, so it doesn't end up being designed for a platform and then try to tack on voice at the end of it, or build voice and conversational applications separately, which are kind of detached from the overall product strategy. So this is something that we're really focusing on, those cross-platform journeys, like how somebody experiences content on one platform and then can carry it over and complete something on another.
Well, we're definitely seeing as an industry the rise of voice as really a must-have now. I think for a lot of folks it was maybe thought of as a nice-to-have, but it's a must-have across industries, whether it's healthcare, education, transportation, and entertainment now, and how we consume consume education and learning, and you sort of fit in this cross section between education, learning, and entertainment. It's really interesting, and I love to hear the story about how voice is now thought of more as a more ubiquitous requirement across different properties. You mentioned at the top of the interview that you primarily focus on the Food Network. Is that is, do I have that correct? The Food Channel?
Currently, it's Food Network.
Food Network.
We're doing work in voice, voice and chat. So we're doing some work in HDTV. Also, some of our other brands like Eurosport and Motor Trend are reaching out to voice as well. I think there's a lot of potential, especially in things like sport. I mean, I think all of our brands really have different potentials, but there's a lot of it.
Right.
You can imagine, we're launching, Magnolia, Chip and Joanna Gaines.
Hi everyone, I am Heidi Culbertson. I am the CEO of Marvi, a voice strategy and design studio which brings voice experiences and older adults together. I am also an Alexa champion. I'm also the co-founder of Promptful.io, where we help people learn voice design through interactive workshops. Today, I'll be speaking on some best practices for creating voice experiences that meet users where they are. I'll be highlighting, evangelizing, and hopefully prompting a call to action for voice and the over 50 cohort. But first, we've probably all seen the New York Times front page from a few weeks ago, Memorial Weekend. And what struck me was not just the numbers and the incalculable loss, and it honored the names, we all do. But what struck me, and what the New York Times did incredibly well, was the notes on lives lived, the listing of perhaps legacy moments, the peek into their life story. COVID-19 has brought forward large and small acts of kindness, from grocery pickups to window waves for social interaction. And it's also exposed a bias that has long pre-existed this pandemic. By grouping all people 65 and older into one category, we are inadvertently designing a world where our later years are valued less. So I believe this time is incredibly important, this period of time, that all of us, leaders, developers, designers, innovators, students, teachers, we're all important for designing a future where everyone counts. I just think it's time for a better narrative. And how cool if it was powered by voice and driven by the voice community. because voice is the right technology at the right time to meet the upcoming massive demographic shift as we live longer, healthier, and more active lives. So today I'm going to share some best practices and our approach to creating some successful voice experiences. I'll share how understanding a specific audience, who may be a target audience or perhaps just part of a broad audience that a brand might want to better engage with, communicate with. How understanding who they are before you build impacts your business, impacts content choices, impacts how it aligns with other channels you have, impacts personalization and design, and impacts user satisfaction and retention. Now, as I thought about speaking today, so much about creating voice experience starts with one's perspective. Our experiences, our biases, they play into our take on language and communication, and even the ideas we come up with. You know, it's why having a diverse team involved in creating voice experiences is so important, whether that be an in-house team, an external team, or testing properly. The segments of the population that were very early adopters of voice technology, way back in the beginning, have been kids and older adults. What an opportunity. It's tech for good, but it's also just smart business, as the data shows the older demographic is expected to double by 2030. And the over 50 cohort holds over 70% of the wealth and the discretionary monies that contribute annually to our economy. There's money to be spent. There's money to be captured. And it's not just being spent on healthcare. When we build for voice, we create interactions that combine knowledge of who the users are, high quality content suited to them, with a goal to deliver it in ways that satisfy both the user and business. Not an easy task, but it does start with understanding users. So who are older adults? The over 50 cohort is not one monolithic group. It is comprised of 4 generations, all influenced by the generations and the cultural influences that came before them. Understanding their context will help you find the right use cases, the right user stories, begin to identify vocabulary, the design of content management, and needed user flow variations. So today, the oldest old is primarily the GI, or what's known as the greatest generation. They lived through World War II, the Spanish flu, the Great Depression, polio, when they were just starting to have kids. This is a generation that listened to the radio, big band music, radio programs. They regularly wrote very descriptive handwritten letters. And they taught their children to write handwritten thank you notes for everything. Then there's the silent generation, family-focused, value-driven, and thrifty. Of course, having had parents who struggled in the times before them. They experienced the space program, Woodstock, and JFK's assassination is often called the defining moment for their generation. Next up is Boomer generation. Wide range of experiences and behaviors, whether one was born at the beginning or the end. Bruce Springsteen to the Brady Bunch. Boomers were radicals of the 70s and yuppies of the 80s. And then there's Generation X, which the oldest of Generation X is now over age 50. They're often known as latchkey kids, as single parents became more prevalent, or both parents began to work outside the home. But just like today, each generation had their music, their favorite celebrities, their world moments, and understanding this user context helps define the right ideas in today's voice world. Now, the realities of aging are we all age from birth. And yes, as we get older, we will experience hearing loss, diminishing vision, or maybe along the way we'll lose a step or two. So physical changes do occur, as does social. And social isolation is a major concern with getting older. There's much opportunity for voice-only and voice-forward experiences to assist here. And in many places where previous technologies were just not sufficient, voice is such a good complement for real-world interaction. Now, there is this huge myth that I've spoken about before, that everyone over age 50 has white hair, uses a walker, and is in dire need of health care. This is a myth. In reality, today, it is much more common to see active, healthy 90-year-olds. There's even a Centennial Olympics. Great article written in the BBC News recently about that. But all older adults have the same priorities: physical health, mental, cognitive health, and staying socially engaged. Now, as I like action words, if voice can keep people moving, keep them thinking, and keep them connected, we will see satisfaction in quality of life and health. And we'll also see an uptick in the business around us. It's always a good idea to discover where potential users already hang out. Where do they play? What do they like to do? Research shows us a few areas where many spend most of their time. They like to travel and explore. They like to learn new things, although I don't know if Zoom was originally on their list. And they want to focus on things and people that give them a sense of purpose. Now, knowing all this information, and if we choose to change perspective a little bit, to view older adults, accessibility, everyone, through a slightly different lens than a chronological number, perhaps via what stage of life they might be in, we will better meet everyone where they want to be met and where voice makes the most sense. So let's look at a framework to putting the user in the center, looking at possible audience mix, and thinking about design nuances. If we have a use case, and at a high level identify from the perspective of stage of life, everyone falls across a spectrum of athletic to active to independent to assisted to care dependent. Most older adults fall in the athletic to independent. Next, we might look at what conditions they might have. Are they healthy? Do they have vision loss, hearing loss, or mobility challenges? How is that going to affect design, development, or voice app discovery? Do they have any chronic conditions? Diabetes, heart disease, bone strength? What is their physical environment, their family environment? Do they have an engaged family and support system? Or are they possibly elder orphans? And then we also look at, is the use case situational, where they're carrying something, so their hands are busy? Or are they driving, and thus their eyes are distracted, hopefully looking at the road? Is their limitation temporary? Perhaps an injury, or they're having a knee replacement? Or perhaps it's a permanent limitation. Now, much of this you may not know about your users, but planning for data capture. As users use your voice skill or action, it will reveal design needs. It often leads to expanding user flows, new content management models, and to eventually and hopefully be inclusive to meet everyone, to meet all. Now, when we think of technology in older adults, a lot of people will say they're not tech savvy enough, and some are not. Most are. Often when thinking of voice in older adults, everyone immediately thinks healthcare, and that's definitely a fit. But there's so much more. Top line ideas might be communication, fitness, healthy eating, family messaging. Now, stay at home has certainly exposed how we can do better meeting needs across the board. Many of the frustrations that we felt over the last 2 months or so, many of the fast innovations happening during this time for delivery and such, when the majority of us has been working remotely, educating children, homeschooling, trying to take care of elder parents and helping out a neighbor, isolating at home. So many of these services have been a want and a need by many before the pandemic. I think that's a positive that's going to come out of the past couple months and what we're going through as a world. We're seeing that innovation can happen quite quickly. Okay, moving on. We're going to talk about use cases. When evaluating any user journey, and it might be approached as a job to be done, a primary task to complete, a person to connect with, remember to look for that micro moment where it tells you that a voice conversation makes an experience easier, faster, and with less cognitive load. That's really a golden ticket. It's the first thing we look for. So let's look at a few user stories. These are actual quotes from older adults we've interacted with that I've put their quote in user story format. As a 90-year-old with macular degeneration, I want to hear about local activities so I don't miss the fun. As a 74-year-old woman who loves adventure, I want to continue to be strong enough to lift my own darn carry-on bag up into the overhead bin so that I'll still be traveling at age 90. As a 77-year-old, I want to play games to stay mentally sharp so I can keep my buddies out of trouble. What's amazing here in these real user stories, they're not about problems. They're about aspirations. They're about being able to keep on doing. Voice is not just about building interactions to fix a problem. We need to be creating experience to fulfill aspirations, because goal setting, dreaming, connecting doesn't stop at 50 or 65 or 85 or even 100. Now, conversation design often begins early on with sample scripts. Understanding the user, matching high quality content is key. Speaking to them in the correct word choice, using the correct vocabulary for who they are is important. So writing sample scripts should happen early, and dialogue needs to be written for their ears, not our own. It begins with writing and then rewriting and then rewriting a lot of sample dialogues. There are so many nuances to writing conversation. So we'll cover a couple best practices for when writing scripts and also thinking about user flows and the interaction model. Variation in system response versus consistency. You may write several alternate responses so that the user does not become bored as they return to the voice experience. Or you may need to say the exact same thing. The decision comes from what the use case is. And it should always tie back to what the user goal is and their context. When considering implicit versus explicit confirmation, it's really about, is the user feeling heard? But when in doubt, use explicit with older adults, especially for early users. Be brief, be concise. It's really about letting them know that they were heard. Expect to handle bargains and really take a look at the data to decipher why the bargain is happening. Is it because of scripting or the system or not allowing enough time for a user to respond? Or is it just the user? Data will identify different patterns. So with all of these, just a reminder to make sure you're capturing data and you're ready to make data-driven decisions. And do be aware, because many use template phrasing, that sometimes that phrasing is misinterpreted, especially for those who might have some hearing loss. Play everything out loud in testing, every word, every phrase, every sentence, every turn. And that brings us to testing. I think we need more out-of-the-box thinking with testing. There's some great tools out there for automated testing. But if you're unable to test live with real people, with real older adults, there's ways to simulate some things. You can simulate how, for example, a low vision individual might interact with your multimodal voice experience. How do you do that? Role play with sunglasses on. And even put a black dot in the middle of the glasses to simulate the vision loss with macular degeneration. You can use earplugs to muffle sound. There are methodologies to follow when we test, and they're very important so that your data is valid. But don't shy away from letting your creativity out so you can find edge cases. And you can minimize the possibility of excluding, accidentally, a portion of audience. No matter what your role or what function you perform within the voice experience world as a creator, whether it be a developer, designer, content writer, it's so important to understand the why, to understand the importance of A/B testing. Because everyone speaks so differently, A/B testing right from the first script through post-publication of a voice app is one of the most beneficial things that we can do. And then rely on that data that you're capturing to drive decisions. For multimodal, my recommendation is follow the accessibility guidelines for visuals. For older adults, be sure, large images, high contrast text, and be overly obvious. Provide sound cues or visual markers so that the user knows when it's their turn to speak and when you're listening to them. Now, there is one huge challenge for voice assistants, and specifically the elderly, the oldest old. Device setup and onboarding of the device. As a creator, whether it's as a developer, designer, voice company, brand, be aware a family member typically assists with the device setup and onboarding to the device. Now, my hope is we will soon see something like mobile device management software, so a family member can push a pre-configured profile to a voice assistant with all the settings already set up for their loved one. But in the meantime, as creators, the device user is not the only user that we meet when we create third-party voice experiences. So we're often interacting with the family. So that's really just a note to market to all parties who might be involved for the discovery of your fantastic voice app. So to wrap up and summarize, we want to understand our users, determine a real problem, need, or want, Set expectations before the build. Know what you want success to look like so that you can see measurable outcomes. And you also capture subjective outcomes. Focus on high quality content and high quality delivery of that content. And then let data drive your decisions. So I want to thank everybody for listening. Go create something great. And please, please, please leave no older adult behind. Thank you.
Hey, everybody, and welcome to my presentation. My name is Dave Kemp, and I'm going to be talking about hearables and how they sort of intersect with voice technology. So I am with Oak Tree Products. That's the name of our company. We are a distributor of clinical supplies and assistive listening devices to the hearing healthcare professional. So think, audiologists, ENT doctors, anybody that dispenses hearing aids tends to buy a lot of their goods from Oak Tree. And so therefore, we kind of sit at this unique sort of position within our industry where we are constantly working with all the different vendors in the industry, all the manufacturers, but also all the professionals who are the ones that are dispensing these devices to the end user, to the hearing loss community. And I've joined Oak Tree in 2016, and I kind of made it my mission to help to bridge some of the knowledge gap between the world of technology and the hearing aid industry. And the thing is, the hearing aid industry is actually really high tech because hearing aids are like the most sophisticated type of wearable out there. So I launched my blog Future Ear in 2017. And this is a blog that I've been writing, different stories on all the different use cases that today's hearing aids can support and some of the future use cases that I believe they'll be able to support here in the not too distant future. And that led me to the voice community and the voice technology space because I realized that voice assistants will be a hugely integral part of the future of hearing aids. I believe hearing aids will play home to the voice assistant, and that folks with hearing loss that wear hearing aids and consumer hearable devices, think AirPods, will be using voice as sort of a UI, and voice assistants will even sort of act as the operating system, if you will. And so I have a podcast now where I've been doing lots of interviews, both with people within my industry, people in the voice space, and then people in all these different peripheral areas that I've been covering. So to get started here, let's actually define what hearables are, right? So if we think about wearables as body-worn computers, you can think hearables are ear-worn computers. So I've just listed some different examples here of some of the modern day hearables that are on the market. And if we want to take it a step further, IDC, the International Data Center, they've defined hearables as the following things here. And I've highlighted voice assistants because, obviously this is going to be a very voice-oriented talk. But I wanted to just highlight that these are what a research firm that puts out a lot of different data, tracking market share and such. This is how they define what an actual hearable is. So basically, with regard to voice assistant enabled earbuds and over-the-ear headphones, that's going to be the ones that we're really focusing on today. So to really kind of get an understanding of when the hearables market started to kind of form, you need to really recognize that Bluetooth was at the core of it. So when Bluetooth started to really take off, it enabled these truly wireless, sophisticated, intelligent devices to exist. And so it was, in the summer of 2016 when we first saw Bluetooth headphone sales surpass non-Bluetooth headphone sales, which is funny because not long after, Apple made the announcement where they were being courageous about removing the headphone jack in the launch of the iPhone 7. But in reality, they knew what the trend was looking like, that people were adopting Bluetooth devices, and therefore the AirPods were a safe bet that people were probably going to be comfortable with this type of Bluetooth device. And speaking of AirPods, I think AirPods are a really good barometer of the success of this, particular niche in the wearables market. AirPods are tremendously successful from a customer satisfaction standpoint. About 98% of AirPods consumers reported that they are either satisfied or very satisfied with their devices. This was for the first generation AirPods, so I would imagine that for AirPods Pro, it's probably as high, if not even higher. Looking at some of the numbers, I think it's important to point out just how massive the growth is right now within this space. So if you look at some of these numbers here, you can see, the year-over-year quarterly market share trends. Apple in one quarter alone sold 15.9 million devices. Amongst all of the different manufacturers, about 31.8 million were sold just in the second quarter of 2019, so about a year ago. And look at some of these different year-over-year growth percentages over here. So the total market grew by 250%. So, now that you're starting to notice when you're walking through an airport, walking through a busy train terminal, or at least pre-COVID, you're seeing people that are all wearing earbuds today. And so these numbers reflect what you're probably seeing in real life, which is that everybody is seemingly shifting to Bluetooth devices and more or less hearable devices, because a lot of these have the criteria to match, what constitutes a hearable. And so this has been something that I've been thinking a lot about for a while now. Going back to 2017, I wrote a post here called A Journey to the Center of the Ear. And really the whole idea was, as you can kind of see, I have these little cartoons representing each voice assistant. I thought that, wouldn't it eventually make sense as we become more dependent on our voice assistants, and you kind of go back to like what Brett Kinsella always says at VoiceBot, how smart speakers are kind of like training wheels, and how you get comfortable with using the device and using voice as a modality. And then eventually what happens is you start to become more and more dependent on them. And I thought, well, at a certain point, would you get so dependent that you would actually want it on your person at all times? And because I'm in the hearing aid industry, I thought, well, what better of a device than a hearing aid, right? Or AirPods, these devices as your main access point to your voice assistant. And so what's really exciting for me personally is that, across the last about a year and a half, we've just started to really see this materialize. So you go back to March 8th of 2019, Samsung launches its Galaxy Buds, which obviously play host to Bixby. They've actually done a really surprising, a good job. They've captured 10% of the hearables market share in less than a year. So, kind of went from nothing to 10%. A large part of that was aided by the Galaxy S10 launch, which included a pair of these. But I do think that Galaxy Buds are one of the most formidable foes to AirPods out there. And I'm really excited to see what comes from Samsung over the years. Amazon Echo Buds are at their infancy, but I think it's really important that, Amazon does have hardware, beyond just the smart speakers. We're now starting to see different wearable devices. They introduced a Ring, and they've also introduced the Echo Buds. And I think that these are going to be really interesting to see how they evolve as Alexa matures. I think there's going to be some really interesting use cases that are very Alexa specific. Not long after, you had actually a day after or the same day, I think it was October 30th for both. You had Apple launch Apple AirPods Pro, and these are my main headphones that I use, my main hearables. They're really, really good. I mean, they have active noise cancellation built in. They're pretty much sweat and water resistant for the most part. And they have the H1 chip. And the H1 chip's really significant because it really indicates that Apple has deviated its chips manufacturing from where before it was just, for the W1 chip and the W series chip, which powered all of the wearables. They actually delineated one specific type of chip called the H1 chip, specific to AirPods. So AirPods have their own dedicated chip within Apple, which I think is a pretty telling sign that Apple has some really large ambitions for AirPods if they've dedicated its own chip to them. Not to be outdone, Google Pixel Buds are interesting. The first version had a lot of flaws with them. I've heard some people really did like them though, but I know from a hardware standpoint, they had some flaws. They also had a string that tethered the two, so they weren't quite truly wireless devices, but their second generation buds seem to be a lot better. And I've been on the record for saying that I think that the biggest challenge to AirPods won't necessarily be Pixel Buds, but I think it's going to be a Google Assistant oriented type of hearable. And the reason I believe that is that Google Assistant is just such a sophisticated type of voice assistant, and I think it's increasingly growing its gap amongst some of its competition. So I think it's going to be really interesting to see some of the different maybe third-party devices that integrate Google Assistant very tightly into them, and see what that sort of eventually looks like as you have a true, voice assistant at the caliber of Google Assistant in your ear at all times. And then another really interesting one is Microsoft Surface Buds. These came out just last month. And what I find interesting about Cortana and about Microsoft Surface Buds is that they're really looking at these as like an enterprise tool and using them as a productivity layer. And so I think that this idea where you might actually own a pair of AirPods as your all-purpose hearable, but then when you're in the office, there might actually be a lot of use cases where you would find Surface Buds quite compelling in a particular work environment if it's super, super integrated into the broader Microsoft suite. So I would definitely keep an eye on what Microsoft does with its Surface earbuds. Not, to neglect the third-party market. There's a lot of really cool third-party devices out there. I mean, I've just listed a few here. Nuheara IQ Buds 2 Max. What's really interesting about these is they're targeting the hearing amplification market, and they're doing it through some really sophisticated ways. They use this ear ID match, which you basically take a hearing test through an app, and then it will calibrate the device to your actual hearing profile. Everybody has a different ear ID, a different ear print, if you will, and therefore you can customize both from an ambient standpoint, so it functions sort of like a hearing aid would, but also some of the sound that comes through digitally as well. Jabra Elite 75T, these are really, really cool too. All of these that I have listed here are compatible with at least 2 or more voice assistants. And I think it's interesting to see like kind of the different specialty factors that each one's honing in on. If you're a huge fitness nut, you might be compelled to use the Jabra Elite 75T. If you might have a bit of a hearing loss, Nuheara's IQ Bud 2 Max might be really good. Bose, if you travel a whole lot and you like the over-the-ear headphones and you want high quality noise cancellation, but you do want that access to a voice assistant, that might be a really good option for you. So what we're seeing is we're kind of seeing like a standardization of voice assistant compatibility, I think, across the market. And then at the same time, you're seeing specialization kind of around the hardware, looking at some of the different specialty type things that you can do based on the emphasis that the manufacturer places on some of the different hardware specs. For me personally, like I said, being in the hearing aid industry, I'm very focused on how this all comes about into the world of hearing aids. And what's really exciting is that we're actually starting to really see this in the hearing aid market. There are all kinds of different integrations all the way down at the mobile accessory kit level so that developers can actually build these in, whether it be integrated into the hardware itself. Some hearing aids on the market have tap access where you just press a button. Others will be able to use the microphone on the hearing aid, which will wake up the device in your pocket. I have a clip here that I'll show you from my buddy Andy Bellavia using it that way. But ultimately, I think this just shows that we're kind of getting to the point where we're having voice assistant access in just about any hearable device out. So here we are, voice first hearables are here. I think it's safe to say that now. I mean, they've been now on the market for about a year and a half, some quite a bit longer before that. But like I said, the standardization, I think, is what is worth really pointing out. And this is now where the fun stuff really begins to happen, I think, because now we can start to really combine all of the unique things that create, that entail a hearable combined with a voice assistant, in ways that aren't necessarily as conducive with something like a stationary smart speaker. And finally, before I move on to the next portion, I just want to kind of give you a little bit more of a glimpse into how big the hearables market is really projected to be. You can just see that the millions of pairs of devices is creeping up to 150 million devices now. I actually think it's going to far exceed that this year, because I think that with everybody working from home, along with having a good solid video camera, a good microphone, I think earbuds are another really important thing to have. And I think that it's just like, well, I think I probably need to get those AirPods or those, any of the third-party manufactured devices or Pixel Buds, whatever it might be. I just think these things are making more and more sense as time goes on. So what comes next, right? I think that's the fun question that we always wonder. And for me, one of the things that I've been thinking a lot about is this whole idea of combining something that's really unique with hearables and something that's, a way in which that would play into a voice assistant. And for me, I think that, particularly in light of COVID, I think biometric sensors have the potential to completely transform the way that we think about wearable devices, broadly speaking, right? You think about, Fitbits, they started out as a step tracker. Now what they're kind of graduating into are maybe even looking like things that are illness trackers, right? Like sickness trackers, where they can detect anomalies in your health data days, maybe even weeks before you're showing symptoms, just based on some of the different metrics and the anomalies in those metrics that are being benchmarked against the longitudinal data set that you're constantly adding to and logging every single day that you're wearing something like an Apple Watch, a Fitbit, or you're wearing something in your ears that are outfitted with the same type of biometric sensors. And that's what's really cool, is that in the last year and a half, we've actually seen some pretty landmark moments with regard to biometric sensor integration into hearables. For example, we saw the first receiver in the canal hearing aid, it's the most popular type of hearing aid, and it's also one of the smallest wearable devices out there. We saw one of these be fit with a biometric sensor on it just last year. So think about this over the course of the next 3 to 5 years. In the same way that we've kind of seen a standardization of the voice assistant compatibility and integration in hearable devices, I think what we're also going to see is a standardization of biometric sensors into these devices as well. We can see different use cases such as fitness tracking in the same way, again, like a Fitbit would do. What's cool is fall detection might be a really helpful one. You think about older adults that are very prone to falls, and falls can be quite deadly. Because they're not able to alert anyone to the fact that they've fallen down. Maybe they've broken a hip or something like this. You can basically build like a life alert type functionality into today's hearing aids or earbuds so that you could detect those types of things. Heart rate's going to be another really big one, and all of the sort of derivatives of heart rate, such as like heart rate variability, blood oxidation. We're now actually able to capture things like blood pressure. In some of the podcasts that I've done about these topics, what I've really learned is that the way that we're able to gather these new metrics is actually all around the machine learning techniques that are being innovated upon. That's where a lot of the innovation comes from within this space. And you can see that there are more and more metrics that are being added, and therefore these things are becoming more and more sophisticated at detecting, like I said, threats to your health, so that you might actually be able to see, okay, I'm getting sick, or I'm getting a particular type of disease based on all of these different things that the device is looking out for. And one more point on this, because I think some people will say, well, why wouldn't I just record that all on my wrist? Well, the really unique thing about ears, and again, I know a lot about ears because I work in this industry, so I'm being told things all the time about how amazing the ear is from a physiological standpoint. It's a super unique part of the body. First off, it's largely comprised of cartilage, meaning that there's not a lot of bone. And bone is bad for things like the optical readouts in laser scatter and things like that. Very, very nerdy technical things, but they do make a big difference. There's actually a lot of different biometrics that you can capture in the ear that you can't really capture on the wrist. For example, your tympanic membrane resides in your ear. This is what radiates your body temperature, right? So it radiates heat. And so you can capture your body temperature. Again, if we're looking at things like where in today's day and age with COVID, if you have to walk in and you got to get your temperature test taken to walk into a store, what if you just had the ability to have it read through your AirPods or through any of your different third-party devices, whatever, that's outfitted with one of these, where it can just show up on your Apple Watch or something like that as just a green check mark saying you're good to go. It doesn't even have to share any of your information or anything. It will just be able to prove that you do not have a fever at that moment. It's also exposed both in and out of your body, so it can capture, it can detect pathogens out in the air, and it can detect things in your own body. And it's actually got a lot of existing use cases today, right? You think about how often you use your earbuds, like I mentioned earlier, for podcasting, for listening to music, whatever it might be, communicating with a voice assistant. There's just a lot of high compliance. You can imagine that people will wear these for long periods of time. And I think we need to think about this transition of hearables that can be used as preventative health tools. We've already seen this with the Apple Watch, right? We've seen like Apple Watch detects a serious heart condition and saves another man's life and all these different things. And this from on the left is what my Apple Health looks like without my Apple Watch, and on the right is with my Apple Watch. And you can just see that we're getting a more robust data set in our data repositories like Apple Health. Okay, so how does this all kind of tie into voice? And sorry, one more point before I get into that. Here's the health app, and you can see that it's being integrated into like the broader EMR. And so I'm really excited about this concept that I've termed as Nurse Siri. I worked with Dr. Terry Fisher in the group at HIMSS to write a chapter on this whole idea. And basically the way to boil it down, I wrote a chapter for the book Voice in Healthcare on this topic called Nurse Siri. And really the whole way to boil this thing down is think of your wearable device as a data monitor, right? As a capturing device of your metrics. And so it's constantly logging all this information, logging, storing all this information. But for you and I, we might not really be aware of what is being captured in there. We're thinking like, okay, so what does this information mean? It's great that I'm capturing all this, but I still need to know what this means. That's where I think the voice assistant can come into play and be really, really interesting here, because think about it for a second. It's not necessarily just Nurse Siri. It could be Coach Siri. It could be Health Nutritionist Siri, where in the example of Nurse Siri, it might actually be using all that data to look, using like machine learning to say, okay, we're detecting some anomalies in your data. We're seeing that you've spiked a fever, your heart rate's way up compared to where it normally is. Your blood oxidation levels are quite a bit different than what they normally are. There's probably something funky going on. We need to get you into a doctor. I might not even be feeling anything yet, but my Siri device or, my Alexa device, it doesn't have to be Siri. I just use that as a catch-all, could be alerting you to threats in your health. Same thing with like nutrition. You could be, eating and just logging it as you go. Hey, Alexa, I just had a pint of, Ben and Jerry's ice cream. And so it can see then from a physiological level, from my wearable data, what that actually did to my body. Like how did my body respond to that? Were there huge spikes in glucose levels? I think this is just a really interesting way that the voice assistant can work in simpatico with a lot of the data that's being captured by these body-worn devices. That's what I think is so unique, is that these things are worn on your body all the time, and they're collecting information about you that is, maybe hadn't been collected before. You think about like this idea of a longitudinal data set. How often do you, capture your heart rate or your blood pressure if you're not wearing a wearable? Chances are it's probably only going to be those 2 or 3 times that you go see a physician each year. Now, if you're wearing a hearing aid, you're wearing a pair of AirPods with these types of sensors in them, You might be wearing them for 7, 10, 15 hours a day, capturing it on the minute every single hour, creating a really robust data set, again, that the voice assistant can start to benchmark against and give you actionable insight, give you relevant things that you might be really, that you might find really compelling from that. And so ultimately, this is kind of how I view the world of hearing aids, but also the world of consumer hearables too, is that they're multi-use devices and those uses are just growing and growing and growing. I might be primarily wearing a pair of hearing aids or, for hearing augmentation. Like I don't hear well, so I need to amplify the sounds around me. But as a secondary use case, it's also capturing all this information. So it's alerting me to, different threats in my health. I use my voice assistant in there. So I'm constantly communicating with Alexa or Siri or Google Assistant or whatever to control all the apps in my phone, to work with the different data that's being captured from my wearable, from the sensors in there. So that's how I'm viewing all this, is that we're going to start to see these really exciting new use cases that have only recently been enabled start to kind of work in conjunction with each other. And I think through the combination of some of these different use cases, I'm really excited for all of these different things to come. So that's all I got. I hope that you enjoyed this. This was only a short 25-minute presentation, but I talk a lot about this on my podcast, Future Ear Radio. I would love for you to subscribe, tune in, just let me know what you think. I blog about this stuff all the time. I tweet about it all the time. So if this is up your alley, hearables, voice technology, the combination of the two, biometric data, wearables, all this stuff, I talk about it constantly, and I would love to engage with you and hear your thoughts on this space, because there's a lot of different nuances and a lot of different ways in which this data can be used and these use cases can be used. And I'm always thinking about, what ways can this all kind of work together, and I would love to.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending where you are in the world watching us today. It's a great pleasure to be here. My name is David Hafetz. I am a Vice President of Mobile and Web Application Development at Prudential Financial in Newark, New Jersey in the US. I'm very excited to be asked to have the opportunity today to moderate a panel on digital accessibility and voice. I want to just call out a couple of things as we get going. This is a pre-recorded panel. Today is actually Thursday, June 4th. These are very challenging times here in the U.S. We are seeing the social challenges behind racial inequities and injustice making themselves known on top of the crisis we're already facing with COVID and economic disparity in the country and in the world for that matter. So we wanted to make sure that everyone is aware that today's topic is digital accessibility. And we understand that accessibility is a topic for people of all backgrounds. And we feel very strongly that voice in particular is a technology that offers a medium for change for opportunity, for equality, and we intend to address that in some of our comments today. I've asked each of the panelists to reflect that in their responses to the question I've asked, and we will spend some time at the end of the panel focusing particularly on the current issue and how we see the correlation we see between the work we do in digital accessibility and the social issues of the day. I'm joined today by panelist Carissa Merrill. Carissa is an experienced architect at US Bank, responsible for accessibility and inclusive design. Brooke McCall. Brooke is the director of the Tech Access Initiative at the United Spinal. And finally, Thomas Chappell, who works with me at Prudential. Thomas is an analyst in our data technology solutions. To start, in your introduction in the work you're doing, could you talk about what's the most exciting thing in voice design that you're doing yourself as it applies to accessibility, and also what's the most exciting thing you're seeing in the industry, in the space of voice for accessibility? So Carissa, if you could open up with that, we'd love to hear from you first.
Sure. So I will say the coolest thing that I think we're working on with voice and accessibility at US Bank is we are really building up and ramping up our inclusive research and usability testing practices. So our voice team has been really proactive in bringing people in with people with backgrounds that have like blind, low vision, cognitive considerations, physical and hearing considerations into our usability testing. And that's been incredibly beneficial just so that we can incorporate those findings and that feedback to really design with people in an inclusive mindset, as well as being sensitive to socioeconomic background. So I think like that's something that, I'm incredibly passionate about, our team is incredibly passionate about, and I think it's really exciting and really does make really solid, great products for everyone. Some of the things that I'm really excited about seeing in the marketplace, I think we're going to talk about this a little bit later, is basically we really need to be conscious of how things are built and who they're built for in terms of establishing like what the success criteria is, like how we define success in terms of systems. So something that I think is really interesting is how there are different tools to make more robust speech technology, which, as we know, and like you said so greatly, David, is a great equalizer and democratizes information. The thing that I think are really cool are things like Voice It, which is it maps, atypical speech patterns into making more robust platforms in terms of translating speech to text so that we can leverage those systems that voice is built on. Another one is Verboso, which is gamifying speech therapy. So just like how we can really like meet people where they are and where their interests are and make like that incentivizing and using like that cognitive science in terms of like making things more engaging, more delightful, and really like expanding that realm, and also the neuromuscular devices. So really anything that can like broaden the scope of how we think of, voice per se, and really like leveraging those technologies. Like those are the things that I'm really, really excited about right now.
Thanks, Carissa. I mean, that's a perfect lead in for Brooke on that note. So why don't you pick up right where you left off?
Of course, yeah. I am not a designer myself. With United Spinal Association, my role is really activating the voices of our community. So we are people with disabilities or allies of the community, and I myself am a quadriplegic. I am a higher level injury, so I actually am myself hands-free. Voice has been, what do you want to say? Somewhat of my savior. It has given me so much power over the last 17 years since I lost my ability to, interact with the world using my hands. And with voice, I was able to go back to school, graduate from grad school, and actually have my master's in public health. And that led me to really embracing quality of life. I moved away from just focusing on health. I wanted to help people thrive in all senses of the word. And somehow that ended up, leading me to the tech world. And really, that's been huge. And what I want to do with the program that we are facilitating is make sure that folks with disabilities are thought leaders in this realm. And we have so many insights of, what's going on, what we need, and we want to make sure that gets directly to those of you who are designing and coming up with new tech products and services that allow us to use our voice when sometimes we aren't able to use our hands. I think that's the biggest thing for me that is exciting is really just how universal some of these voice products are. So many things that are being embraced by the, all of the population are things that have been truly life-changing for myself and others in my community. So I guess, when it comes to environmental controls and virtual assistants, things like that, I would say every little bit that is being developed, things like what Carissa is speaking of. I do have a lot of people in my community who have augmented or have speech that isn't traditional, or their voices are not strong. And the fact that we have folks working on tools for them to elevate their ability to communicate, to share their experiences, and then, like I said, to actually give feedback directly on the work you're doing is something that just thrills me.
Brooke, I do want to come back to you in a moment after Thomas introduces himself. It's what's fascinating to me is you talked about voice for 17 years, and it's very easy to think of voice as what we know now as digital assistants. So Thomas, please.
Right, yeah, it's great that you mentioned voice. Obviously that word for me has a lot of meaning because voice itself, it has the ability to empower others. So for example, myself as a deaf person, I don't physically use my voice, but I can still have a voice. So voice and technology is very important to me because it provides equality, it provides communication access for me. And at Prudential, we do have a technology program called the ADA-PT. And that provides, it's a business resource group. So that provides new technology for people, and it spreads out to other areas, to other associates. It applies for everybody. So I'm really excited to be working on the two things as well. The AVA, the voice to text feature, automatic captionings, which I use all the time for meetings. I can use technology. For example, I can do a call in to a conference, and I can do an apply in for Zoom. It applies for WebEx and Enterprise Excel. So AVA, it helps me to disconnect with everything, to connect everything from Prudential. So for example, if I can have that anywhere. So I could use, for example, I could use services at any time, and I don't have to do something like, I don't have to make a request for them. The second thing would be the ARIA, or ERA. That's for low vision technology. For example, a person would connect their phone to an app that they could use as a video. So they can record something and that would connect to you as well, to a live interpreter or a translator. So that interpreter would then see what the background is. They could see the environment through the video, and then a person who is blind or has low vision needs would be able to take advantage of that service and have things explained to them. So for voice technology, it's the one thing that I'm looking forward to because it seems very simple, but there's another company I'm talking about called C-Sound. And there's two people in charge of that, Grayson and Spencer. So for example, it's a plug-in device where you would plug into your wall. And for example, it would hear a voice, it would hear a sound and environmental noise in your house. And then it would give you a warning on your phone. So for example, if someone's talking, or if you hear a faucet dripping, right? Or someone's pushing the doorbell, it's easy to forget. For example, if you leave your faucet on, or if you leave that running, then, and you have this plugged in, it would say on your phone, like, hey, there's something going on in your house, and it'll give you notifications. So it's kind of watching out for you in that sense.
In just simple terms, my question for you, the three of you, is why voice and why now? Why is voice the differentiator here that can bring us closer to equity when we have, there's so many technologies out there. There's machine learning, there's cognitive computing is one, there's virtualization. So you can go into mobile technologies, you can go into any number of spaces and fields. But in some ways, voice represents the tip of the tip of the spear, and that it correlates those. So could each of you talk about that, and Brooke, specifically your experience over these 17 years and how you're seeing that evolution occur, and what difference it's made now?
Sure. I can definitely speak to the early days. Right after my accident, I was introduced just to Dragon Naturally Speaking as really my only choice of access to my computer. Prior to my injury, I was in college and very I felt like I was pretty tech savvy and very well connected. I could use IMing and email to interact with friends from across the country. And after my accident, I couldn't even check my email for 3 months. So I was introduced to Dragon Naturally Speaking in a very basic way. My therapist knew of it, but they were definitely not relying on it. And the first time I checked my email, it took me an hour, and I cried because that's how frustrating it was. But when I got back home, I learned because I had to, and I used a mouse grid feature similar to some of the features that we use now that have been, I learned, and it took some time. And like I said, I went back to school, I finished school at UCSD, went to grad school, all using Dragon on my own. I do not like help using the computer. And I've been voice dedicated this whole time. I had early cell phones with magic word dialing, some that were quite frustrating, where I had to have an earbud in my ear, and I would be dialing people at random times, and they had no idea that I was calling and leaving messages, and it got awkward at times. And I've seen the evolution, and I've seen how far we've come, and now I can do so many things. And I have other options. I use a mouth mouse. I can use switch control for various platforms, but I am dedicated to voice. I have other friends that have similar abilities that they heckle me. They say, no, you should be using this. And I like voice. It's something that works for me. I love the fact that at this point there's so many options for me and folks in my community. And that's not just people who aren't able to use their hands. That's folks that it's hard to transfer in and out of bed, so they're able to use environmental controls in their homes where they're not putting themselves at risk from transferring into their wheelchair and risking falls, and just ease of use and safety, where we're able to see our worlds. And like you said, it's a universality that this has rewarded us, and it's an ease.
No, that's a fantastic. I appreciate that, Brooke. Just as it's hard for me to put my shoes in, put myself in someone else's shoes who comes from a different background. I work in the space of accessibility, but I have full use of my arms and legs. So to hear it from your perspective and understand that is very important. I'm sure Chris will add to that, in being responsible for accessibility design and what that means in terms of in architecture. Let me just move over to Thomas for a similar kind of question. Thomas, what was it like? How has voice changed what you're able to do? You said that voice technology has given you a voice, but it hasn't been here for your whole life. So tell us the same thing. Why now? What's voice doing for us now?
Yeah, sure. So for me, voice technology, it hasn't been around me. When I was growing up, I didn't have a lot of accessibility to things like that. I would use interpreters, and that was kind of it. Writing back and forth on pieces of paper, trying to gesture with people, things like that. So those are my options before. Once I got into college, voice technology started to kind of take off a little bit. So I would use that more, still periodically though. So now I'm in a position where I could directly use my voice as myself if I would like to, because I could type. I could type my own words, and it would just be a voice for me. Some people do rely on that. For me, voice is more of, it would be an ideal situation. It's not an ideal situation. It would be something, for example, if I'm in a conference and I don't have an interpreter there, right? I can rely on the voice technology. I could use that. For me, it would be easier to use. For example, if there's something very complicated, really technologically in-depth workshop, something that's difficult to have just any old interpreter do, it would be difficult if an interpreter's never interpreted that concept before, it could be very challenging. And sometimes you only meet them 5 minutes before the assignment. So if I use a voice to text kind of a technology, it would be easier for me to understand. Captioning as well, that's made a big difference in my life. For socializing, that it applies there too. For example, if I go out to buy food and I'm chatting with someone, voice technology, it's free, it's easy to use. Instead of having an interpreter with me all of the time, it provides me with some more independence. And it does impact our society as well, and the deaf community as well, feeling that independence, feeling like we have options, and having the ability to make a decision that fits you best.
So thank you, Thomas and Brooke. That's fantastic. Carissa, my understanding is this is you design and you consider your architecture with the needs of Brooke and Thomas and many others in mind. So can you talk about how you bring that process forward? How do you take that end state requirement and bring accessibility into the design and architecture process, whether it be voice or other platforms, but in this case, particular voice, and what are some of the key tenets to being able to do that and move the ball forward on accessibility?
So I think circling back to bringing people in and really like moving accessibility and inclusive design practices into the forefront and really starting with that. So really from, what the business line defines as the definition of done, and then having those inclusive practices built out of like really incorporating and building with people of diverse backgrounds and diverse needs. So whether it's different accessibility considerations or different socioeconomic backgrounds, I think it's really important to be cognizant of the diversity as like we build these solutions, and then also having those people involved in the design process, the testing process, and then being very open to feedback, and also being aware of the fact of like how do we define success, because like as we think about all of the content that goes in, all of the visual designs, if we're thinking of a multimodal interface, but content especially as we think of like voice forward technologies, how are we being inclusive to that in terms of like how people speak, keeping things like very simple to understand, which is I think something that we can speak to in the fact that like when we build for accessibility, we're being comprehensive of everyone. So for instance, if we're thinking of cognitive considerations in designing something to be really easy to understand for people with cognitive considerations, that's also really important for people with situational or temporary disabilities. So situational would be something like where we're at with like the COVID situation, and we have like crisis fatigue, and people get something like tunnel vision, so it's more difficult to make decisions and to process complex information. And so just knowing that as we build accessibility considerations into our processes from the definition of done from the first set all the way through QE, and making sure that we have good development and semantic practices, it really does create more robust, meaningful solutions that positively impact everyone.
Really succinct and good advice for the community. One thing that came up, so we looked at it in that last sequence, where Thomas talked about, voice technology give him a voice. And Brooke, you talked about how it's open to feel enabled to go to grad school. And Carissa, you talked about how you bring that forward into the design process. But how do you really make sure that voice is the great equalizer? How do you take into consideration socioeconomic needs? How do you take into consideration physical accessibility needs? How do you take in cognitive needs? How do you take in anything else that might be on the spectrum in terms of accessibility? It's very broad. And Thomas, you said, and I'll start with you. You gave the keynote at last year's voice conference, and you started with a statement: if you can design for me, you can design for anyone. So maybe you could touch on that. What does it mean to leverage voice as an equalizer? How do you go beyond your own circumstances to make sure that you're reaching out and providing that access that everybody needs?
So I would say, if I could design for me is design for anyone. That means, if you're designing for the general population, and you have to solve issues for myself as well. And if that could be applied to anybody. So for example, if they're already there and they could take advantage of that. So when I'm relating that to social inequality and injustice, from my experience, I help to teach volunteer in a class as a class assistant at a tech high school in Newark, New Jersey. And we have 13 deaf students there currently. And that's in a mainstream classroom with hearing students as well. And that's already an underserved population. Means they already don't have equal access and opportunities as other people. So they're already underserved. And then on top of that, they already have a disability. So they're even more underserved and have even less access. So there's a huge gap there. We need to figure out how we can close that gap. So accessibility, that would be the answer. Not just tech, but in general accessibility as well. More economic opportunities, more experiential opportunities, internship opportunities, educational opportunities. How can we improve their opportunities as a whole so that they can have access to tech? That would be great. And they have from very diverse accessibility needs, and it needs to be individualized to fit several of them. Several of them can use their voice.
Thank you, Thomas. And Brooke, would you like to build on that? I mean, you're an advocate for the United Spinal Association, but it doesn't stop there. So how do you do that in your advocacy work?
Yeah, no, this is just like a topic. Yes, like you said, we could speak for hours on. In my world, in the world of disability, of course, disability does not discriminate in any way. Anyone can have a disability, and many of us at some point in our life will experience a disability. And so it's really important to be mindful. In my work, we really are focused as advocates on all levels, whether that's working towards policy and innovation, and actually trying to advocate legislatively for that, or actually, like I mentioned, a big part of our work is just connecting directly with designers and industry partners that we can leverage our voice and try to mainstream some of these products that can be so impactful in our lives. And like Thomas mentioned, they are the pathway to further employment, employment at all. Many people with disabilities do not see employment as part of their future, and that's completely unnecessary. I think with COVID-19 and the teleworking, life is changing. Our workplaces are going to be changing, and that's going to lead to further opportunities for many with disabilities, and voice is going to play a big role in that. For many, care has been very impacted. So a lot of people who experience paralysis or use wheelchairs and have disabilities rely on outside care, and a lot of that has been limited. And the role of voice products and environmental controls and various technologies have been huge when you can't have someone in your home to help you with some of those small things, like even getting in and out of doors using your voice, or connecting to your computer, or for me, rebooting my computer when I get stuck if there's no one at my home, because the one assistant I have is out running errands or doing what she needs to do. I can do more for myself, and having mainstreaming products and lowering those prices, closing those gaps, and getting people actually the devices to their homes and those technologies to them in a more easy way, in a way that's equitable, is just, it's huge. And I just have to laugh. I don't know if there's someone in the audience who knows. Early on, I was offered a product called Butler in the Box. I guess was an early equivalent to something like your smart speaker that we have in our homes that we can buy, at this point at a very much lower price point, and that is likely going to be relatively plug and play. Excuse me. So having that ease of use where I can just get that in a box, plug it in, and have a relatively easy time of getting that set up, even if I need to ask an assistant to do that for me, is huge. And making sure everyone who's involved in this process knows that. That Butler in a Box, I believe, costs somewhere upwards of $5,000 plus, and now we're getting things from a much lower price that can do quite a bit more. So the evolution is working, but just to be very mindful of all the implications of the technologies that we're developing.
Great. And Chris, again, once again, if you could incorporate you're doing this with design and architecture for the needs that Thomas and Brooke have so well, beautifully articulated here. So could you talk about it? And in your design, and accessibility and inclusivity is not limited to any one area either. So how do you do it in your work?
I think that something that comes to mind that is always like top of mind as we think that every system is perfectly designed to get the results that it gets. So right now we're seeing that the power of people calling for change and identifying that there have been exclusions and things and people being left out of really important conversations, and like Brooke has called out, that policy as well. I think it's really important that we build diversity into every aspect of design and every aspect of in accessibility too. And I think it's really important to, like, when we think about like how we're defining success and how we build that, it's really important to remember that, like, businesses are people. We are people designing them. We are people using them, using the technologies. And so if we really want to be inclusive and to make these solutions that are beneficial to everyone using these systems, that we need to be really cognizant of that, and also be aware too of just like when we have those mismatches, like the fault is on the system and not the person, because the person is excluded because of the system. So just being like incredibly cognizant of the fact that, for instance, like initial voice technology only worked on white men, and facial recognition, success was again on white faces. So just like being very cognizant of like, how do we measure success? How do we incorporate that data and feedback? And how do we be inclusive of that, whether it's, diversity in teams, which are proven to be more likely to check their own personal bias because of having diverse backgrounds to reference from. So yeah, so I guess like it's really important, like as we identify the fact that the fault lies with the systems and not the people that are being excluded, and that we need to be more inclusive of bringing people into those systems and reducing those barriers for all types of users, and especially making sure that something that Brooke mentioned as well is making things affordable and economically accessible for people, so that technology is easy to be leveraged for people of all different socioeconomic considerations. I think that's really important to point out.
Excellent. Like I said, I feel like we could go on. I'm learning a lot just from monitoring this panel, and I've had the great opportunity to speak to the three of you on many instances. So just let's wrap up. I heard some great themes. We started with voice as an equalizer, but you brought up I think I like what Chris has said in her last point, that we need to build diversity into accessibility and include inclusivity. It's a very broad area. We want to make sure that we're addressing, everyone. There's no reason that technology should ever be a barrier. So let me ask each of you, if you could just spend a minute in closing, what is the message you would like to deliver to our audience who's gathered from around the world for this conference day and listening in on accessibility?
I will say, I'm going to kind of sneak in a couple different things. I will say, like, the importance of, again, nothing about them without them. Like, when you're bringing people in, don't design for them, design with them. And also just realize that, like, we as designers should be really good at taking feedback. It's okay to make mistakes. There's a lot of grace associated with that. That doesn't mean that you don't try. And again, like, just like the importance, again, of like this social movement of just like knowing that people are making this change in a very important and very meaningful way, and businesses and corporations will respond and be responsive to that, as well as the people within those. And so just, I think really, again, I think it's just like knowing that we have an incredible amount of work to do, but the impetus and the onus is on everybody, not just like me with a background in accessibility, or me as a designer, but we have a really important voice in the room in terms of like being able to bring other voices in the room and to help them be represented by the systems that we create. So I guess like the summation would be, nothing about them without them, and don't be afraid of taking criticism. Just keep moving, keep learning, keep growing.
Thank you so much. I love that. Nothing about them without them. It's fantastic. And don't design for them, design with them, and whoever that them might be. Brooke, let me turn it to you.
Sure. I think just, I don't know, the overarching thought that would come to me is just that this right now is a time for listening. Just to anyone who lives differently than you do, to seek out those perspectives and to do what you can to make sure you're supporting what you're hearing. Anything we can do to create lasting change and build up skills and the voices of others. I think you all have, like David mentioned, really unique perspective and abilities that can really elevate these conversations. And I also encourage you, if you have a tech product or idea that is going to increase equity or to support and include others that have diverse perspectives and needs, make it happen. Talk to people, push for it, advocate for it. It's not always going to be the money maker, but it's incredibly impactful. And I think, from everyone I've ever heard that is participating in some of these inclusionary developments, it's really fulfilling. And I can say personally that it can mean the world to people who are using them.
Thank you, Brooke. I think, Brooke, you brought up one of the key word I heard from what you said is it's about listening. It's about listening to perspectives and use cases that are different from your own and incorporating those as much as possible and trying. Thomas, please, would you bring it home for us and tell us what would be your ask for the community?
So I think from listening to the two of you speak, I think I agree with you, especially with everything that's happening now. Awareness is key. We're here to educate. We're here to educate you. We're here to help you. And what's really important, I think, is to be aware of what's going on and don't lose that opportunity. If it's an increase in accessibility, there will also be an increase in access.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Carissa, Brooke, Thomas, and we hope that you
Welcome to Soapbox Labs. We are voice tech for kids, and we are laser focused on delivering world-class speech recognition for kids' voices ages 2 to 12 years old. Over the next few minutes, we will introduce you to the story of our company and our technology. We'll show you demos of our technology at work and introduce you to the experts who are responsible for delivering the world's most accurate and private speech recognition to clients in the entertainment and education industries globally.
Noticing how different a child's speech is. You're talking from age 3 up. The child is very physically different from an adult, I suppose is a good way to describe it, in that their vocal tracts are thinner, their vocal tracts are shorter, their vocal folds are smaller. And what happens in that is that the the signal, the voice signal, actually resides in different parts of the spectrum, where certainly the formant frequencies do. And then the speech behaviors are very different to an adult, right? So if you think about a 3-year-old or a 5-year-old or a 7-year-old or a 9-year-old, how they speak, they'll have different patterns of speech. They'll elongate, they'll over enunciate, they'll sing, they'll whisper, they'll shout, but they also don't tend to follow language rules either. So there's a whole series of aspects to this. It was never going to be a way that you just pull something off the shelf and you adapt it, or you take something that's been built for adults and you try and adapt it to work for kids, or you kind of hack it in there, or you add it as an afterthought. That's when it doesn't work.
Right.
So it's been our focus from the beginning to stay specifically focused on children, and know that our technology will perform, and we're not trying to, it performs adequately for adults. We've made sure that happens, but that's not the focus, and that's not where the accuracy that we've been very, very explicit and very laser focused for 6 years to develop. It's just been an underestimated problem. Even when we started out, to be honest, I thought it was going to be an easier problem to solve. Right. I understand now after 6 years why we stand alone in the market, head and shoulders above anybody else who even pertains to what we do, because it has taken that long, and it's taken 100 years experience, our team with 100 years of experience in speech recognition technology to deliver such accuracy to the market.
Umbrella. Umbrella.
Umbrella. Umbrella. Umbrella.
Soapbox Labs has spent 7 years laser focused on developing award-winning voice technology for kids, modeled on 2 to 12-year-old speech patterns and behaviors. Voice tech is a need for kids, not just a want. Buttons, menus, controllers, they're all too complicated for young and especially pre-literate kids to use. And when you think of it, from a kid's perspective, they're all just hacks. Voice is the natural interface. But the power of voice technology really comes into its own when it's put into an educational context, when it's used to help kids to learn English, for example, or learn to read. Soapbox Labs has built a solution that's accurate enough to assess kids during all stages of the reading journey, from letter sounds all the way to fluency and comprehension. It's that level of accuracy that makes companies like Microsoft proud to partner with us to tackle the global literacy crisis.
We believe AI can have a positive impact on areas like education, and we're super excited to be partnering with companies like Soapbox Labs.
As part of our literacy-focused partnership with Microsoft, we embarked on a short research study to demonstrate the efficacy of using speech recognition for early readers. The aim of this study was to help education companies who are interested in integrating our speech recognition with their tools and platforms to understand how voice technology can help early readers. The results of our study were positive and statistically significant.
When we're talking, and particularly in education, accuracy can't be a hit and miss. It can't be average. It can't be mediocre. The experiences, as I said, adults are having today with voice technology need to be mirrored. And what happened was that voice technology never really took off and never got that mass adoption until the accuracy was there. And we're experiencing this now with kids. It is with the technology Soapbox Labs have brought to market that we're actually seeing this tipping point. And now all of a sudden we're seeing people say, okay, now it's useful.
Can you tell Hush what this is? Can you say, this is a pencil?
This is a pencil. 你看我好高 happy.
Well done.
Nice job.
Try that once again.
It is lots of dogs. Try again. It is lots of fun. Yay! Old woman and a little old man.
Soapbox Labs is the leading speech recognition solution for kids because of our extremely high levels of accuracy. Let me show you why that's important and how it works. When we speak to clients who are building voice-enabled platforms for young children, we find that generally they need something beyond a straightforward transcription of the audio file. The use cases might be, for example, literacy, where they display a word or sentence for a child to read, and then they want to return a pronunciation score to the teacher. In other cases, they want to search within the child's response for a keyword or phrase that will trigger an action, for example, by an animated character, or trigger a particular dialogue branch of a conversational agent or a chatbot. Our verification software does all of this with high accuracy for speech by children as young as 3 years old, and it returns confidence scores right down to the individual phonemes or speech sounds that make up each word. Let me show you an example.
The horse ran fast.
With verification, the client uploads the audio as well as the text they're interested in verifying. Then we return an utterance score, and we can break it down to the word and the phoneme level. So for each word we return a score, and for each phoneme we return a score as well. You can see the Z sound in run scored low because the child under-articulated that part of the word. Here's another example that contains a word that's slightly outside the child's reading level.
This is a racket.
Here we can see that the child actually didn't say the word an, and therefore our system picked up on the fact that it wasn't said in the audio file. And this accuracy is something to note. You can give a good impression of accuracy by letting everything pass with flying colours, but that's not beneficial for anybody who actually wants accurate feedback on what was spoken. If you set the bar too low, you lead to lots of false positives, situations where you report that a child was correct when actually they didn't pronounce something as clearly as they could have. On the other hand, if you set the bar too high, you might penalise attempts that were actually correct. The Soapbox Labs system is capable of clearly and accurately discriminating between correct and incorrect attempts. And in fact, our system agrees with human annotators on this 95% of the time. Verification also works really well for multiple choice questions, command and control in gaming and robotics, and immersive conversational play. For any audio file, with a single request, we can search for 50 to 100 words or phrases simultaneously. Say you wanted to ask a child what their favourite animal was, and you had built out conversational dialogue for dog, horse, robot, and dinosaur. The child, in fact, says,
chicken.
We can search for all of these targets simultaneously, and you can see here that all of them return 0, except for chicken, which returned 100%. These data points can be fed back to the developer, who then triggers an action based on this information. Verification can also be used in scenarios where the child might have an open-ended response. In these situations, the client may only be interested in certain parts of the response. Take, for example, a comprehension test. The child has read a passage, say about a dog, and we want to check how much they understood by asking them to describe the dog. Now, many answers are acceptable, but we're just interested in whether they hit on the key points. So let us simultaneously search for black, white, red, and let's put in a phrase as well. Black spots. And the child says,
the dog has black spots.
We can see that we returned 100% for black. Very low scores for white and red. And black spots again came back 100%, and the full phrase, the dog has black spots, came back very highly scoring as well. This again shows how powerful the Soapbox Labs engine is. Its accuracy allows it to add real benefit to edtech, gaming, robotics platforms, and any other platforms where it's essential to accurately decipher child speech. Here is an example of our speech recognition in action.
The girl crouched barefoot on a moving raft. The boy stood silent and pushed it along in a slow current with a long bamboo pole. Mountains rose on all sides. The mountains are green, close by, blue, far off. Monkeys howled in the trees. Mist rose in the soft waves from the river. The boy wiped drops of rain from his face with a sleeve of his white linen shirt. His hair was soaked, and so was the shirt.
This is the transcription that our system produced of the audio file. The colours here indicate the confidence with which each word was recognised. One or two of these words are orange, indicating that the system was less confident about what was said for these words. All in all, it did a pretty good job of transcribing exactly what the child said. In fluency assessment, a child is asked to read a passage, and the number of words, substitutions, omissions, and insertions are recorded to calculate a fluency measurement of words correct per minute. Soapbox Labs Fluency uses accurate child speech recognition to automatically transcribe the child's reading attempt and calculate the fluency score. Here's an example of a child reading a passage.
The girl crouched barefoot on a moving raft. The boy stood silent and pushed it. His hair was soaked and so was the shirt.
Here our system has classified each word as correct, as a deletion, substitution, or an insertion. We've counted the number of words, the duration of the file, and from that calculated an accuracy and a words correct per minute score. So you can see that this child read the text particularly well, but I want to show you how the system handles deletions, substitutions, and insertions by creating a situation where the audio differs from the text. In this instance, we're going to work with that same audio file, but change the text that the child was supposed to read. So let's remove some of the middle of it.
The girl crouched barefoot on a moving raft. The boy stood silent and pushed it along in the slow current with a long linen shirt. His hair was soaked and so was the shirt.
So you can see here that we have a whole row of insertions marked in blue because the child said some text that actually wasn't in the reference text. Again, we have some substitutions that we made deliberately. And then the text that I added on in the end wasn't present in the audio file, so these are counted as deletions. These are all tallied up here at the bottom, and the accuracy is calculated, as are the words correct per minute.
If you think about what is privacy by design, it means respecting the individual privacy rights of the person throughout the engineering process, right? So for us, in terms of product design, we have to think about, well, how can we design a product that, for example, makes no attempts at any stage to identify the individual identity of the child? And if you think about that approach, it's almost like the reverse of what is out there currently in terms of voice assistants for adults. So voice assistants for adults rely on knowing who you are. You have to have an account in order to be able to start using the voice assistant. All of the data that is then collected is then associated with your account, associated to you, and it builds up a personal profile about you. What we're saying is that actually you can have the utility of that voice interface without needing to allocate or identify the individual or to associate personal data with that individual child.
What's your favorite color? Red. Cool.
I love farm animals. Let's talk about them. What's your favorite farm animal with 4 legs?
Horse.
Horses are so big and pretty.
Left. Up. Right. Dance.
The toy industry has waded into the area of voice technology many times in the past, but privacy concerns have always prevented mass adoption. With an on-device solution, it's very challenging to deliver to market, but it's also a massive game changer. With this new solution, Soapbox Labs will remove privacy concerns and unlock the toy industry for voice-enabled experiences for kids globally.
At Soapbox Labs, we've built a range of tools and services to make it easy for developers to quickly integrate and voice-enable their products, get these products to market and scale them globally.
Accessing our voice technology solutions is quick and simple. The Quick Start section of our documentation shows how simple it is to send requests to our web services using common tools such as curl. In the Quick Start section, you can see how to construct requests for both our speech-to-text and speech verification web services.
We found Soapbox and we approached you guys about giving it a try. And we said, we want to run some test data through it. But the fastest way to do that is we'll just put it in a couple of games on the platform, but not tell anybody. And we figured a few hundred children in a couple of days would hit those games and would send recordings in. But what actually happened was one mother in Taiwan found one of the games, and they enjoyed it so much that she took a video of her child using it and then posted it in one of our community groups for the Taiwanese families. And suddenly, I think, that day something like 800 requests came through. All these parents were so curious to see what was going on in this new game that they discovered. On a technical level, working with a well-built distributed cloud infrastructure with really easy to use API has been a pleasure for us. And combining technical products together like that is usually not as smooth as it has been. So, it's been
that's great.
It's been a fairly easy process.
What we see in every industry is a tipping point. And for voice-enabled toys, robots, games, in education, literacy and language learning tools, that tipping point is now. And we're really happy to be able to bring our Soapbox Labs voice technology for kids to market, and has now become the industry standard that's leading the way in terms of privacy and in accuracy.
My name is Dr. Chithra Durgam. I am so happy that you've joined me today to learn a little bit about Dental Flash Go, which I consider to be the future of dental education within the voice space. And I think you all would agree that voice is going to have a major effect on where we get our education, how we are entertained, and how we get by on a day-to-day basis. So understanding how different people are utilizing voice skills right now, I think is really interesting. I'm in private practice in North Bergen, New Jersey, and I'm co-founder of Dental Flash Go. I'm also developing a voice skill for my own personal brand that's going to be coming out, which is called Dr. Durgam. And I also create voice skills for celebrities who have more than 2 million followers on social media. And I really enjoy voice. I think all the work that I've done up to this point is going to help within the voice space. And I think a lot of people would probably agree that it's going to have a major effect on developing brands going forward. And I appreciate all of you joining me today to listen a little bit about my journey with Dental Flash Go. So I was featured in Gary Vaynerchuk's book, Crushing It, and it's because of my use of social media within my office. I consider myself to be a content creator in the greatest sense, because I really try to take advantage of all the platforms and what they offer and learn as time goes on how to adjust. And I feel like those skills have proven really well for me in developing voice skills. Dr. Taylor Brana is another co-founder who is a podcast host and serial entrepreneur, not to mention a physician. And Dr. Neil Desai, a physician, a book author, a voice influencer, and many people would say a great friend who's connected a lot of people within the voice community. A little bit about Dental Flash Go. Right now we have a team that we've developed. And interestingly, we have Shirley Zhang, who's a dental student. She's considered our Dental Flash Go lead right now. We also have 6 other students who are helping us with the content creation in terms of the questions. And we have 2 pre-dental students helping on the social media side, because as many of you probably know, when you develop a voice skill, you also need to have a strategy as to how you're going to market it and how, let people know about it. And some of that also has to do with educating people on what voice is to begin with. And so there's a whole strategy in my mind as to how that should happen. And then we have the 3 co-founders. Interestingly, many of us didn't meet before we came together with Dental Flash Go. And, you know, with all the students that are involved, we have found that meeting once a week has helped us quite a bit in developing this program, getting all of us connected really well. And some of the ways that we've did that is, you know, through virtual meetings where we share different information with each other. We had one episode where we, at the beginning, all shared a room within our house and told everyone in the chat a little bit about where we're at, what we're doing, and how the room we use on a daily basis. We all shared a photo on our phones to kind of get more connected. And then we also sometimes just share how we are feeling, you know, with COVID and so many other things that have been happening. It's been a real honor to be able to listen to some of the struggles that people are facing, whether it's as a student or their dental school is closed or they don't really have a large space and no one to really communicate with. And so this has actually brought us together during this time in terms of having these weekly meetings and been able to kind of share where we are and, you know, what we're dealing with. And what I have done is actually met with some of the students, so they also have the opportunity to come to our offices and learn a little bit about, for instance, what I'm dealing with as a private practice dentist. You know, being in dental school and then kind of seeing how the other side looks can be really beneficial. And I've been trying as much as I can to bring opportunities to them. So if I'm invited to an event, I'll ask if I can help in getting those that are on the team invited to the event as well. I talked to them about summer opportunities prior to COVID, and so that was something that we were working on. And so we've really developed a community, and it's something that I'm going to cherish for some time to come, just because of the relationships that we've been able to make without having to have necessarily met each other in person. Even the co-founders I hadn't met until about 5 months into the process of developing Dental Flash Go. And so it just shows you the power of technology these days. So this is a little bit about our values, and it's very important to us that we carry these values throughout all of our meetings and that we take a step back. And I think, you know, just like any other company, the culture is the foundation of any business, and we really put a lot of emphasis on that. We want everyone to know that we're open-minded and that we have a vision to live in a world where medicine and dentistry is practiced with tools and technology in the century that we live in. And we want everyone to feel that they're valued and that their opinions are honored. And so we also remind everyone within this group is that although we have different titles, we all have important contributions and that they're all equal. And so we take everything that is being mentioned seriously so that we can continue with the betterment of the whole group and not for the individual. If you look at our values, it's pretty much based on an acronym. So fulfillment, F, leadership, L, amplify, A, share, S, G, gratitude, and then you have 1 at the bottom. And the benefit of this is that it helps everyone remember what our core values are, what we stand for, which is Flash Go, and you know what it is that we're trying to develop, which is a community of leaders who feel that if we work together, we can really amplify our strengths and protect our weaknesses. And not only that, we also discuss a lot about the importance of really pushing for your strengths and evaluating where you feel like your strengths are, what are your interests, and trying to give people the benefit of being able to work more in those areas so that they can maximize their skills and feel valued because they're doing things that they're actually interested in. You can see a great difference in people, obviously, who are doing things that they're passionate about and have an interest versus those that don't. And we find that the more that people are involved, obviously, the better the product. And in return, we were able to give them mentorship, possibly recommendations if they decide to move on in graduate school, and lifelong friendships, so that if they ever have a question in regards to their careers, they always have myself or the other two doctors that are involved to be able to ask us those questions. And so it's great to have those resources available at a young age. Hopefully they can avoid any mistakes that I've had to deal with. So when we talk about Dental Flash Go, we're looking at educational voice skills in general, right? And so according to Liana Gamber Thompson of Amazon, when she had talked about the categories of education, she had mentioned there are various factors to consider, but in 2019 there was triple-digit growth in these areas. And what she has found is that customer engagement is really based on the following. They solve a customer problem or provide unique value to customers. They are engaging and surprise and delight where possible. They're easy to use and prioritize the voice interaction, and they encourage repeatable use by keeping the experience fresh for customers. And I think this is the case with possibly any skill, but obviously in education, which can sometimes be a bit of a laborious process, I think that the more engaging the skill, the better. And I think we have found that a lot of people are using Alexa devices to help with homework, to help with basic questions that they have that are factual and trivia related. We have found that that's really why education is going to play a huge role within the voice space. So when we're addressing these issues, I would say with Dental Flash Go, one thing that we've realized is a problem for students in general is that they don't have enough time to study. And that's a major problem. Anecdotally, if you look at social media, you'll find that many students are on flashcards day in and day out, not able to really, satiate their need for fulfilling all their studying that they need to get done. And so when you're cooking, when you're working out, you can't use note cards. And so using a voice skill, whether it's on your phone or on a device, can really make the difference and sometimes give a competitive edge and give people peace of mind that they're actually using their time wisely. And so this can actually help to actually round out a person's life where they didn't have time possibly before to cook, or they didn't have as much time to work out. Now they feel like they're actually being productive with their time, and this can help a lot. If we also look at education in general, many dentists graduate from dental school with huge amounts of debt, well in the $500,000 to $700,000 range nowadays. And the problem is that there are a lot of other fees that people don't realize aside from education that are really weighing students down. Some of that is textbooks, and the cost of textbooks costing anywhere from $200 to $400 each. And when you have to get the new edition because they changed a few paragraphs, having to do all of that can be really difficult and an obstacle that I think a lot of people face. And so I think voice is going to play a huge role in acting as an adjunct and from the educational standpoint to offer another way for people to study without having to spend huge amount of money. Within the dental space itself, even the board exams are going to be changing soon. And to keep up with the times in terms of education, a book just can't do justice. And so for us, what we're finding is that a voice skill can constantly be updated, obviously. We're going to make it engaging. We're going to make it relevant to the times. And it's going to be probably the best tool that they're going to have to study because we're actually evaluating the process as it's happening real time. Another thing that we're really passionate about is making the work engaging, and we offer basically 3 different ways of having the questions stated. So a person can have either multiple choice, free form, or true and false, and they basically get this randomly based on what they're working on, and it gives them something different to evaluate their questions on and be able to see what is the best way that they can study about particular subject. And we've often said that this is an adjunct to regular studying, and people are finding that it can be very, helpful in that sense. And it really does surprise and delight because we're constantly giving new information, constantly updating. And so they feel like they're getting a well-rounded approach. You know, within dentistry, it is a very competitive landscape right now. And so to have an edge, let's say, where you're able to get a higher score on the DAT by using our Dental Flash Go skill can make the difference between someone possibly going to a state school or a private school and save them quite a bit of money. And so all the education that's available can be really helpful. And then in talking about, the fact that it's a fresh experience, like I mentioned before, we're constantly able to update the skill with new information, adding questions, and users know what to expect when they come to the skill based on the way that we've set it up. It's not difficult to navigate, and you don't necessarily need to know too much to be able to ask Alexa to start the skill. So learning through voice is always interesting. Teaching has always been traditionally provided through speaking, interacting, and learning. And I think even now, post-COVID-19, people are finding there's so many different ways people can learn, and they're all looking for touchless interactions that are going to help them to get their studying done in a time-efficient manner. Voice technology provides that on-demand and on-the-go experience that many people are craving for. And voice education provides a new modality to learning that reduces the digital eye strain, fatigue, and it also increases time and improves convenience for many people. And you can do this without feeling judged. And a lot of times when we're professionals and we're trying to study for exams, some people can be further along in the process than us. And feeling good about what we're doing and knowing that we're not going to be judged, you can easily do that with the voice skill because you're not dealing necessarily with another human. You're dealing with actual skill, and you can take notes, you can go at your own pace, and it's a great way to learn. So Dental Flash Go is the first voice-based interactive dental question bank, and we're starting with the DAT, which is an entrance exam into getting into dental school, and it's a voice interactive database that has about 1,000+ questions that a typical user can go through, little by little, and can really get an edge in terms of their studying. And it's going to be on Amazon Alexa, and we have plans to open it to other platforms. And this image, like many people often say, there's no real good presentation unless you already have included a VoiceBot AI image within it. It basically shows us where we stand in Google Assistant apps and the fact that education is, one of the top apps that people are interested in. And so it tells you the need that's there and kind of where our future can really help in a space that is really looking for guidance in dentistry as well as medicine. So in terms of creating this skill, we have a three-prong effect in terms of how we're going to do the marketing. What we've decided is also having a Dental Flash Go podcast that in-depth reviews each of the questions. It gives a sample to people to learn a little bit about what the skill is about, and it also obviously gives discoverability to voice in general. And that's often a hard thing for many people who are interested in doing voice skills is not only do you have your voice skill that you're currently working with, but you're also trying to educate people on voice itself. And so working in other mediums helps with that. I've also done interviews on other platforms on podcasts to get the word out about what we're doing, speaking engagements, and I'm creating an incredible amount of content on other platforms so that others know about what we're doing. And I think that helps a lot with discoverability. Even TikTok, I'm doing some music videos with in relation to Dental Flash Go. And, I think as time goes, that's going to actually become more prevalent because the demographic within some of these platforms is young enough and skews young enough that eventually it's going to make a huge impact on our marketing efforts. So in talking about Dental Flash Go, I always also like to talk about why it's important to educate our community about voice. I kind of feel like it's my PSA because it's important in terms of our community to let people know why voice is important, because as this image kind of describes, if we don't remind people that smartphones, although they're great, they may not offer everything, especially when you don't want to necessarily look at something. I had remarked the other day that I had listened to the whole Berkshire Hathaway annual meeting, without having actually watched the video. I listened to it. And so a lot of people are moving in that direction. Instead of actually watching a YouTube video, they're listening to one. And so I think that reliance on the smartphone is not as much as people think. I also think it's up to us to kind of educate people, informally, so they understand how it can be used in terms of its potential. A lot of people use voice skills and use their devices in terms of the assistance very limitedly, right? So a lot of it's for using it in terms of listening to music, what's the temperature, what's 5 times 9. But there's so much more to voice assistance that has not been revealed. And it's, I think, our mission as a group, I feel, to let people know what they can expect from voice skills, because it's an amazing feat, and it's amazing where the next 5 years is going to take us. Obviously, things have been accelerated recently because people are looking for touchless interactions. I still don't know if they have an understanding of the full potential, and so that's where I think all of us come into play. And so that's essentially everything about who we are with voice in Dental Flash Go. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. These are a few areas where you could possibly reach me. But I'm always interested in taking questions, working with people who think they could collab with me in any way. And so I would, definitely invite and welcome questions that people have. And I hope this presentation gives you a little glimpse into what we're doing with Dental Flash Go and trying to help not only the dental community, but students in general feel like they're getting an edge in their education where they couldn't get it before. Thank you so much.
Hey everyone, thanks for tuning into Voice Global 2020. I'm Aaron Boers, the head of marketing at Hyro, and today I'll be taking you through conversational AI's role in digital transformation in healthcare. It would be impossible to cover this topic without a spotlight on the most care crisis in over a century, which of course is COVID-19. Conveniently for this presentation, we at Hyro actually found ourselves at the intersection of the pandemic, conversational AI, as well as emerging technologies in healthcare, when we created a virtual assistant that became quite helpful and popular for healthcare systems across the United States and beyond. But before I dive into the COVID-19 initiative and some of the interesting data that we've pulled, I wanted to give some background on the company it came from and talk about the growing reliance of healthcare on digital services in general. Patients are becoming increasingly tech savvy and much more accustomed to managing their daily tasks online or through virtual assistants like Google Assistant and smart speakers like Alexa, fostering habits and expectations by interacting digitally with retail and travel brands, to name just two examples. Patients have come to expect the same standard of service and experiences from their healthcare providers. And healthcare providers are meeting their patients' demands at an incredible pace. Juniper Research, in a recent report, forecasted that AI-powered chatbots will soon become the first responders for engagements with healthcare providers, as the number of chatbots interactions is expected to exceed 2.8 billion annually by 2023. This is up from an estimated 21 million in 2018, so that's an average annual growth of 167%. The World Economic Forum and other leading bodies are even leading global initiatives to design governance around AI chatbots to encourage companies to develop these types of tools for healthcare providers. So it's clear that these are really important. And there are other stats in this slide as well to discuss how companies and patients both believe that these are the right tools to implement in order to better their relationships. So it's clear that, that there's a demand and a desire to deploy conversational AI, but most companies cannot muster the resources necessary to implement these solutions and scale them accordingly. There are a bunch of obstacles when it comes to deploying conversational interfaces that are accurate and truly have high understanding rates. And some of those are that they're expensive and time consuming, that they require natural language processing or machine learning expertise, as well as mountains of data or predefined intents and pre-trained data. And the other is that there's limited scalability. So it's if you deploy in one use case conversational interface that yields positive results, it doesn't always mean that you can then convert other use cases and have the same success there. And if you do, you might have to start from scratch if you don't use the correct solutions. Enter Hyro. So we are a plug-and-play conversational AI platform that allows healthcare enterprises to quickly add voice and chat capabilities to their digital channels, whether that's websites, apps, or call centers. With robust natural language understanding, we enable patients to have these two-way conversations that simplify their access to information and medical care, while we help enterprises optimize the deliverability of content that drives revenue and creates true value for their patients. Hyro provides frictionless deployment and maintenance processes by automatically building a knowledge graph out of existing content, and that's without any integrations or playbooks or training data, empowering major healthcare systems like Mercy Health, Mount Sinai, Austin Regional Clinic, and Weill Cornell Medicine to converse easily, convert more, and of course collect actionable patient insights along the way. One of the major differences for us as a conversational solution is the ability to automatically build a knowledge graph out of pre-existing data, creating dialogue that can be truly context elastic. So whereas typical solutions like are made of these rigid chat, flowcharts, and they need to be constantly updated, Hyro offers the flexibility to learn faster and go further with your data, and we don't put any of that heavy lifting on the client. So here's a good example of limit intent-based flows versus open intent-less conversations. And of course, we are the ones to the right with the knowledge graph. And you can see that's actually a real depiction of a knowledge graph just for the word neurology in healthcare. And because we have this knowledge graph, again, the learning that's required are only a few dozens of examples versus thousands of examples needed per intent if you use a typical flowchart for a chatbot. So within conversational AI, there are quite a few interfaces, and we typically operate as a hybrid, offering both voice and text capabilities. We believe that voice is the future, but at present needs to be a facet of the offering and not this spoon-fed focus. And what I mean by that is that voice capabilities should be included alongside and not instead of text and chat. So desktop users will continue to prefer to type, and mobile users will continue to adopt voice-based action, especially with the omnipresence of these complementary goods like AirPods, guilty as charged. And it's important to try and be a hybrid solution and allow voice to gradually take its natural place in the evolution of conversational technologies. So we really believe that it's important to be the ones in the middle and enable both kinds of mediums. So how does this relate to COVID-19? So we knew that our type of solution could help instantly based on all the aforementioned capabilities. We knew in March from friends, partners, and clients alike in healthcare that health communication channels were about to face a massive spike in traffic, and without the necessary digital initiatives in place to service those kinds of daunting numbers. So as concern over the spread of the virus grew, patients adhering to social distancing measures were already turning en masse to healthcare providers' digital channels. And we saw that this was creating significant backlogs in medical care, access, as well as testing. In March, the Washington Post reported a more than double increase in waiting times for call centers and crisis hotlines. In March, the Washington Post reported a more than double increase in waiting times for call centers and crisis hotlines, and that's only intensified since. Additionally, the vacuum created by the disruption of patient-doctor relationship encouraged the proliferation of fake news, misinformation, as well as confusion. We saw, based on the Bruno Kessler Foundation, when they analyzed over 112 million tweets, that COVID-19 related information from unreliable sources accounted for up to 30% of overall posts during that time period. So 30% of all the tweets that were going out were actually based on misinformation surrounding COVID-19, which is an astronomically high figure. So sourcing that verified information became more critical than ever. So to help healthcare organizations achieve overnight digital transformation, in order to overcome these types of challenges, we created a free COVID-19 virtual assistant with both voice and text capabilities, equipping patients with easily accessible and actionable information surrounding the coronavirus. The data provided is based on certified resources and freely available information developed by the CDC, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, as well as the World Health Organization, and the client's healthcare database as well, if our healthcare providers had their own resources for COVID-19. The COVID-19 virtual assistant has already helped answer hundreds of thousands of common questions about COVID-19, like what are the symptoms for the coronavirus? How can I protect myself? How is the virus transmitted? Where can I get tested? And so forth. Unlike standard FAQs and chat solutions for COVID-19, patients can type or speak a question of interest or intent using their own phrasings, terms, slang, and so forth. And by implementing natural language understanding capabilities, the virtual assistant continuously understands and then guides patients throughout this process, regardless of their varying styles of vernacular. So we wanted it to be a really elastic solution that anyone in the United States or beyond could really engage with in their own style and their own language. The assistant also helped navigate patients to COVID-19 content, as well as perform symptom triaging and risk assessment, which is again a tool that we were able to source from the CDC. Healthcare providers could see in real time how patients were interacting with their data and also what their patients were asking about. So you see in this slide a split screen, and on the one you have a patient view, so how the patient sees our UI and how they're able to interact with the conversational interface. And on the other, you actually see the administrative view. So how the healthcare providers themselves are seeing this conversation logged in real time, and what are our answers, and what are also the click events, the different utterances, whether they're using desktop or mobile, whether they're using voice or text. So the ability to show them this data in real time was also incredibly important for healthcare providers that were still learning how to deal with this virus and how to properly, source the information from the CDC as well as other databases, and tell their patients what the correct next steps are. So, being able to see how this resulted in conversions and how patients interacted with the assistant, minute to minute, was truly pivotal for them. I'd now like to play a short demo of risk assessment in action. And this is using a trifecta of voice, text, and suggestion clicks. The whole thing is accessible through voice, but we wanted to show that we're versatile as a conversational interface. So here we go.
So today, Zeev, in this case patient X, is going to demonstrate how the assistant moves from initial symptom triaging to CDC-based risk assessment for COVID-19. And you'll see that we can toggle between text and voice and button clicks so the patient can really choose their preferred method of interaction. So let's start.
Yeah, I have a mild headache.
Have you traveled during the past 14 days? If so, to which locations?
Yes, I just got back from Paris.
When did you last come back from your latest travel destination?
About 3 days ago.
Have you been in prolonged contact with someone with suspected coronavirus?
Okay, so as you can see, we were able to process all of the information that Zeev had given us about his previous travels as well as his symptoms and return results that are based on the CDC's own risk assessment guidelines, which is that his risk for having coronavirus is medium. And we also give a button which allows to read more about next steps and take action.
That was just a small glimpse of the capabilities of the assistant. This was actually V1. We've since upgraded at this point to a V4 of the COVID-19 virtual assistant. And again, this was free for any healthcare provider, as well as universities we had deploying this kind of solution. So that was just a glimpse of it in action. And again, you could see that we were using voice, but we could also do button clicks or the entire thing via text. So we wanted to keep it as versatile as possible. Now I want to move on to what kind of insights we were able to gather from this type of solution and what that meant for the healthcare provider. So beyond engagement, and arguably the most important aspect of conversational AI are these actionable insights that are generated from the conversational data. And in this case, the data collected operated almost like a real-time barometer for patient priorities and concerns during COVID-19. The ability to automatically extract these analytics has been essential in assisting healthcare professionals with optimizing the deliverability of their services and content based on validated patient demand. So really, the ability to show them via a dashboard what kind of topics are most popular, et cetera, has led to some of these healthcare providers knowing exactly what their patients, on average, from a sample size, are looking for in times of crises. And we found that to be extremely helpful, and the feedback was pretty positive. So overall, you can see, and this is month-over-month data from May to June. So you can see that 71% of the conversations from all our deployments revolved around COVID-19. That means that there's obviously 29% of people that were interacting with the assistant that actually wanted help with medical care totally beyond the context of COVID-19, which we didn't expect. And even though we were very clear and transparent from the get-go of what the bot was capable of, we had many requests from patients that were actually out of scope. But what that did was, of course, inspire healthcare professionals to add these kinds of services to their site. But anyway, so we saw that 71% were asking about COVID-19, and of those that were asking for COVID-19, so 23%, as you can see here, were asking about general COVID-19 information, and that would prompt us to then answer the question using information that we'd scraped, again, from the CDC or the WHO. Accordingly, the third top suggestion click and service requested, and this is either via click or open dialogue, was to speak with someone directly. So 20% of patients actually wanted to get someone on the phone immediately. And what we did was then direct that person to the healthcare organization's COVID-19 hotline, which 9 out of 10 had something like that already set up. Surprisingly, 33% represented other topics within COVID-19, which weren't anticipated by us or the healthcare organization in terms of popularity. And I'm going to get to that now on the next slide. So our research reveals that testing is a major point of concern for patients, and the prevalence of this topic across all healthcare organizations cannot be overstated. So according to our analysis, 56% of all the other COVID-19 related issues that were beyond the suggestion clicks that we provided revolved around the topic of tests. Moreover, of all the tests related conversations, we saw that 28% started to mention the term antibody testing. So again, this is May, and this is further along into the COVID-19 period, and people were already querying about antibodies, etc. So beyond also just understanding different segmentation of conversations, we also took from strictly terms that were mentioned, and we were able to feed that to the hospital. So we also looked at most popular terms, and the ones that were, of course, most popular that you can see in this graph here were test, tested, and testing. So of a sample size of around 3K conversations, we were able to derive that those were the most popular words being used, followed by COVID-19 itself, followed by antibody, followed by results, which of course also deals with testing. They wanted to know, how do I get my results? If my results were negative, then do I need to ever get tested again? Things of that nature. And another thing we did is highlight certain conversations that we thought were particularly interesting for these healthcare organizations. So one of these I added here, which is specifically about antibody testing. So does X hospital administer the antibody test? Questions about plasma. I've already tested negative for antibodies. Does that mean I don't have it? So you have all these different examples of real patient conversations, real engagement with the virtual assistant, again, either by voice or text. And these are real people looking for answers. So of the non-COVID-19 related topics, the most popular revolved around scheduling an appointment at 28%. That followed by general information, so just overall healthcare questions, not specific to COVID-19 or anything for that matter. And then again, speaking with someone, we saw consistent at 22%. So we, on average, find that 1 out of 5 people that come to the healthcare website, or at least engaging with the chatbot, want to speak directly to a person. So that was also important, I think, to relay to the healthcare organizations, that these people are looking for immediate assistance and not necessarily just some kind of information. Other patients were inquiring about telemedicine, which we know is a ballooning topic in healthcare, right? The ability to have a doctor appointment online or over the phone or via video call, prescription refills, billing, symptoms triaging, beyond COVID-19, and even career opportunities. We had people asking the assistant whether or not they could volunteer to help out on the front lines, or just in general if the hospital was hiring. And although none of these conversations pertain directly to COVID-19, the data demonstrates this growing demand catalyzed by this crisis to inquire about and acquire medical services digitally. Ultimately, there's widespread confidence among a lot of the healthcare executives that we've spoken to that the impact this pandemic has had on digital transformation will be everlasting. And I think that's a perfect segue, honestly, to move into the 3 major segments for healthcare in terms of use cases that at least we, as a company that focuses on conversational and healthcare, are categorized as the top 3. So that's patient access, care delivery, and care management. So essentially what that is setting up care and making it accessible is patient access, delivering that care on different mediums, being able to be omni-channel, so call center support and telehealth, and then also allowing patients to easily manage their digital services, and sometimes you need assistance for that. So maybe looking at previous prescriptions that you've had and renewing those, maybe accessing your membership portal to get some of your medical information, so things of that nature. And there are a plethora of use cases that aren't on this list, and we're constantly learning and adding more. So healthcare, really the sky is, the sky's the limit in terms of where we can go with conversational AI in this particular vertical. And to give one key example of how voice and text technologies are helping healthcare providers beyond COVID-19, I chose to share a glimpse at one of our deployments with Weill Cornell Medicine, in which patients are using both chat and voice to find doctors and book appointments. So concurrently, Weill Cornell is benefiting from increased engagement with patients, as well as higher rates of appointment bookings online. And here you can see that we've increased the conversion rate for appointments by 46%, just by deploying a conversational interface that patients can then engage with in order to ease them through this process. To give a little more background, so while Cornell actually has already online scheduling, it's not like it doesn't exist. It's more about navigating the patients to find it and allowing them to also choose their medium. So instead of search or going through page links, now they can use, again, voice or text to find these kinds of services. So this was just, again, one example of that. And then, that was just an individual use case for a healthcare provider, but we have notable deployments across many different organizations. Some are based in IT services. Others are, again, based in more consumer-facing, so helping to find doctors and book appointments. But Hyro has really found its footing in helping a lot of these healthcare organizations achieve seamless and fast digital transformation, at least when it comes to conversational interfaces and extracting actionable conversational data. So while Hyro is vertical agnostic in terms of our own technologies, we know that healthcare is ripe for digital transformation that truly moves the needle, and conversational AI is the springboard to take it much higher. A stellar patient journey starts with us. Thanks for tuning in. To find out more about conversational AI and Hyro, please feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn or by email, or visit us at www.hyro.ai. Again, I want to thank everyone for tuning in, and I hope I've done justice to digital transformation in healthcare. Keep well, everybody. Stay safe. And
I'm Peter, and I'm the CEO of Jetson. I created Jetson in early 2017 to bring true omni-channel, voice-first commerce to the smart speakers and voice assistants of today. And we at Jetson believe that there's a paradigm shift happening in technology, and we believe that voice is going to lead that change. But why? It's because voice is going to be the new interface. With the rise of speech recognition technology reaching over 95% accuracy, the rise of AI investing, we believe that voice is going to disrupt the touchscreen, the keyboard, and the mouse, taking all of its intelligence and interfaces into the voice assistants of tomorrow. Now, some people think that voice is just a fad, but I think that the time is now. And why? Because it's a more natural way to interact with technology. We've always had this, dream of having an ideal user experience where we could just talk to any device we wanted to. It's 2020. We should already be moving into the future. And then also, experts say that voice coupled with AI is 3 times faster to transact than any touch-based interaction. And then also, people are more cognizant of screen time. So they want to use a technology that's already integrated within their daily lives. And most importantly, with this recent pandemic, a touchless future is what's wanting to be created by the consumer and the brands. So with our technology, we help initialize that utility of commerce that can happen through voice. Now with voice shopping, it's expected to reach 40 billion in the US and 5 billion in the UK by 2022. So that's less than 2 years. And that's gonna be a significant portion of where e-commerce transactions go. Now, is your business ready? We believe that there's gonna be a race to voice commerce, and the brands that utilize our technology will win that race to voice commerce. So what is Jetson? In a nutshell, Jetson is a voice-first marketplace that enables brands of any size to easily start selling products and services through conversational interfaces. And over the years, I can tell you that building out a voice commerce platform is really difficult. So what we've done is we've democratized that technology so that brands like yourselves can just focus on selling more, launching quickly, and saving money. This way, it's not going to take you millions of dollars and several years to finally launch your own voice commerce application. And as far as the market goes, VCs and experts are saying that there's 3 distinct problems in voice today, which is discoverability, engagement, and revenue. With Jetson's technology, we utilize our own voice search engine that we've created to help discover products and services for end users of our marketplace. We also have a daily deals platform that allows you to create engagement with your customers and keep them coming back. Then also, we have an e-commerce-like backend, which is similar to Shopify, that allows you to easily set up a voice-first marketplace in minutes. So our product helps you get discovered, promote deals, and easily sell those products. And with our technology, we allow you to be heard everywhere. So not only do we work on Alexa and Google, but we also work on the telephone, SMS text, and popular messaging applications like Slack. And as far as pricing goes, we really are focused on the mass proliferation of voice technology, and we want to make it friendly to the merchant. So it doesn't cost you a thing to list your products on Jetson, and we only earn a percentage once the brand makes a sale. So there's the 0% listing fee, and there's the 15% final sales fee, similar to that of eBay, but it's also negotiable based on volume as well. So just come and talk to us. And if you're an enterprise that needs a white label solution, you can utilize Jetson's developer API and custom pricing and integration into your own back office solutions. So as far as traction goes, we have over 10,000 merchants onboarded with over 1.1 million products in our marketplace. And we have 4 enterprise partnerships. Some of those partnerships include Amazon Pay, Delivery.com, Valara, Shopify, Vonage, and GolfPay. So we've started with the food and retail industry and started also moving into hotels, and that's just phase 1. But with Jetson, we believe that we can expand across every vertical industry where a transaction occurs through voice. So what do you say? Let's change the world, one voice at a time. You can find us at www.jetson.ai. Alexa, open Jetson AI.
Hello, Jetson here. How may I help you?
I'm looking for a restaurant that has spaghetti bolognese.
Okay, which location are you closest to? Say home location for 9386 Sierra Mar Drive or work location for 251 West 30th Street.
I'm at my home location.
Based on your location, I suggest Panini Pizzeria and Italian Kitchen. Would you like me to take you there?
Sure.
Welcome to Panini Pizzeria and Italian Kitchen. Are you looking for company information or to start an order?
Let's start an order.
Would you like it for pickup or delivery?
Delivery.
Which one of these choices sounds good to you? Coupons, specialty pizzas, appetizers, salads, fries, vegetarian pasta dishes, meats pasta dishes, chicken pasta dishes, sandwiches, burgers, delicious plates, desserts, beverages.
Let's check out the meats pasta.
Which meats pasta dishes would you like? Spaghetti bolognese, spaghetti, and meatballs, beef ravioli, cheese tortellini, penne Roma, or you can hear all of the choices.
I'll take the spaghetti bolognese.
Great, I got spaghetti bolognese. Which pasta add-ons would you like? You can choose up to 2, none, grilled fresh chicken breast, jumbo shrimp, 6 PC.
Jumbo shrimp.
1 spaghetti bolognese with the following options, jumbo shrimp, 6 PC, is now added to your cart. The price of this item is $20.48. Keep ordering or let me know when you are ready to check out.
I'm ready to check out.
Would you like to add tip? Please choose from 10%, 15%, 20%, no tip, other.
20%.
Great, your order from Panini Pizzeria and Italian Kitchen is 1 spaghetti bolognese jumbo shrimp, 6 PC, and your total is $26.53, including the taxes and tip. Your order will be delivered to Los Angeles, California, 90069. Feel free to add to your order or let me know when you are ready to pay.
I'm ready to pay.
Please wait while I process your payment. You have been charged $26.53, including the taxes and tip. Your order will be delivered in approximately 45 minutes at 9 Los Angeles, California, 90069. If you need to cancel
My name is Harry Yeff, I'm also known as Reed Swan, and I am part of the Experiments in Art and Technology program at Bell Labs. I'm also the founder of R100 Studios, and I'm mostly interested in being a musician, an artist in research. My job is to push the human voice as far as it can possibly go and explore how the human voice is innovating, which in itself is a very strange idea, because the voice is as old as we are. How can something as old as humanity itself continue to evolve and change? But it is. and in extremely exciting ways. The human voice allows us to connect with each other, our loved ones, our working relationships, our loving relationships, but most importantly, ourselves. And now in the age of assistance, in the age of artificial intelligence, it's becoming a medium in which we can explore and interact with the world around us. And as an artist, I aim to build and create installations, performances that really test the capabilities of the voice, voice-centered experiences. When I talk about the voice, I always see it as an augmented tool. It's always affected by the people around us, but now it's affected and impacted by technology. So when I say augmented relationships, what do I really mean? A very simple way to describe an augmented relationship can start with me as a tournament chess player growing up. My first AI interaction was with an AI chess opponent. It didn't matter how long I studied or looked at books, it was always battling this AI opponent that pushed me to become something more, a better player. And I have very fond memories of that relationship with that tool. My opponents were actually my greatest collaborators. And I think AI can be our greatest collaborator today. It can be an opponent, a mentor, and a collaborator simultaneously. And this idea is extremely exciting when you think of it in terms of an interruption, an intelligent interruption. There's a saying in chess which is, with every success you dip yourself in brass. That means that your habits and your strengths can become your prism. Plasticity can reduce as we get older. And the things that we're good at can become our linear path, but we must smash down the brass. We must interrupt ourselves to make sure that our perspective is always widening. And technology can be responsible for that widening. An amazing example is an installation that I co-created with The Mill and Rama Allen in New York. It was called Sea Sound, and it looks a little bit like this. Sea Sound is a vocal sculpting tool. You can use the voice to bend and shape digital metals. You can make something that appears extremely precious, because every voice is extremely precious. It's like a unique fingerprint. And people don't think in those terms, that there is this remarkable cross-section of senses and consciousness that meets here. And as I said, technology can make us flower, but where's an example of that? I use this tool to make crazy sounds and perform and create structures and installations and be virtuosic with. But what was really special was when we opened this tool up to the general public. Many people used the tool, but there was one extremely shy young girl who was like a koala bear attached to her father's leg. She did not want to talk to anyone. But she waited in line and her turn came to walk up to the microphone. And her silence became an utterance, and her utterance became a voice, and the voice became a shout, and the shout became laughter and screaming. She flowered, she opened up, and that was a direct result to the unusual and unexpected augmented relationship with this technology. A piece of art gave the courage to a young person to use their voice, to shout and to scream. It's augmented relationships like this that can encourage new relationships with technology. But what gets in the way of people being open and willing to connect in this way? And the key idea is narrative. There can be incorrect or misinformed narratives around technology. We can also leave the narratives of science fiction to govern the masses and general public's opinion of technology. But what we actually have to do is update the general public to the present using experience and awe. It's such a shame that all these beautiful tools of reason that have been developed, we know are now not enough to make someone spend time to break their habitual thinking. It's extremely difficult to get someone to open their mind to something brand new when it is seen as inaccessible and elitist or expensive. And the truth is, technology is none of these things. It's something we're all using every single day to enhance our daily lives. We have to change narratives of fear to narratives of ownership. And it's only when we do this can we really update the general public to a clearer collective goal when it comes to how we use technology. This, of course, also applies to machine learning. So I took on the challenge of collaborating with Bell Labs and CJ Carr to see if I could create a voice opponent, mentor, and collaborator in the same way I had an AI chess opponent when I was a child. As I said, that opponent was a very positive part of my progression in a skill. And now I'm one of the world's best in what I do. Can I use AI again to think in a brand new way, a way that I never had before? The voice you're about to hear is not my voice.
Så Östland så är det mening det almost nice in a form. So this is and so this is them willing the so that this and this on with and now connect.
How did that voice make you feel? You would think the first time I heard that voice, it would make me feel uncomfortable or challenged, my voice outside of the context of myself. But actually, I was extremely excited. The idea of using machine learning as a tool to create a second self, a pet self, a data limb, something that you own and you're connected to. It's not another, it's not you, it's a in-between. That in-between can inspire. And I set out with CJ Carr and Bell Labs to produce a composition that represented this training process, to create a piece of art that led to a whole new way of experiencing machine learning. The piece you're about to see is called Second Self, and you will see me on that journey. And you will see the idea, the composition, the voice of this embodied artificial intelligence grow in tandem with a dance of vocal duet. I hope you enjoy.
And this exploration just
Hi everyone, I'm Payam Shajai and I lead the ecosystem product team for Google Assistant. It's a pleasure to be here with everyone today at Voice Global. I want to start off by extending my sympathies to all who have been impacted by COVID-19 and profound gratitude to everyone working so tirelessly to get us through this crisis. I also want to acknowledge the difficult times we are going through as a nation, as we continue to struggle with racial prejudice, which I think is one of the most vital and challenging issues confronting our society. I stand with everyone who has sacrificed, suffered, and struggled in pursuit of justice, and I hope that we emerge out of both crises with a deeper understanding of our inherent oneness and unity. I'm joining you today from Kirkland, Washington, where I have been staying at home, juggling work, while also spending quality time with my family. And so far, we've all managed to live relatively peacefully under the same roof. And if you're wondering why I look so different and perhaps a little shaggier compared to my headshot on this slide, well, it's because I basically haven't gotten a haircut all year. Now, today, I want to share how we're thinking about the evolution of Google Assistant, the important role that our developers and partners play in that vision, and some of the new features our team has been working on. Despite the global pandemic, many of you, our partners and developers, have been working hard to launch new experiences that help families better manage the new stay-at-home reality. And I'm incredibly grateful for that, and I know our users are as well. Your role as developers has never been more important. So let's talk about the future of Assistant, which is part of a story that started many years ago. Google's journey in voice began in 2008 with voice search, with notable milestones since, such as building our first deep neural network in 2012, our first sequence-to-sequence network in 2015, and processing speech fully on device last year in 2019. And these are the building blocks that have enabled the Assistant experience that so many of you are familiar with today. Now, we launched Google Assistant in 2016 with the goal of helping people get things done more naturally. And it's now available in over 30 languages across 90 countries and on more than 1 billion devices. Google Assistant now helps over 500 million people every month get things done at home and on the go, across smart speakers, smart displays, phones, TVs, cars, and more. What's at the heart of this growth is the simple insight that people want a more natural way to get what they need from technology. And we've seen this over time as we've transitioned from the PC to the web to mobile and now into the ambient era. We envision a digital assistant that works seamlessly across your devices and services, offering help throughout your day. A good digital assistant needs to offer quick and accurate help, but a truly great digital assistant should understand your context and help proactively, like making sure you pay your bill on time or reminding you of your anniversary with great gift ideas. So you can spend less time managing your devices and more time doing the things you love. And while voice is a critical piece of ambient computing, we know that there are many contexts in our lives where voice isn't the best way to interact, such as late at night when the kids are sleeping, outdoors on a noisy street, or when handling sensitive tasks in public. As product designers, ambient computing requires us to adapt to environmental contexts, enabling people to access help via voice, visuals, and touch in many different circumstances. And of course, today we see how quickly our circumstances and needs are evolving. I found myself spending a lot more time cooking and figuring out what to do with all the potatoes and onions we've bought. And after trying every potato and onion recipe I could find on my Nest Hub Max, the clear winner in this household is hash browns, as long as you don't cut yourself on the grater. Now, over the last few months, we've seen how people's needs are shifting, and this is reflected in how the assistant is being used. With many of us staying at home, families are looking to stay busy and entertained during this time. So it's no surprise that usage has increased across games, stories, and media content. We're also seeing an uptick in activity for local business information, educational experiences, and self-care topics. Let me share a few examples of how we've been working with our partners to support people as their daily habits shift at home. So first, we've all seen how local businesses like grocery stores, pharmacies, and hardware stores have had to modify their hours and change the way they serve customers. To help people get accurate information on search and maps, like modified store hours or information on pickup and delivery, we have been using duplex conversational technology to contact businesses and update over 500,000 business listings. Now, we continue to look at new applications of this technology, such as helping our users find high-demand household items like hand sanitizer and toilet paper. Second, for parents tuning in, many have become familiar with the challenges of schools being closed. We've been working with our partners to bring great educational experiences into the home so that kids can continue learning in a communal setting. For example, our partner Bamboo Learning is bringing their voice-forward education platform to the assistant with fun new ways to learn history using bamboo luminaries. Questions get more challenging as you continue, and parents can follow along or join in on the fun. We've also started piloting a new Actions for Family feature on mobile and speakers called Animal of the Day, which teaches kids about new animals using sounds, fun facts, pictures, and a daily creative challenge. Our compositional response model dynamically selects content from multiple sources, including our knowledge graph, to stitch together beautiful and entertaining educational sound bites. And third, let's talk about health. Our hand washing song, sung to the tune of Row Your Boat, has never been more popular. This song leverages WaveNet's natural expressiveness, allowing us to train the assistant to sing across numerous generated voices users can pick from. So, the assistant can not only speak, but also sing. And this enables us to dynamically produce a new song from lyrics, music, and melody in just a couple of days. We like to consider the song a hit, with users currently requesting it more than our previous all-time favorite song, Baby Shark. These are just a few examples of how the assistant helps people in their everyday life. Now, looking ahead, I want to share other areas our teams are focused on, starting with help on the go. For most of us, our phones are the central device in our lives. When we want to get something done on mobile, whether it's using an app, transacting on the web, or reading a long article, we stop doing what we're doing and focus on our device to get the task done. We think of this as a procedural computing paradigm, where users carry the burden of manually navigating the steps needed to get what they actually want. Now, as developers, you want your services to be as effortless as possible to engage with, and you want to be there right when a user thinks about a need that you can meet. And when we look at conversational design, it offers an outcome-based engagement model that is much easier to use. We see really valuable applications of this in the mobile context. For example, we've been partnering with Nike Run Club to make it possible for their users to simply say, "Start my run with Nike Run Club," and have the assistant automatically open the Nike Run Club app and initiate a run without ever needing to even tap the screen. So when you're geared up and ready to start a run, you can stay in the flow, and that's a win for the user and for Nike. So let's talk a little bit about how this works. App Actions is a lightweight tool to map the intent from an assistant query to an action deep within your Android app, enabling your users to jump into your app and take action right away with a simple voice command to the assistant. We believe this is a more natural and simple interaction model, and that this is the way users will increasingly access services. Now, in addition to making it easier for users to interact more effortlessly with your apps, we're also looking at other areas where the assistant can dramatically simplify tasks on mobile. Duplex technology makes it easy to automate calls, but it also makes it easier to transact on the web by automating complex decision flows like booking car rentals or buying movie tickets. While we all long for better times when we can return to traveling, going to the movies, we started piloting the use of Duplex on the web to help reduce the friction of online shopping, such as buying groceries online, which we know can be a complex task. This is a good example of how we are bringing the power of the assistant to the web in a non-voice context, helping users glide through complex mobile web flows and ultimately increasing conversion on the metrics that matter most for these businesses. Now, speaking of pain points around the mobile web, remember when you used to walk around reading an article on your phone, hoping you don't trip or bump into things? Well, earlier this year, we started rolling out Read It, a feature where the assistant will read web pages aloud by simply saying, "Hey Google, read this." This unlocks more engagement with web content where users otherwise simply might not be able to read in the moment. There's a lot of really interesting things we're working on to bring ambient help via the assistant to users while they're on the go. I encourage you to watch my colleague Barish Goltikan's talk on demand. He will go much deeper into some exciting mobile investments. Now, let's talk about help in the home. We all know we could use some more help in the home, and we see a future where the assistant helps you get more done, stay more connected with family and friends, have peace of mind about what's going on in your home, or be more entertained because, let's face it, we all need a little bit of downtime these days. What's particularly exciting is how developers play such an important role in this vision. Whether you're inventing the home of the future through automation or reimagining interactive experiences for communal devices, the assistant is a great place to build. And as so many of you have built inspiring things on our platform, we've learned a lot of things on the way. You've told us loud and clear that we need to offer better solutions for discovery and monetization. And I want you to know that we hear you and that we're working on it. And we look forward to sharing what we've been up to on those two fronts soon. But the top request we've gotten is for meaningful improvements to our core platform and development experience. And today, I'm excited to share what's new. For starters, we've heard feedback that building an action for the assistant is hard. Today, you need to hop back and forth between Actions console and Dialogflow to build an action. Wouldn't it be great if there were one integrated platform for building on the assistant? Well, starting today, we're releasing Actions Builder, a new web-based IDE that provides a graphical interface to visualize the entire conversation flow. It allows you to manage NLU training data and provides advanced debugging tools. And it is fully integrated into Actions console, so you can now build, test, release, and analyze your actions all in one place. But that's not all. We know that you often prefer to work in your own tools, and that's why we're introducing an updated Actions SDK. For the first time, you'll have a file-based representation of your action and the ability to use a local IDE. The SDK not only enables local authoring of NLU and conversation schemas, but it also allows bulk import and export of training data to improve conversation quality. The Actions SDK is accompanied by a command line interface so you can build and manage an action fully in code using your favorite source control and continuous integration tools. Now, with these two releases, we are also introducing a new conversation model and improvements to the runtime engine. Now it's easier to design and build conversations, and users will get faster and more accurate responses. And we're very excited about this suite of products, which really replace Dialogflow as the preferred way to develop actions on the assistant. And no matter which development environment you prefer, you can rest assured that Actions Builder and Actions SDK play really well together. And that means you can collaborate across teams to build complex projects faster and more easily. I'm excited about these tools and the experiences they'll help build. I'd also like to take a moment to really express our gratitude to all the partners who have helped us hone this offering during the development phase. These new tools not only help you develop actions more easily, but they also come with new functionality to help you build great experiences on the assistant. Home storage, media API improvements, and continuous match mode. Let's start with home storage. One of the exciting things about speakers and smart displays is that they are communal. But as a developer, most of the effort has historically gone into building for personal use rather than communal use. Home storage is a new feature that changes that paradigm. It provides a communal storage solution for devices connected on the home graph and allows developers to save context for all users. It also helps users continue from their last saved point. For example, now anyone in my family can jump back into a puzzle and continue where someone else left off, rather than everyone working on their own puzzle. And for someone like me who's really bad at puzzles, getting help from my niece is actually exactly what I need. Another thing we've heard is the need for improved media experiences. You've asked us to support longer form media sessions and enabling actions to work alongside other ways users listen to your content so they can resume playback across surfaces. Today, I'm happy to announce that we've closed these gaps with enhancements to the media APIs. Now you can start playback from a specific moment or resume where a user dropped out of their previous session. We're also introducing capabilities that allow new classes of experiences. Sometimes you want to build experiences that allow the mic to remain open to enable users to speak more naturally with your action, without waiting for a change in mic states. Today, we're announcing an early access program for continuous match mode, which allows the assistant to respond immediately to users' speech, enabling more natural and fluid experiences for your users. This is done transparently so that before the mic opens, the assistant will announce the mic will stay open temporarily so users know they can now speak freely without waiting for additional prompts. So what have developers built with all these additions and improvements to our platform? Well, I'm particularly excited about the innovation we're seeing in the games, education, and storytelling space. Let's actually take a look at some of the new immersive experiences our partners have built in these areas. Now, the first example is an upcoming game called Guess the Drawing by our friends at Cool Games. This game uses continuous match mode to allow the user to continuously guess what the drawing is until they get it right. Let's take a look.
Circles. Oval. Instrument. Trumpet. Metal discs. Give me a hint. Give me another hint. Oh, toilet paper.
I love playing this game with my family where anyone can just call out a guess. It's entertaining and educational. This action will be live on smart displays in a few weeks. I'd also like to highlight some of the other great games that are available today. Jeopardy! Yes, it's 50 years later, it's still as popular as ever. Trivia Track, a multiplayer trivia game on categories such as science and arts. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, which is the classic high-stakes trivia game. Escape the Room, you can play the original escape rooms from the comfort of your own home. This is fantastic for anyone experiencing cabin fever at home these days. Puzzle of the Day, a daily word puzzle you can play with others around the world, and many, many more games. In addition to games, we're seeing a lot of innovation in the education space by developers. It's so important for families to find moments throughout the day to learn together at home. So this new focus on deeper learning powered by voice is exciting to see. Now, partners like Rivet have been building interactive educational experiences that are perfect for families around a communal device. Rivet offers a kid-friendly library to help kids learn how to read. Let's take a look.
Hello from Rivet. I have books in different categories and levels for you. First, please tell me the reading level you want.
Level 2.
A level 2 page would look like this. Here are your new books. You can tap on a book or choose another category.
Open the third book in the top row.
I can read this book to you. Just say, read this book.
Read this book.
Run, run, run. The bird is on the run.
You have reached the end of the book. You can say close book to go back to the book list.
More books.
Showing the next set of books.
This is a great experience for learning to read really at any level. With a library of over 3,500 stories, there's something for everyone to enjoy at home, even the pickiest of readers. Now, Rivet on Assistant will be available in a few weeks in the US. The Assistant is also a great place for storytelling, and some of the world's best beloved characters are coming to life in animated storybooks. And here's a look at Disney's Frozen 2 story in Japanese.
Yeah, 僕はミッキーマウス。本を一緒に読むの？
方の1と2がありますよ。
どの絵本がいいかな？
アレンデール王国の王女。王様はエルサが魔法をうまくコントロールできるように。さようなら。
This is a small sample of partners who are building the next generation of interactive experiences for smart displays. And we look forward to more of you getting in early to shape the future of this new class of communal experiences. Please visit developers.google.com/assistant to get started today. In addition to making it easy for you to build new experiences for Assistant, we also want to make it easy for you to leverage your existing web investments. One of the most lightweight development paths for smart displays is leveraging what you've already built on the web. Who doesn't love getting something extra for free? Lots of users ask for things that relate to web content, like, do you recommend any books to read during the lockdown? Or any ideas for fixing up my patio? We want to be able to bring the depth of great web content together with the simple and robust AMP framework to deliver a great web experience on the smart display. Now, AMP allows you to create compelling, smooth websites that have a great user experience. I'm happy to announce the availability of AMP-compliant articles coming to smart displays later this summer with news. Stay tuned for more updates in the coming months as we expand to enable more web content categories for smart display users. The common theme of all of these announcements is providing you with the tools to build the ambient computing experiences of the future, enabling users to get what they need more simply, while giving them time back to focus on what matters most. And I couldn't be more excited to build this next stage of computing with all of you. Just wanted to close by saying that the role of developers is more important than ever. Our industry has really been called upon to address many of the world's needs. And we've seen years of digital transformation take place in just a few months, including an acceleration of ambient computing. We've also seen how critical technology is during every phase of this pandemic, from crisis response to recovery to the reimagination phase. And this is the opportunity that gets me excited to help in each of these phases with more voice-based and assistive technologies. And it all starts by empowering you, the developers. Thank you so much for having me. Stay safe, and we'll see you soon.
So hello everyone, welcome back to Voice Global. And today I have the honor to have yet another chat with someone I admire a lot, Arlen Hamilton from Backstage Capital. Thanks for joining me today, Arlen.
Thank you for letting me be part of this.
So let's talk a little bit about your story. Let's jump right into it. I don't think there's any other time more perfect than now to talk about, what you've been through, to talk about the American dream, if you will, and what you made possible. So for those of you who have not yet read your book, which by the way, I totally highly recommend it, just run. Do not walk, run and get the copy. It's about damn time. And you will be sure to have to read it once, twice. I read it 3 times. So it's truly inspirational. So you started that book with a story about you. Back in 2015, you were on food stamps. You were basically at a point where you had a dream. You had an old laptop and a dream of breaking into the venture capital world. Walk us through your journey and how you got from there to where you are right now, started Backstage Capital and more.
Yeah, thank you. I think the dream was more so to get the resources and the capital into the hands of underrepresented founders than to be part of some club that a few people get to be in. But in the way that I found that I could do that is to break into something that wasn't really designed for me or very welcoming to me. But I was happy to just make my own way and write my own invitation. And so I would have been in my mid-30s. I'm turning 40 this year. I was in my mid-30s just a few years ago. It wasn't even 5 years ago yet. And as you described it, I've had housing insecurity for most of my life. And at this point, I had just run out of all options that I could see that were legal and that had any dignity to them, in my view. And so I said, okay, well, it's me. I can control what I do and where I am, and I don't have any money to get a hotel or get an apartment or any of that. There are no more couches to sleep on. There's no family that has the means to help right now. Because they're figuring it out on their own too. So I'll stay at the airport where I know that there's shelter and there's access to food if I can find the money to buy it. Went from that to let me also not stop what I'm doing though, which is talking to founders, which is reaching out to investors, which is pounding the pavement, which is writing and researching and doing everything I possibly can during the days, the daylight hours. And finally, someone understood maybe not what I was going to be able to do, but that I would do something of note. And it was a woman angel investor in Silicon Valley. And I shout her name out every chance I get for 5 years almost, Susan Kimberlin. And she said, here's your first $25,000 to invest in someone else. And here's your first $25,000 to invest in yourself. For this very specific thing. And I took that, I turned that into more than $10 million and into more than 130 investments in those last 4.5 years.
That story always brings so much emotions to me because we live and breathe it, right? As women in startup world, the stats are so grim. It's beyond comprehension. And then as founders, women, minorities, people of color, it's even worse. I mean, but as you stated though, we have 2 different ways of looking at it, right? One is people blame it as a pipeline problem or whatever other excuses that you can come up with. But someone look at it as an opportunity to invest because there are so many brilliant people out there, so many great ideas, so many dreams that we can enable things to happen. So let's take a look at the 130 that you were talking about, the portfolio company. last time we talked, you had mentioned they're very, very broad. They are literally from one extreme to the other, go and encompass a lot of different industries. How did all of that came about? How do you find them? How did they find you?
Well, it evolved over time and changed. It not only evolved but changed over time. So it wasn't all So it started out with me just getting in touch with different founders. If I found them online, if I noticed something about them, if they were just sort of a blip on the radar, but I liked what they were doing. So I found many of the companies, including PartPick, who is not in our portfolio because I could not afford to invest in them before they were acquired. But Jewel Burks had a hardware company. Actually, it was a SaaS company that was sort of being encumbered by the thought that it was a hardware company. And they couldn't find investors. Then they could. I did what I could to help without any money. Then they could find some investors. And then they were kind of plugging away. And all of a sudden, Amazon came knocking and picked them up. And Jewel had to make a decision between raising more money and going in that rat race again, or being acquired, in my opinion, prematurely, but also being acquired and being the first Black woman to be acquired by Amazon. And it's just so many things to consider at once. I found her, I stumbled upon her online and kept up with her. And so then when people started knowing about me, they would tell each other, tell other founders that I would be helpful to them. So that was bringing a lot of deal flow. Early days, 2015 and 16, I had a Tuesdays with Arlen. I would put up like a Calendly link or whatever link. I think it was Calendly at the time, yeah, which is run by a Black man. I don't know many people know that. But I put up a Calendly link and I would say anybody from anywhere can reach out to me on, these 8 hours on a Tuesday for 30 minutes and tell me about your company. And some of the companies came from that. And then when people really start to know there's press and there's this, then it was like, oh, I'm getting just hundreds of messages about this all the time. That turned into hundreds, turned into thousands. I then had more people on the team and we put in things in place. So we put in an application process as if we were an accelerator or something to that effect. So that was a major part of it. Of course, we have almost 100 LPs in our funds because they were like separate funds, small funds, and different angel amounts. And so our LPs send us quality deal flow. But most of it is the founders finding us because they like what they see reflected back to them when they look at our website, when they look at other founders. Our founders, or the founders that we've invested in, they go out and a lot of them say what they like about Backstage and what they think, of what we do. And that word of mouth is just invaluable. So I even had someone today who is thinking about investing in the fund. And I said, hey, you can reach out to whomever you'd like. Anybody on our website, anybody that you know is invested in us, anyone, I will give you all the access you need and you can go behind my back and do it, because I don't have, I've done this with the sort of integrity that I feel very comfortable with, no matter how things have gone along the way. And so part of that is in the fact that from day one, we were allowing those cold introductions as much as possible.
You're like a big family, right? So, I remember last time we talked about it. If we go to your website, it's just a big family of people, amazing, happy founders' faces that you can see, real people that you can relate to, not like, some distant office somewhere far away, right? And that's always one of the problems that, we see in the VC world is, someone knows someone, some kind of intro, and there's almost like a 0% chance of reaching anyone unless, you're super connected or went to the same school in some sort of way, which leads me to your new book, right behind you. It's About Damn Time. I love the title. And I like it because it's not just about retelling the story of we need more diversity, the stats are bad. It's more than that. It's hopeful, it's inspirational, it's about people, it's something that we need. I would say more so now than ever before. Can you give the folks who are on here a sneak preview of what it is about? What drove you to write that book to begin with, and what are some of the key messages you would like for them to leave with?
Yeah, I can't ignore the fact that, I don't know if you can, you probably can't because of my microphone hear this, but there are helicopters circling around right now, just circling around. I'm in Los Angeles, in Hollywood. They've boarded up all of the buildings around me. They've given us messages that, there are going to be protests for sure. There were protests yesterday. There may be even more escalated today. And we're prepared for that and we support it 100%. And today someone reached out to me and said, I read your book. It's a Black woman. She said, I read your book today or this week. And in the midst of all of this, it helped to remind me that as a Black woman, I have value. And when I wrote it, I could only dream that that would be the case in a normal world, whatever normal is, but in an okay, not COVID, not this world that we're in right now with all of the protesting and the protesting is not the problem. The killing, the murdering that's happening to Black bodies, to brown bodies, to female bodies, to trans bodies that are discarded. It's just taken on an entirely new meaning and feeling and impact, even more so than it already was, which was already getting so much great feedback. This book is about, of course, parts of it about my journey. You hear someone 5 years ago was sleeping at the airport, you think Pursuit of Happiness, you want to see who's playing me in the movie, and it's all of that. But underneath all of that is really a couple of things. It's about the big structural change that can happen, that I believe can happen, and that I'm not going to sit around and wait and hope that someone comes and saves us. I think that we can galvanize and make that happen, which is kind of reflected in what's going on right now. I have always said that my success is my activism. And then individually, it's about the individual person, like that woman who reached out to me today, who says, you're seeing me in this. I'm feeling what you're saying, and I'm seeing myself reflected back in this. That individual thing, there was a white man, a white gay man who today, I have all of this, the receipts, who today as well sent me a text, a friend of mine, who's a newer friend, and he's in Kentucky, white man, Kentucky. He said he was listening to the audio version of it and he had to stop. We were all running and he had to stop and cry. He had to stop and pull over from his run and just weep for us and with himself and all of that. Not because of he was sad, but because of the hope. He specifically said, because of the last section of the book where I talk about what I believe can happen and why I do what I do and why we do what we do, why you do what you do. That brought him so much hope that he had to weep about it in this world. And so you're going to get, you're going to learn more than you want to about venture capital. It's not heavy on venture. The introduction really is the heaviest part on venture. It gives some stats, it lays the foundation, but the rest of it is some anecdotes that may be surprising, that are just about my life. I worked in music for a while. I'm back behind the scenes. I have some cute stories there, but then I try to apply it to how it can help individual entrepreneurs and people that working within corporations. And then I get really personal on a couple of occasions where it's, I talk about going sober, and I talk about how important that was to my marriage and all sorts of things. And ultimately, I'm hoping that it galvanizes us and it empowers us, and that the reader, no matter who they are, walks away understanding how at least I believe that we are all equal, and that we each have a part to play in this and getting better, and that we can get better. If I didn't believe we could get better, all of this wouldn't matter, and it would be for naught. And I have to believe that we can be better and get better.
Right. And I hope we can do better. We need to do better. We have to do better. And it everything that we've been going through, especially the last 3 months with COVID, with the unemployment, with everything, with seeing pictures, visuals of people lining up for food for the first time, with figures after figures of how many people are living without healthcare, without access to digital, without having to choose between whether or not I'm going to go out to work so I can put food on the table versus what can I do to keep myself and keep my family healthy? What can I do so that I don't get kicked out and evicted from my apartment? What can I do so I can voice my opinion and not being hunted down like dogs? There's no one quick fix. I think there are a lot of challenges with our country, but I want to spend the next few minutes talk about, in your opinion, what are some of the things that we could have done, that we should do, that we have to do so that we can all become better allies of each other, so that we can alleviate some of the challenges that we see.
Yeah, and I'm well, thank you for sharing all of that. And I'll give things that are kind of basic things, because I feel like you said that I make people feel a little less lonely. I think maybe what one of my talents is just like being like talking to people across the board that can making things easier to understand and being a bridge to each other. And so there are so many people that if you're interested in learning more, there's so many people to reach out to, including the person behind me over here, Minda Hartz, and the memo and your work and all of that are going to have some very, this is 1, 2, 3, this is my 8-point plan, and this is for this. For me, I have been observing allies and those who wish to be over the past few days with everything that's been going on. And I've also been spoken to by many people, both praising the work, and others saying, including other Black people saying, you're giving too much credit to white people, or you're giving too much credit to that particular white person that you shouted out or whatever. I listen to everybody, and I take everybody has that space in my view. They have that space to say what they think. I'm going to give my opinion back, or I'm going to shut my mouth when it's appropriate. When it comes to allies, what I've observed is that they feel, some of them, or most of them, seem to feel like, I can't get this right. I can't say the right thing. I can't do the right thing. I can't tweet the right thing, or black out or not black out, or this or that on the, black.
There's quite a bit of that, yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. And what I have found though, is that the ones, like I'm talking mostly white women, are the ones that are stepping up, because they should be, because they're the ones who kind of got us in this mess to begin with. They're stepping up and they're saying, so some of them are saying, I can't get this right. People are yelling at me. I keep getting the wrong message, but they keep going and they keep trying and they keep going and they keep trying. And they understand that their discomfort for the day or for the week or for the past 3-6 months is nothing in comparison to their friends who have been dealing with this type of thing for their whole lives, or even for the past 400 years that we've been in this country like this. And so they just keep going, and they don't use that discomfort, and even people being wrong, like in my opinion, just being rude and wrong to them, they don't use that as an excuse to, well, I tried and you were being too mean, so I'm going to go back home and shut up. Those allies who stay the course and take it, and who are out in the streets fighting and protecting and using their bodies to protect, using their voices to project, all of that, to me, those are examples of you doing it the best way you can, and right or wrong, the best way you can. And they should be, in my opinion, again, lauded and held up. Because what do we want if not that? I think when I hear from Black people who have usually they have something to say about me, it's, I'm doing it wrong, I'm being Black wrong. Okay. And I'll listen to them. So, but what I want to understand is if I can't give credit where it's due to an ally who figures it out or at least tries earnestly, what do you want them to do? You don't want them to be silent. You don't want them to keep going about their day. So they try. Then they give them, I don't throw a parade for them or hand them cookies, but I say, yep, that's right. And then that's attacked. What do you want them to do? What do we want them to do? We want them to use their power, their prominence, their influence, their money to make things better for us. And if we can't even acknowledge that they're getting better on the communication of it, how do we expect them to have any incentive to do anything more? That's just, again, my opinion. I know that can be argued left, right, and the other. And usually I can argue anything that I say with certainty. I usually have already argued it from many sides myself so that I understand what I really believe before I say something out loud. So it can be argued that what I'm saying is a little, is a little Pollyanna and is a little idealistic, but that's where I want to be. That's the channel I want to be on. I want this to be for something. I want it to be so that when the dust clears, we're working together, we're living together, it's working out. The earth that we're on and these bodies, we're in some sort of harmony. Sue me if that doesn't work, because I don't want to live in a world where there's only one master race. Right now, there seems to be people who think there is. I don't want to live in a world where any race is considered a master race. I want it to be equal. So I think going back to your initial question about what we can do, I think we can listen to each other, and we can also kind of be better to each other. Give a little bit more to each other, and I'll take any of the hits that brings on. But that's where I think we start, no matter who we are. I'm going to be the first person to cuss someone out, yell at you online, put you on blast online. You know this, right?
I've seen that.
Yeah, I will put you on blast if you're acting a fool. But if you are earnestly trying to be better, I have had to be better so many times, and I hope to rise to that occasion each time. And you're trying to rise to the occasion, I can definitely give you the grace of saying that you've tried. And that is so fundamental, and it's so soft skilly. It doesn't have
empowering, right?
But yeah, and it's like, where are we going toward? What are we marching towards? I want to march towards something. And I think that's where you start the march, with the destination in mind.
Absolutely. We have something that we need to live for. And you truly do have a very powerful and inspirational voice. I think anyone who had the chance to even talk to you or even follow you on social, we can see that your personality jumps out. Even before the first time I had the chance to talk to you. This is the moment for people to rise up and speak up. This is the moment for people to inspire. This is the moment for us to act and to do something. Yeah. Can't understate that. And that was something, and I remember I told you that before, but something that sticks with me, with your book, with what you say, with everything that you had said in the book, is once we get there, once we make it there, don't forget to let someone shorter stand in front of you. It's important. And the fact that you were stressing about listening and communicating and trying, and it is so important. I think we miss part of that. We use this as a microphone, as a platform to keep saying whatever it is that we want to say without taking anything in. And before we wrap up, looking forward, what are your plans? Knowing that all the plans probably keep changing.
They change daily. They change daily. My plan is to just double down, triple down, whatever you want to say, quadruple down on everything that I'm doing, and doing so knowing that there's really not going to be a perfect way to do it, and that it's probably going to take on different forms. So I'm investing in underrepresented founders so I can put myself out of business, so that we're underrepresented no more, right? I'm also catalyzing students, Black students, and with my scholarship program. We have the first scholarship, my mother and I have the first scholarship for a Black student at Oxford. We have a scholarship for a psychology student who is a woman at HBCU Dillard, where my mom went to school in New Orleans. And we're putting a Black student through a pilot program to become a pilot in Greece. And we will continue to do the things that we can do within our means, and make our means bigger. You know what I mean? Expand our means so we can do more. That's what I'm on about. With the book, I think the book is going to be a major way that happens. This is a summit about voices and voice both. So I would encourage you to go to the book, download the book as an audio, because I read the audio. And with me, I only listen to books on audio these days. I'll buy them and have them on display, but I'll buy them on the audio to really read it. And so a lot of people are saying that it helps them get empowered even more to hear it, right? So I would encourage that. And I think that I have this feeling, I know it's like instinct, and I don't know where it's coming from exactly, but I have this instinct that this book, and maybe we could quote me in a year or something, I feel like this book is going to be the reason that I have the means to do the things that I want to do. I feel like it's going to outperform in sales. And that capital that I get from that will empower me to, instead of going and asking white men, can you please invest in our fund? Can you please pay for this or donate to this? It will empower me to do so. And I think I can empower others, and then they will go on and go on. So you're going to just see millionaires and powerful people of influence, etc., who are built in the home of backstage, and who are nourished at the backstage cabin, or however you want to put it. That's what you're going to see. I also want to shout out to Needle, Nedl, Needle. In our portfolio, they capture voice for podcasting instantly, but also you can search any word that's in the Needle platform. So if you wanted to record something and have people be able to find you later, whether it's music or spoken word, you would use the Needle platform through their work with Google and do that. And it's interesting. It's one of our portfolio companies. So I definitely wanted to give them space there.
Wow, that's cool. I did not know that. See, I learned something new again with you. So thank you so much for joining us today. I look forward to seeing the next stage. I look forward to seeing the next headline that you're going to write. And I look forward to the next round of millionaires that's going to grow from the back.
Looking for easier to navigate menus, clear information. And so that's why healthcare organizations are beginning to place a higher priority on this concept of a digital front door, or the digital channels by which a patient can access information about their organization. It's really, really a critical component of their web presence, but just in general, we'll talk about it in a second, but patients are doing a lot of research these days as they're looking through and thinking through their healthcare choices. And it's really important for healthcare organizations to prioritize how they think through their online presence and ensure that it's easy for patients to make decisions as they're choosing care. So I want to walk through the different components when we think through searching for care and finding and accessing healthcare. To start out in the beginning, patients, as you can see, 89% of patients utilize Google search when they're looking for healthcare, which is incredible if you think about it. We're no longer in this old world where we would get a reference from a clinician and just go from there blindly. We may get a reference or a referral from a clinician, but at the same time, we want to do our own research. I know for myself, and when I make healthcare decisions, I might get a referral from a provider, but I feel like it's my duty as a consumer to do a little bit more research, especially someone that works in the healthcare world. But just in general, we feel like we need a little bit more information as we're making these decisions to choose care. The next is navigating care. So once a patient discovers an organization, a service or a product, it can be really difficult to navigate their menus. Patients are looking for providers that are near them, that specialize in certain things potentially. And if it's really difficult for patients to navigate a website and to navigate the web presence of a healthcare provider organization or a health system, that can be really, really disconcerting for them. And frankly, if it's too difficult, they just won't continue. They will just find another option. So that's a really big, important part, is ensuring that your website is easy to navigate and is easy for patients to figure out and find the information that they're looking for. And lastly, the receiving part. So when you've decided, okay, I want to go forward with this practice or with this provider, it can be really challenging to schedule an appointment. And I'm not just talking about getting on the calendar, right? Like that even can be challenging. You're having to wait multiple weeks and months to see a specialist. But even the process of scheduling an appointment, I think about a personal experience I had recently with the health system that I'm a part of. And it took 3 menus for me to actually get to a live person. And all of those menus, I had to wait a few minutes or at least a few seconds for them to explain the different options by the time I got to a live person. Then I got to a live person and they put me on hold. So it can't be that difficult for patients to schedule appointments. I mean, the reality is we want healthcare to be accessible and simple for patients. And if you are unable to provide a seamless experience when it comes to either scheduling appointments or making it easier for patients to access you for services, it's a challenging, it'll be challenging for your organization to get new patients or retain your existing patient population, especially when other provider offices and health systems are providing these more seamless and easy to schedule appointments. So bringing this back to conversational AI, we at Orbita have seen obviously a huge need in the market to make these processes simpler and easier for patients. And we really believe that there is a huge opportunity utilizing conversational tools like smart speakers, like your phone, mobile apps. A lot of people are utilizing voice search, which we'll talk about in a second. But we really believe that there is a huge opportunity to utilize these conversational tools to support in automating some of these processes and making it easier for healthcare organizations to connect with and find prospective patients or manage their existing patient populations. So you'll see here, there's just so much, there's so much need in the market, and there's so much of a desire to utilize conversational tools. And you'll see the market's growing by 30% annually, and it's really, really exciting to watch. So to talk through a little bit about what we were just talking about when it comes to access and care, the reality is the consumer for today, as we just discussed, is different. So just some statistics here. Many Americans use their PCP as a first step in finding care, and that number has been dropping significantly. So maybe years ago you would get your specialist referral from your PCP, but the reality is as time goes on, people are becoming less loyal. They're realizing that, I just need a good gastroenterologist that can help me with this one issue, and they're going out there and doing the research and finding what they need on their own. And that just mimics what we've been doing in other areas of our lives. We have the tools at the ready, and we know what we want, and we're making those decisions accordingly when it comes to healthcare. So consumerization is hugely impacting the healthcare industry, and there are many new entrants in the market who have disrupted the status quo. I can think of so many startups off the top of my head that have, utilizing the primary care example, that have made primary care really, really a much better experience than it is now. You can book appointments online, you can talk to your provider immediately. All of those things are going to force the rest of the industry to move and to make changes in how they deliver their services and how they share information with patients. So I want to talk through a little bit about how virtual assistants, and the way we think about virtual assistants is utilizing conversational AI technology to automate that conversation that a patient could possibly have as they're thinking through their healthcare journey with a provider. So I want to walk you through from a high level how we're thinking about it and what the different use cases are. And I'll focus most of my energy on this first bucket here, which is consumer engagement. That's what we think about when we think about the digital front door, but I'll also touch on some other things that we've been thinking about. But when we think about these use cases, the reality is the consumer engagement aspect is really, really ripe for disruption. So it's important for groups to, for health systems to think through their brand awareness. So how are they representing themselves online? How can they provide FAQs and educational content online to make it easier for patients to find the information they need and do research on their own? So we are working with some really big health systems that provide lots of content, many names that you have all heard of. And they have prioritized providing educational content online for their patients and have become leaders in the market, frankly, in providing that content. And then how do you find a location and a provider? It's really important for patients to utilize these types of conversational tools to find providers and locations that are close to their homes, close to their work, and easier for them to access. And then also call center deflection, so helping utilize conversational tools so that your receptionists aren't on the phone all day, or your poor patient is not sitting on the phone waiting on hold for 10 minutes for the receptionist or group of receptionists to answer their call. Is there a way for us to create a more automated process for patients to access the information they need and secure their care? And then surveys and health tips. We have worked with many many customers who are interested in providing surveys and sharing information with their patient population. So the next step there is the patient portal. So making it easier to schedule appointments, as I mentioned, book transportation. That's been a big thing. And then also there's a little bit of healthcare insurance company needs like eligibility, member enrollment. All of those things are things we consider when we think about conversational AI. So as I mentioned, I won't dive too deep into the in-facility and remote connections use cases, but from a high level, Orbita Assist is one of our in-facility use cases that we have. We actually have a HIPAA-compliant virtual bedside assistant, which makes it easier for patients and nurses to communicate. And so that's been a really interesting tool for us to sort of see live. It's very, very successful so far. And then lastly, I want to talk a little bit about remote connections. So as many of you know, the pandemic has forced us to think differently about how we deliver healthcare. I'll use a personal example of mine. My OBGYN has asked me for 50% of my prenatal appointments if it's okay if we do them online or via telehealth. That's huge. It's really, really huge. In the past, most people just went in for all of their appointments. In fact, a large metropolitan area hospital here in the Boston area, had just heard that they went from 1% telehealth to 85% of their appointments telehealth. That is huge. And so those are opportunities that are happening and coming about because of this pandemic, and ensuring that high-risk patients don't need to be coming in for every single thing. Are there opportunities for us to treat patients remotely? And that's another area where conversational AI can be hugely valuable. We have worked with many organizations thinking through managing patients at home, utilizing remote patient monitoring and other tools to virtually manage patients. In the past, I like to say it was kind of a cool thing to do. Now it's becoming a necessity, which is really, really interesting. But either way, we think this is another sort of part of the digital front door of these organizations. They'll have opportunities to communicate with patients remotely as they take care of their health. So I want to talk a little bit about voice search now. This is a big component of the digital front door that we're thinking about. If you think about it, I think about my dad, who hates typing when he's searching for things. He always uses his voice to text capability on his smartphone when he's searching for things, which I find is really, really interesting. The reality is many people are utilizing that technology, and it matters because it's changing the way people search and find information. And voice assistant search results and voice search results are different from text search, which was a really interesting find for us. We didn't realize that there was actually a discrepancy between the two until we really started doing the research and realizing that, wow, there is actually a difference in what comes up when you search voice to text versus when you type. So it's important for these organizations, particularly from a marketing perspective, to start optimizing their websites for voice search and ensure that when a patient is looking for a PCP within 5 miles of the greater of Boston, Massachusetts, that they're coming up in those search results when it comes to SEO. So again, just highlighting here, this is something that is really new, but frankly is going to be status quo and already is slowly becoming status quo. Searching for voice is 3.7 times faster than typing. That's why my dad and a lot of people like to utilize it. And voice is perfect for mobile searches. In fact, nearly 60% of mobile searches use voice search at least sometime. I use it a lot. I'm sure many of you use it a lot. And it's really, really interesting to see how that shift is taking place. So a lot of people will be asking themselves, oh my gosh, what is this voice search thing? What should I do? So again, as we mentioned before, it's really about optimizing your website for voice search and ensuring that you have created appropriate question and answers so that when people utilize voice search to look for information, that your content is coming up pretty high up when it comes to SEO. The next is enabling voice search within websites and mobile apps. We've been working really closely with our clients on figuring out all the little intricacies of that. And then you can take it one step further by creating Amazon Alexa skills and Google Actions for smart assistants and smart speakers. A lot of people are actually utilizing this technology, so it's really, really important to consider it as part of your plan. So just some considerations as you're thinking through how to implement voice and voice search in the work that you're doing as an organization. It's really important to think through the audience. Who's your target? What are the groups that you're looking to target as part of your organization's strategic priorities? Those are really important. What domain do you want to be an expert in? So when you're putting content out there, to help you rank higher and to help your organization become a leader when it comes to content strategy, what do you want to be the expert in? What are those areas that you're really, really interested in? And so the reality is, at its core, voice is just another user interface. It's not something that we in the past have been thinking a lot about, but it's going to be a huge part of the future as we're thinking through SEO, marketing, and reaching customers, especially patients where they are. And so again, just highlighting the value here, it's really important to deliver relevant information when it comes to voice first experiences, and ensure to pick the use cases that are highest value for users when it comes to their
afternoon. Welcome to iMerit's webinar on strategies for evaluating the quality of labeled data. We'll get started in just a moment and give folks a minute to join. Okay, let's begin. So this webinar is entitled Ground Truth Grind, Strategies for Evaluating the Quality of Labeled Data. And I'll be your speaker today. My name is Teresa O'Neill, and I'm a solutions architect at iMerit, specializing in natural language services. I've been working with iMerit to develop natural language annotation solutions for a little over 2 years. And I bring a research background and a teaching background in theoretical and applied linguistics. So in today's webinar, we're hoping that what you will take away from this is an approach to kind of questioning some assumptions you may have around the quality of labeled data, and a notion of how to build trust in a labeled data set through 3 primary kind of cornerstones: transparency, processes, and measurements. We also invite you to check out our website for a white paper in natural language processing annotation services entitled Not Lost in Translation. And you can find this on our website, imerit.net. So a little background on who we are. We're a company that leverages human intelligence to label and enrich data. We enrich training data accurately, securely, and with operational efficiency out of our 9 centers, currently enabled to work from home. And our mission is to power algorithms in machine learning and computer vision, and also primarily to affect positive social and economic change for a population, a workforce that has been historically excluded from the digital environment. Our expertise is in computer vision, content and natural language services, and customer support. And today's webinar will focus on some of our learnings and best practices in the natural language services space. So first of all, a couple pointers on the importance of considering quality and quality evaluation when using labeled data for natural language processing, machine learning use cases more broadly. So we're all familiar probably with the adage garbage in, garbage out, and even this sort of old but good little comic from XKCD from a few years back, kind of poking fun at the black box nature of machine learning algorithms. So somebody says, you know, this is your system. Yep, you just pour the data into this big pile of algebra, and then out the other side, you collect the answers. What if the answers are wrong? Well, you just keep stirring until it looks right. This isn't a very satisfactory approach to improving models. So we would suggest, and so would many others, that another solution besides simply stirring the pot and retuning and reconfiguring and fine-tuning your models, you pour some better data in. And for supervised learning methods, this involves using improved, higher quality training data. And for any modeling method, you'll also need evaluation and ground truth data sets. And although it is it's a bit taxing to prepare a sound strategy for data quality, it's ultimately worthwhile. Some machine learning engineers may describe or potentially complain that they spend up to 80% of their time on data preparation and cleaning. And so by having a good strategy up front to prepare high quality labels and develop that trust that the ongoing data pipeline is continuing to yield high quality data, you can save money, time, and also cognitive resources from your more valuable engineering teams who need to be focused on other things. The assurance of quality is not easy to guarantee, as you can see in this quote on the right-hand panel. Labeling projects involve multiple steps, they're very complex, and they require some subjective decision-making. So it's important to consider carefully your approach to building trust in your labeled data set. Otherwise, you'll be trapped in this sort of endless ground truth grind of manually reviewing things and iterating without a concrete process in place. So how can you build that trust in the quality of your labeled data set? We suggest that there's 3 primary considerations. Transparency, which really comes down to communication with your labeling partner. processes, which has more to do with planning the right kinds of workflows to build and then sustain and then improve quality, and also having a carefully considered approach to measuring quality so that you have that assurance in the long term that things are stable and also you can handle change appropriately. So the first of these cornerstones is transparency. And there are a few guiding questions here. First is, what does high quality actually mean when it comes to this particular label data set? The second is, what assumptions are we beginning with? And then what expectations do we have of our labeling partner, and what expectations do they have of us? So you might be working on a natural language processing product or an NLP powered product of some sort. And it's important to think about the expectations that you bring to the table when working with a labeling partner, and also what your labeling partner is expecting of you, so that you can start out with a clear, transparent plan and on firm footing. So one initial set of attributes you might think of when you think of high quality and labeled data, you might think of completeness, relevance, that the data be unbiased, that it be consistent, and that it be accurate. Certainly there are other attributes you might also throw around. However, these might not all be exactly the same weight, and they might all not be equally applicable for every use case. So kind of what's good for the goose, maybe not good for the gander, depending on what you're trying to do with your data. So for example, what's unbiased in one case, may not really serve your purpose in another case, because the biases may be informative, or they may reflect real properties of the data that you need to be sensitive to. Completeness is really, really use case dependent. So what counts as appropriate kind of coverage of the domain or the expression space really varies depending on what you're trying to accomplish. We also generally bring to the table several assumptions regarding high quality data and what that quality really means. So we have to start questioning those assumptions. The first and maybe simplest of which is that quality is measurable and that ground truth actually exists. So there is a truth of the matter that we are trying to model, and that truth is knowable. And then a little more subtle, we might also have the assumption that consistency among labels indicates accuracy, or consistency sort of represents truth somehow. And further, that consistency is desirable. However, we really need to start getting really critical and thinking about whether these assumptions are valid and whether they do serve the use case that you have in mind. So for example, quality may be measurable for some data points, but not others. Others may just remain much too ambiguous or subjective. Or in fact, they are so qualitative you want to allow them to vary freely. In some cases, ground truth exists, closely related to the above, but if the task, again, is kind of unbounded or subjective, there may not be an absolute truth of the matter, and that's quite all right. Ground truth may exist, but may not be knowable. So if you have a particular data point that is ambiguous and cannot be disambiguated by the labelers, even if there was sort of an intentional truth of the matter, maybe this is user data communicating some intent that to the original user was perfectly unambiguous, but we can't go back and interrogate that original user and find out what they intended. So the ground truth there in that case is not knowable. Further, consistency may indicate accuracy in some cases, but not necessarily if it indicates bias. So sometimes you'll have consistent responses or labels which simply indicate a bias on the part of the data set or the users who are doing the labeling, rather than actually accuracy or ground truth. And there are many anecdotes of these kinds of cases. And then finally, consistency may be desirable if there is sort of a knowable truth of the matter. However, it may not be desirable if it eliminates insights into weaknesses in your labeling guidelines or potential areas of ambiguity that can be resolved. Sometimes you want that inconsistency to kind of shine a light on and triangulate what you're really trying to get at. So further, once we've questioned our initial assumptions, we want to make sure that we share a set of expectations with our labeling partner. And this involves a mutual investment of time and effort and cognitive resources, especially at the beginning of an engagement, in developing guidelines, which we discussed extensively in the previous webinar in the series, and in defining our quality parameters, developing metrics that are appropriate for that use case and that can measure those parameters, developing a robust feedback cycle with an ongoing conversation, and having transparent reporting processes that allow us to track and act on insights. So that's our first cornerstone, transparency, involving open lines of communication, careful questioning of assumptions, and setting shared expectations before beginning a project. The next cornerstone comes in processes. So some of you may recall, if you joined us for the previous webinar, we discussed 5 steps in a pipeline for developing a successful annotation project. The latter 2 steps, feedback cycle and evaluation, are the processes that are most kind of intimately involved in developing a rigorous quality framework. So we're going to focus on those in the next section of the talk. And what I want to highlight here is kind of a conceptual distinction between quality control and quality assurance. Quality control is a process or a workflow designed to detect and then correct or remove defects, whereas quality assurance is a post hoc audit process designed to measure the quality of a data set. And ultimately, this is where your ongoing trust will come from. So a little schematic here to walk you through how we would conceptualize that process. We would begin with a set of guidelines or requirements come to via discussion between you and your labeling partner. And those guidelines would fuel, of course, a training process, which would lead to production. And then we would have a quality control process where by some method or other, which we'll discuss some options shortly, defects in that set of labels are identified and removed, and any edge cases are escalated and resolved and go back to the guidelines for ongoing refinement and training. But after the defects are removed, we submit a final sort of version of the data set for an audit, where this is where quality assurance comes, where the labels will be evaluated against some rigorous metrics, ideally something quantitative. And then depending on the outcomes, we evaluate those metrics. Past data that is of sufficiently high quality goes on to become part of the training or evaluation data set, and failed data goes back to the production step for revisions. And this is where we want to consider how strategically we're investing our time and resources. So if we divide a project, a labeling project, into roughly 4 phases, during the initial calibration, ramp, and stabilization periods, there is a heavier investment of time and resources in that quality control feedback cycle than there is in the final and ideally longest stable phase of production, where that investment of resources, which you can see along the red curve here, is significantly lower. And this is more about sort of maintaining that quality, being sensitive to any changes that come, and fine-tuning the metrics if required. So in developing a quality control process that works well for your project, it's crucial to align that process with the use case. So the optimal method for identifying and removing defects depends on what you're trying to do with your data and certain aspects of your data. So some factors to consider, I'll kind of skim the surface here, are the data type, so the modality of the data. If it's audio data, textual data, or image data, you might have a different approach to identifying and removing defects. The data complexity will also inform what kind of quality control method you use. If the subject matter requires extensive expertise, then it may be a better bet to have an expert reviewer as a second step or second level sort of gatekeeper rather than relying on consensus methods. The labeling task complexity will also inform the quality control method. So if there's a very large, very complex taxonomy of labels, if there's a lot of context dependency, a very long document, if the labels themselves require a highly developed sense of metalinguistic awareness or advanced kind of linguistic training, or if there are a lot of steps, this will inform what kind of quality control method is best. So maybe if you have a very simple granular kind of atomic task, you can take a parallel approach to quality control and rely more heavily on consensus methods on an inter-annotator agreement. Whereas if you have a very complex task, it may make more sense to have a specially trained expert reviewer sampling and removing defects from tasks after they're completed. The ratio of kind of ambiguous to unambiguous content will also inform the kind of quality control method that suits your data, as will the level of subjectivity in the output. So for example, in a text creation project, for instance, generating question-answer pairs that are relevant to a particular corpus, it may not be relevant to have a simple sort of pass-fail strategy. You may want to have different kinds of options for quality control, since the data output itself is totally subjective and is expected to vary widely. So just a couple of examples here. We have a simple entity identification and labeling process. This is the kind of task that really is quite objective and where you could have subsampling and a pass-fail strategy. For a more complex dialogue labeling type task, we would likely want to have experts reviewing the data, and we would have to divide up this task into more atomic subtasks if we were to use an inter-annotator agreement type approach. We also want to think about efficient allocation of precious resources when designing quality control methods. So we want to be judicious about when to use manual methods like expert review or arbitration of disagreements and inter-annotator agreement comparisons versus automatic methods, which can detect outliers, anomalous annotations, and also check the data against certain hard-coded rules of business logic or guidelines logic. Now, designing an optimal process, there are a few things to consider in addition to the above. We also want to consider just sort of the nuts and bolts of the process itself. For instance, how many judgments do you want per task? And the number of judgments that are useful, worthwhile, really varies with the kind of task you're trying to perform and the subjectivity of the task. Do you want to have a blind or an open design for review? So should that expert reviewer be able to see who did what? And should they have access to the first pass of data? Or do we want to use a blind method to potentially identify and eliminate biases that will really throw a wrench in your data set? And then who do you want to serve as the final authority for resolving disagreements or giving kind of the seal of approval to a data point before it goes off to metrics? So this table kind of maps out what those options might look like. So you might have a parallel process with multiple annotation that is open and relies on a consensus method. And this I would recommend during the training process. So for example, a complex labeling case where you're categorizing entities against a really deep taxonomy, it's useful during the training period to have multiple people annotating, have them communicating with each other openly, and trying to come to a consensus to master the taxonomy and identify ambiguity so that you can improve your guidelines. You might want to move that to a blind process, however, if you have very high subjectivity or high bias risk kinds of data. So if you're doing search relevance, for example, or open sort of taxonomy generation or intent categorization, there's a lot of risk there that you end up with unwarranted consensus, where you have, the strong person in the jury room forcing everyone to a particular conclusion when actually your data set would benefit from a little more variation. Sequential processes are useful when you have high expertise required or a very long tail of edge cases, where you need to have an arbitrator resolving disagreements, which are in the output of sort of a double-blind parallel process, or you want to have a judge or an expert correcting the defects in a data set where there's simply a lot of complexity and a high probability that annotators are making errors in the early stages of a project. Ultimately, for very stable, high-volume projects, it's useful to have a mixed method, and the method might change throughout the lifespan of a project as the labelers develop expertise, as that long tail gets kind of chipped away, and as the guidelines become more robust for ambiguous cases. Another important thing to consider in developing your quality control method is that the results be interpretable and actionable. So we want the results of the quality control process and the defect removal process to inform constant improvement. We want them to generate insights into patterns of error, exceptions to the guidelines, or anomalies in the guidelines, or anomalies in the training. We want them to inform improvement to those guidelines, but also to individual mastery and proficiency, ongoing assessment, potentially improvements to the workflow if there is something about the layout and the structure of the task that's leading to issues. And then finally, you want them to fuel kind of an iteration and targeted rework and testing where you can evaluate the impact of those improvements against your metrics. So now we come to the metrics and the quality assurance process. Developing a quality assurance process, the owner can be it can be a shared responsibility between the client or your internal team and your labeling team or domain experts. And as I pointed out in the curve of the project milestone structure earlier, there's typically a higher cost burden on your team during the initial stage, and then that burden will shift to your labeling partner as a project stabilizes and matures. And generally, we would rely on quantitative metrics run against either sort of an inter-annotator agreement structure or a benchmarking where you have kind of holdout tasks that you know are gold tasks, so you can run comparison with them, or sometimes sort of a benchmarking by proxy. So you create a similar kind of task that mimics the structure, but maybe has certain known quantities, where maybe the ratio of ambiguous tasks is lower, or you're targeting particular known problematic categories, and then you evaluate the output against those benchmarks. So how do you conduct that evaluation? Well, you need measurement. And when it comes down to developing metrics for a labeled data set, sometimes we're dealing with more of an art than a science. It's kind of a fusion. So here the considerations are whether you're measuring for consistency or accuracy, how you align these metrics with your priorities, and then how you get back to the initial point about transparency by building reports that are actionable and that are shared openly to enable that ongoing improvement. So whether you use consistency or accuracy as your focus in designing metrics depends on what you're trying to do. If you're conducting a task that is measured along kind of a scalar variable and that expects some informative disagreements or variation between users, like sentiment analysis or search relevance, then it's useful to measure consistency. If you're getting wildly inconsistent results, then something is probably wrong with the way your labelers are understanding the data. Or there are some really unexpected areas of variation and ambiguity that you might want to control for by expanding your taxonomy or rethinking exactly how you're going about your project. When it comes to labeling entities, relations among entities, and to some extent intents, you want to consider your accuracy measures, or sorry, your quality measures more in terms of accuracy than consistency. Because in the case of entities and relations, typically there is a a ground truth, sort of a knowable ground truth of the matter. For intents, it depends on the domain, whether you have a knowable ground truth or a little bit of variation. But in general, with dialogue labeling, such as what you see here, which is a kind of a constructed example from a food service customer service exchange dialogue labeling use case, accuracy is a more powerful quality metric than consistency, because in most of these labels there is a knowable ground truth of the matter. So in designing these measurement strategies and metrics, we want to make sure that the metrics are priority aligned. So that means you have to consider, for example, whether you want kind of a holistic picture at the macro level of how many of your labels are correct versus incorrect, or perhaps by label type across your whole data set, the ratio of correct to incorrect, or whether you want to look at this on a document by document level. And this is an important question to kind of resolve on early in the game, so that you know whether you're looking across the whole corpus or within each document, and then kind of averaging across documents. Those will give you a different picture of accuracy, and it depends a lot on the distribution, sort of expected distribution of categories within documents. You also want to consider whether the same metrics that are appropriate for objective categories in your data set are also appropriate for subjective categories. So if you have a lot of objective entity labels, but a lot of very subjective intent labels, it's possible that what works for one might not work so well for the other. It's also very useful to categorize relevant errors by label type to enable improvement and iteration for your labeling team, and also to understand holistically how your labelers are faring and develop that trust in your data set. It's useful to code major versus minor error categories separately to some extent. Then we also have an additional challenge of considering how to tabulate correct and incorrect labels for primary versus dependent categories. And I'll walk you through what I mean by primary versus dependent labels. Imagine we have an entity labeling use case where we're labeling certain types of noun phrases, pronouns, and categorizing them. Let's say we're mentioning ODSE, the upcoming now remote conference taking place formerly in Boston, but now online next week. If we say we attended ODSE, the correct label for this entity is conference, but let's say some of our labelers erroneously labeled it as company, and let's say some other labelers failed to label it altogether. Well, in the miniature corpus with 3 different approaches to labeling, we can see that 4 of the labels were perfect matches to ground truth. 1 was a total miss, that's the one in red, and the other was sort of a pure label error. They captured the entity, the span is correct, and it was labeled, but it was labeled with the wrong category. Now, what about dependent attributes? Let's say we are also trying to track co-reference, and we use referential indices in our schema to represent these co-reference relationships. So each of our entity labels now has a little subscript that tracks its referent. Well, what if your referential tracking is correct, but your primary label is wrong? It becomes a little more cumbersome to design the metrics and the tools to deliver these metrics to tabulate those. So there's an important consideration whether to sort of exempt mismatched dependent labels if the primary label is wrong, so that your trust in your data set is not artificially deflated by the fact that the primary label was incorrect. So if you want to know, how is my labeling team doing understanding and correctly implementing referential index labels, you'd want to count independently of the question of how they're counting the entity taxonomy labels. So for example, here, where ODSE is incorrectly labeled as a company, it is correctly labeled with subscript J, indicating its co-reference with the pronoun it. So we might say, look, our dependent labels are all correct, but we still have some work to do mastering the entity taxonomy. So with a metric strategy, incorporating those elements, we want to put that together into a report that is transparent, that can be shared between the labeling team and your project and product owners, which delivers quantitative insights that are actionable. So we can say, all right, we've got 90% perfect matches in item and entity, let's say, categorization, but we seem to be having some trouble with over tagging. So we've got some precision issues where 3% of our labels were additions that aren't there in the gold set. We have maybe some issues as well with just taxonomy errors. So the entities are being captured, but they're being given the wrong label. We seem to have a much smaller problem with missing entities altogether, as only 2% of labels were skipped, and so on. So with this approach, we could further break this down by specific labels and develop retraining materials and assessment materials that will further drive improvement and also allow us to build trust by tracking that improvement over time with respect to known problem areas. So in summary, what we've shown today is that building trust in data, labeled data set quality rests on 3 primary cornerstones: transparency of communication in setting our initial assumptions, requirements, and expectations; designing well thought out, carefully considered processes to identify and remove defects, enable constant improvement, and measure outputs; and also developing the right kinds of measurement strategies or metrics to interpret our results, understand what's being done well, where improvement is needed, and establish trust in the ongoing data pipeline. So thank you very much for joining us today for this webinar on strategies for evaluating the quality of labeled NLP data sets. My name is Teresa O'Neill, and we invite you to reach out and contact me with any comments or questions. Thanks very much for your time, and hope
my name is Rachel Francine. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Musical Health Technologies, where what we're doing is using the voice and turning it into effective, affordable, and highly distributable medicine. I also have a master's degree in something called future studies, which is really the art and science of creating change. And so today I want to talk to you about both of those things, future studies and how we can use it to improve the world for the better, and also the science of singing, how we are using the voice to create impactful therapeutic change for a variety of clients, and then really also how we are using technology to scale that. So to get started, in future studies, we always refer to it as futures, never in the singular future, because there's always more than one future that is available to us. And in future studies, we break this down into the probable, possible, and preferable future. And the probable future is the future that everybody assumes is going to happen. So for example, in the 1950s, everybody assumed that computers would always be as big as a room. And maybe you could have made the assumption too that all computer programmers would be women, and the vast majority of them would be African American, because that was what was going on in the 50s and 60s in computing. And if you just take a linear sort of approach to it, you would think, well, okay, this is how it's going to stay. But we all know that computers got much smaller, and it did not turn out, at least for the current time being, that most of the computer programmers are women, and that they're African American, although we are catching up. And the reason that we very rarely get the future that is contained in the probable future is because all over the world, possible futures are being born. So the future that we actually got was a computer that sits in our pocket or on our wrist. And the reason that we get these different kinds of possible futures is because there's all kinds of change going on in the world all the time. And so what a lot of futurists do is they help organizations, governments, individuals really understand all of the different kinds of possible change that may be on the way. And those are driven by a lot of different elements, whether that be social change, environmental change, political change, as we're seeing right now, driven by economic change and social change. And so what a lot of futurists do is they really help, as I was saying, organizations navigate the future by building scenarios around the different types of change that can happen. And this is great, but my favorite thing about futures is preferable futures, because what you do in preferable futures is you get all of the constituents together. You go through those scenario planning exercises, and you really look at what are the different opportunities in front of us. And then as a group, as a community, as a society, and this is what they did, they used a lot of future studies techniques in South Africa while they were dismantling apartheid. And we decide, what do we really want as a collective? You bring all the constituents together. And from there, it really becomes a strategic planning exercise. How do we get to that preferable future? And the challenge, of course, with preferable futures is we are seeing a ton of massive challenges in front of us to get to these preferable futures. And so what I want to do for a couple minutes is talk about some of the ways that I see that we can bring about change using some of the tenets of future studies. And one of the tenets of future studies is we talk about incremental versus transformational change. So incremental change is when things are happening, of course, little by little over time, and then transformational change is when we see, sort of a big, a big change all at once, or at least it seems all at once, because most of the time, a lot of little incremental changes are what builds up to transformational change. And this is really, again, what we're seeing in the protests and in the change that we're seeing in how we are how we are dealing with police brutality in our country today. We are seeing a transformational change brought on by both other transformational and incremental changes. I'm a big fan of transformational change, and one of the reasons why is, we're obviously going through a lot of troubles right now, and one of them is in addition to a global pandemic and some tragic events that are happening around us, we also are looking still at climate change. And the way that a lot of people talk about climate change is about bringing on sustainability. And to me, the challenge with sustainability is that it seems just really, really boring, right? It seems like you're going to be eating oatmeal and wearing sackcloth for the rest of your life. And it's very hard to take things away from people, as we are seeing, once they have them. And so instead of sustainability, I like to talk about abundance. And the idea of abundance is that if we actually create the products and the services around us with the circular economy in mind, meaning that we don't think of everything that we create eventually ending up in a landfill, but being able to be reused in a circular economy or designed with better principles, we can actually have a lot of the things that we want while healing the planet. And so a couple good examples of this are some books. The first one is Cradle to Cradle. And in Cradle to Cradle, they do talk about the circular economy and how, when we are using materials to build things, there's really two types. One is the type that will be non-toxic for the environment. So if you build, let's say, an ice cream wrapper that completely biodegrades and possibly even leaves seeds for flowers in the ground, then you are actually adding to the system rather than taking away from it. And that any kind of toxic element, be they metals or be they chemicals, in the production system, are actually created on a closed loop. So they're always being recollected and reused. And in doing this, we can create products and services without actually damaging the planet. And the example that the folks on Cradle to Cradle use is the cherry tree. And that if we were designing the cherry tree for sustainability, it would have many less blooms on it because they don't seem necessary. But the cherry tree can have as many blooms as it wants because its waste actually adds nutrients to our system rather than taking them away. There's also a wonderful book called Biomimicry in Design, where Jean Benous takes the principles of how things are built in nature, like that cherry tree, and as a biochemist instructs us in a layman's way how to do that same thing as humans. And so this is really, getting back to future studies, the difference between incremental and transformational change. And what we really need now is to completely change the way that we're thinking and bring about transformational change. Some of this transformational change that I would like to bring about and help bringing about, and use my company Musical Health Technologies to do that, is that I really believe in the quadruple bottom line take to economics. So right now, economics are really judged in a single bottom line. So for example, most countries, they judge their success by what is their gross domestic product. The problem with gross domestic product is that all kinds of good things are included in gross domestic product. How many teachers we employ, for example. But other things like car crashes, illness, pandemics, those are also the things that we spend on. Those elements are also included in our GDP. Just because you have a great GDP does not mean that your people are living well. And so there's been a change in direction to looking at economics in terms of a triple bottom line effect, which is the economic, social, and environmental. And that if we can create products, services change with these sort of bottom lines in mind, then we will actually be able to create better lives for people. And I add in there transformational. I have a fourth bottom line, which is we need to do these things fast because we're really facing crisis. And a lot of these, this quadruple bottom line approach is really reflected as well in the UN's Sustainable Development Goals, where they never really mention in those goals that we are going to, grow the economy by leaps and bounds. What they talk about is how can we get more people employed? How can we get more people employed in gratifying work? How can we get more people access to healthcare and education? And so these were the things that I learned about in school that I came to develop a philosophy around in school. And so when I started Musical Health Technologies 8 years ago now, these were the kinds of tenets that I wanted to prove a company could use in order to create a company that not only is going to generate money, but is going to create that kind of quadruple bottom line effect. And so what we do at Musical Health Technologies is we scale music as medicine. And we do that by using a technique called lyric coaching or lyric prompting. And this is the same technique that Gabriella Gifford's music therapist used, the congresswoman who was shot when she received left hemisphere brain trauma. And what her music therapist would do in that situation is they would play the guitar, prompt her favorite songs, and then she would sing them, because when you have left hemisphere brain trauma, it typically affects your ability to speak. But singing takes place in the entire brain. So though she couldn't speak, Giffords could still sing, and by singing actually was able to reroute where speech takes place in the brain. But with only 7,000 music therapists in the country, only a very small portion of people actually have access to this kind of care. So what we first did was create a technology that would allow non-music therapists to implement therapeutic music with people, and by digitizing that same process that Gabriella Gifford's music therapist used. So I'm going to play this short video for you to give you a sense of what that looks like.
And soon I'll hear, old winter song, But I miss you most of all, my darling, when autumn leaves, start to fall.
It's awfully hard to tell somebody what I experienced.
Yes.
Because it was like a miracle.
And so the miracle that you're saying you experienced was what?
My voice returned.
So as you can see, Olivia really had a transformational experience, which is, of course, one of the things I'm going after. And the reason that she could do that is because the benefits of prescribed singing are just so varied and deep. So singing provides a whole brain exercise, right? So this is one of the things that we're saying is the only thing that can sort of beat back the effects of dementia. It also creates great neurochemical regulation. So serotonin, oxytocin, melatonin, endorphins, all of these are positively regulated when you sing, in the same way that we try now to use anti-anxiety and antipsychotics. This is a way to regulate neurochemicals naturally. Singing also supports respiration in many ways. And it also strengthens immunity. One of the other things that it does, and this goes back to neurochemical regulation, is it releases oxytocin. Oxytocin is what they call the love, hormone, and what it is able to do is it's what connects us. And I think that that's one of those. It bonds mother to child, and it connects people to each other and to our animals and to our chocolate. Actually, also we release oxytocin when we eat chocolate, and so what all of this does is it connects us to each other. And I believe that that's why during our COVID-19 crisis and all the social isolation, we are seeing even more evidence that people use music to self-medicate. And what we're trying to do is make that more prescription strength. What we are doing is making that more prescription strength. I told you a little bit about Gabby Giffords already, and so you know her story about how she used singing as a therapeutic tool to regain her voice. And this really is, this lyric prompting process that you heard really is what Giffords herself credits to regaining her voice after her tragic shooting. There have been some problems over the years with getting music as medicine and singing as medicine out there, and mostly that there's been a gap in the science. It's really hard historically to study the voice and music in general because it's so complicated. But over the past 25 years, there has been a real surge in the research around that, and we're really seeing the evidence from a clinical level from people like Harvard and McGill and all of the ones we referenced before. Also, there's only 7,000 music therapists in the country, and so you really just can't get the solution out to everybody. And so what we're doing is leveraging other kinds of therapists, giving them the tools and training they need in order to use music as medicine. And then also, we just have not been really conscious of the fact that we are over medicating people, and that our go-to is just to give a pill. And so that's one of the other things, just we have not been exploring other options as a society. So the first thing that we did as a company is we actually digitized that process that Gabriella Giffords music therapists use. So we have that lyric coach in there, that guide singer in there, all of that. So people don't need to be a musician in order to facilitate music as medicine. And so the other thing that we did was we went out and we got, and this is very important, actual licenses with the publishing company so that we have legal rights to the 500 plus songs that we have in our catalog. But the app on its own isn't really enough. And what our specialty is as a company is really based on our deep understanding of music therapy and how to scale it. And so what we do is the app is part of the scaling, but you also have to understand what are the best practices in music therapy for that individual condition and that individual's needs. Because a lot of times, for example, their favorite music is being able to find their favorite music is a really important part, and understanding where they are in their disease progress is essential as well. And so we understand what the condition is. We have this song printed database where we actually go in and understand, for example, not only what year a song is from, so that we know who for whom it might be the most appropriate age-wise, but also, for example, how long the sustain in a song is. Because for somebody with chronic breathing problems, for example, you're not going to want to start them out on Climb Every Mountain or Oh What a Beautiful Morning. You're going to want to start them on songs with a lower need for breath support. And so that is all taken into consideration. And then it is the outcome of that is we create personalized music programs, and we do them right now. Our main product, as I'll talk about, is for a group scenario, And now we are releasing our SyncFit Studio product, which is one-to-one as well as solo. And we are going to be launching a telemedicine platform later this year. And all of this, of course, because we're living in 2020, all of this data gets collected not only to do some of the stuff we'll talk about with voice biomarkers later, but to, of course, improve the process and the algorithm. And so as I talked about in SyncFit, we have a group process where about 15 to 20 people are in a group, and there's one facilitator leading that group. We created a product. This was our first solution, SyncFit Prime. It's it's sold mainly into senior living communities. We are all at all 260 of those Sunrise Senior Living communities, as well as about 250 more that also include small rural hospitals. So what we were able to do is create a product that is both scalable for huge organizations, as well as able to serve hospitals in rural Wyoming. We have a 90% retention rate among our clients. We're very proud of that because once people start using SyncFit, they very rarely give it up. And so the reason that they give it up is they're not willing to give it up is because it works. When people, even those with dementia, attend SyncFit sessions, we've seen one of our clients did this research study and saw a 40% reduction in anti-anxiety medication use on a as needed basis. There's a mood elevation in the different studies that we do with our clients. We see anywhere between a 43 and 83 pre and post mood elevation for the participants, and SyncFit gets used even within the COVID environment. Because we train the in-house staff how to use SyncFit, they are really able to continue using it even though no outside entertainers or outside contractors are allowed in. And in sort of going back to the idea of quadruple bottom line and creating people, not only work, but fulfilling work. Another thing that we're proud of here is that we did a survey of the SyncFit facilitators, and 85% of them said that SyncFit made their job easier, which is great. And I understand that 15%, not everybody's super comfortable with technology, but even 7% of those people who maybe had a little bit of trouble with the technology said that SyncFit makes their job more fulfilling. And that's really amazing to me. And then even to go farther, of 8% more said even though maybe they don't like their job so much, they do recognize that SyncFit affects their residents and their participants positively. And so, we're able to, on that quadruple bottom line, really create fulfilling work for people. And as well, by training all of these, and we've trained over almost 2,000 people to facilitate SyncFit at this point, we are creating not only more work and more access to music as medicine for people, but we're creating that really fulfilling work as well. As I said, this June, we're coming out with a new product called SyncFit Studio. This is much more flexible and allows individual therapists to use SyncFit with people who have different types of conditions. And we will be rolling out different condition courses and protocols over the next 5 years. Which I'll talk about later. SyncFit then, when you're not talking about with someone with dementia, can also be used on its own. And this is really able to help with fulfilling the promise of telemedicine, because people will be able to, on their own, if they're only going to, say, a speech therapist once or twice a week, or doing a telemedicine visit with a speech therapist once or twice a week, they will be able to have really effective homework that they can do to move the process of recovery, say, from a traumatic brain injury forward much quicker. And then, of course, especially in COVID times, we are going to be launching a virtual platform in several ways. We've got a couple really, really super exciting announcements coming out on this in the next couple of weeks. So I really, I hope you look for them or contact us to find out about them. over the next 5 years, there's 92 articles, scientific articles that talk about singing's impact on hypertension alone. And we know that if we can bring down hypertension, we can affect a lot of other conditions as well. But we've, even with that, identified 39 other conditions that can benefit from the use of music as medicine, and singing in particular. And what we did first was target 10 often comorbid conditions that are disproportionately felt by people over 65. And there's 144 million of them affected. Over 65 and under 65 by the conditions that we're targeting. And so the great thing about SingFit is that, to me, is that it really works along the whole continuum of care. So it can be done in sort of traditional settings, whether those be hospitals or skilled nursing or the long-term care facilities where we are, and in home. But it can also be used, of course, as a telemedicine solution. And one of the things that we're finding is that there's been a lot of changes in reimbursement, and so a lot of these implementations of SingFit are becoming more and more reimbursable. Right now, all of our clients pay through private pay. And so I want to get and focus now for the last couple slides on how SingFit, SingFit's obviously involves singing, and so it interacts with voice, but of course there's a whole voice industry out there. What we see a lot with voice is that people are using it a lot for diagnosis, including Amazon. So this is actually an Amazon slide where they have been working on using the voice to create biomarkers to understand when somebody is going to have either an exacerbating event with a condition, or when sort of intervention needs to be had. And you can see that Amazon agrees with me. There's a lot that can be done and told by voice, whether it's respiratory, whether it has to do with your brain or your respiratory conditions. And so, there are a lot more people getting into this area of voice, which is incredibly exciting to us. This is a little article from Moby Health News that talks about other companies besides Amazon who are really getting into the voice biomarker again category. And so we think it's an amazing time for voice. And what we want to do at SingFit is take it a step further and really create a $1 billion market for what we're calling active voice therapeutics. And the reason that we call it active voice therapeutics is, of course, there are biomarkers, and these are incredibly important to sort of understanding what the voice is telling us, right? And so, but that isn't exactly what we're doing, although we are going to look for those things. In the area, and the other thing that we aren't is we're not passive music listening. When you, and there's a lot of stuff out there about the benefits of passive music listening, and there are some, but they're more challenging clinically, because in order
morning, everybody. My name is Beth Ritter-Guth, and I'm the Associate Dean of Online Learning and Educational Technology at Northampton Community College in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. And I'm so excited to be here with you today to talk about preparing the next generation and our smart apartment at Northampton. So this is, I think, my third year at the Voice Conference, and I'm excited to share that what we're doing in higher education. So the gist of this presentation is how do we prepare students and instructors and others in higher education, how do we prepare them for the generation of voice? So, you know, in addition to being consumers of voice products like Alexa or with smartphones and Siri and things like that, how do we prepare them to be creators of content, programmers? How do we prepare them to make sure that the devices are safe, and if they can be hacked, if they can be fixed, how we can secure them, and then how do we keep our students and our instructors prepared for the future? How do we keep them in the loop of the ever-changing landscape of voice technology and helping them to be able to move quickly? Higher education is not the quickest moving of institutions, so how do we do that on our end to make sure that happens? And how can the industry help us? So right now, the challenges for higher ed are the same as they are for every discipline, but higher ed tends to move a lot slower because faculty, may have gone and done their credentials, 20 years ago. And so the technology that they've used is not the same as technology that's available today. And the technology that's available today is rapidly changing. So things change constantly. And so how does a faculty member keep up so that he or she or they can, present their information that's relevant to 2020? Some information is obsolete within a year. Some information, some theories are true no matter, when it was created. They're timeless principles. So, we also have a lot of reluctance in the faculty. So a senior faculty member who may have been tenured a long time ago are reluctant to use new technologies because they don't know them. And so they're reluctant. And so how do we navigate around those challenges? The skill deficits are great, right? So you have faculty who may be reluctant because they don't have the skills, and their reluctance prevents them from learning the skills. And so that means the graduates don't get the skills that they need to be impactful in industry. So how do we address those challenges? There are limited professional development funds. I'm at a community college, so our tuition comes and is part of what funds us. We get a little bit from the counties that we serve. We get a little bit from the state of Pennsylvania, but technology is expensive in some cases when you're talking about upscale drones and things like that. And some technologies are free or cheap, freeware that we can use. So it's really how do we train people to know what they can use and when they can use it? And how do we use our funds in the best places possible, right? So, and then one challenge that has affected us this year and has had a great impact is COVID, right? So the smart apartment that we're going to be talking about today, we can't get into right now. We haven't been into it for 9 months. 9 weeks. So the stuff that's in there may be obsolete. It all has to be reconfigured probably when we go back. We were in the process of building the apartment when COVID struck. And so, we have to go back and kind of rethink how we're going to use that space and what technologies are now obsolete and what we have to do to make sure that the technologies are still the most current, and then plan for the expenses because our expenses are great that we've poured out into other resources because of COVID, and it's hard to find the dollars to put back in that room. So we're going to talk about those challenges, and we want to talk about the solutions. So, the solutions to those challenges are the same, whether you're talking about voice or whether you're talking about credit or non-credit. It is easiest for us to move on the non-credit side because on the credit side, course changes, things like that go through committee and they have to be approved. And so you want to make a change to a criminal law class, right? That takes a group of people and it can take up to 2 years to make changes. On the non-credit side, We have the ability to partner with third-party companies. We have the ability to write our own curriculum. We have the ability to offer those things quickly. We can put them up and out quicker. So there's less of a process. Now, what you give up when you do that is that it's not an accredited course, right? You don't get college credit for it. Sometimes we can make partnerships between the non-credit and credit side, and we've done that, for example, with ethical hacking and industry certifications, then translating into credit. But sometimes it's not possible because of the way that the course is structured to do that. So they're not transferable. Non-credit courses can't be transferred to another school. So they're enrichment. So one of the solutions is being really creative and partnering with third-party platforms that do certification. So for example, in ethical hacking, we've partnered with the EC Council. They deliver the ethical hacking course, and then we tack on a fee, like a finder's fee, but they are making predominantly the most money. So for the voice industry, we might partner with a third party who delivers the training, gets the money, and then we tack on a finder's fee. So it's being creative about the curriculum, offering what we see is needed in industry. Prior to COVID, we had put up, and I was going to teach all these on the non-credit side, like sort of an introduction to ethical hacking, sort of the baseline to get students interested, and then going into taking courses with EC Council or CISB or other places. We were looking at drone programming and hacking of drones and the building and defense of drones. And we were working with Dart drones to deliver that content for us. And then the third piece, which is the piece that applies to us in our conversation, is creating an Alexa programming certificate so that students would learn how to program basic skills and games for the Alexa to give them that skill set so that they could go out and work as independent contractors or work for industries that are looking for people to make skills and games. So the other solution that we have is really to just constantly introduce the newest models to folks. So as Amazon or Google or whomever come out with new tools and strategies, our job is to be in the know and to help share that information with as many people as possible. So if we see a new tool on the market that's really cool, that we think would be impactful, say, for example, in the travel and tourism industry, it's our job to know it and then get people in to speak to our people who teach in those subjects, so that we can kind of partner them up so that when our students go to apply for jobs, they have the skill sets that are necessary to work in those industries or to work for those kind of places. And we see that, for example, right now, we're looking at bringing in the hospitality robots. I think a few hotel chains are using them now, but Marriott, for example, was one of the first to use these robots that greet people as they come in. And when they did exit surveys, they saw that one of the things that almost everybody said they thought was cool were these robots. So how do we have people? So our job is to prepare students who know how to program those robots, know how to fix those robots, know how to break those robots, and then make them stronger and rebuild them. So it's knowing what the new models are. And then, really the opportunities we need to provide to students and to industry to have conversations, but also to have physical hands-on opportunities to work with the devices and the software and the equipment. There is no one place that you can go to learn, how to program, an Alexa app that's going to work with a smart fridge and then break that, and then override that, and hack it and then fix it and make it stronger. There really isn't a one-stop place. You can kind of, cobble together different platforms. We want to be a one-stop solution for industry to send people, but also for students to learn. And that is what was the thought behind creating the Smart Apartment. So Northampton Community College has 3 large campuses and 1 small campus. So our main campus is in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. And you'll know that if you know the Billy Joel song, Allentown. Bethlehem is mentioned in that. And then one of our campuses is up in the Monroe County which is in the Pocono Mountains. And then one of our campuses is in South Bethlehem, and that's called the Fowler Family Center. And that is where the smart apartment resides. So it's in the basement. It's entirely powered off of an Echo, and everything in the room connects with that Echo. So right now we have a smart fridge, we have a smart microwave, smart vacuum cleaner. We have 3 televisions using different platforms. So we have Roku and we have Google, and then we have a diffuser, and then we have the Ring doorbell and some other monitoring devices. We have picture frames. We have all kinds of different surveillance cameras that we put into the room, and we're still building the room. So we have a smart bed to put in, and we were building this room when COVID hit. So its launch date was May 1st, but because we weren't able to get in, we weren't able to finish the room. So this will be our work when we go back. The best part about this room is that it's available to anybody in the community once it's finished, right? So we can bring in student groups from the high school. We can bring in student groups from the senior community. We were in the process of working with the Office of Disability Services in Northampton County to have some of their leadership come in, because as we know, smart technologies can be instrumental in helping people navigate spaces that they couldn't navigate before. And so the smart devices can be a great help. We also know that these devices can be somewhat dangerous, right? So we have this diffuser, which costs $20, and you can have it, you can be in your car and say, I want my house to smell like roses when I get home. And that's fantastic. But we also know that you could create a chemical to put in a diffuser of a person you don't like, leave their house, launch the diffuser, and kill everybody in the apartment, right? So we want our students to be able to know how to stop those things from happening, but we also want them to know how to use these tools and instruments in positive and empowering ways. So there's all kinds of applications on the credit side. There are all kinds of applications the non-credit side, and so the smart apartment was built with the idea in mind that we needed a place where we could teach people, community members, students, leadership, how all of these instruments work together. How does the fridge help somebody? How can the fridge harm somebody? What happens when the TV on the fridge breaks? Who fixes that? How does it get fixed? Does somebody have to come into your home? And if they come into your home, is your refrigerator not usable? There's all kinds of things to consider when you adopt these kind of devices. And then one of those pieces, which is relevant to our conversation, is voice. How do we help students develop voice products, and how do we help them think about how voice is used to connect all of these devices together? And so the best way to do that is to teach them how to program for voice, because they don't necessarily think about, how do I ask Alexa to do A, B, and C? What words could I possibly use to do that? So I teach English when I teach, and one of the greatest assignments I've had is teaching students how to program a fact skill for Alexa on Henry David Thoreau or whomever, because it really helps them think about how people ask for information and then how we deliver back that information. And then, there's all the things that we talk about at this conference about, voice recognition and accents. And, everybody has an accent. No matter where you're from, you have an accent to somebody else who's not from that area. I'm from Bethlehem originally. And I say Bethlehem because that's how you say it if you're from there. If you're not from there, you say Bethlehem, right? So that's how we know if you're from around town or not. But how do these devices know exactly what you're talking about if you have any kind of accent or you use any kind of slang? And so it's been empowering to work with students to program for a skill for Alexa, because they get to learn how we ask for information and how we deliver that information based on what's asked. And so the smart apartment on a large scale is about talking about security and talking about the benefits of this kind of technology. And then on the granular level, it's how do you actually program these devices? And so this smart apartment is new, but I've been teaching the Alexa skill development course for about 3 years now, using it in all kinds of courses like English, which is what I teach, but also I had sociology instructors using it and psychology instructors using it. We talked about the psychology of voice, right? And the way that the devices work in communicating with each other. So obviously computer science classes have used this technology too. And we don't know what we don't know. So there's always room to grow. And so as the smart apartment grows and we think about how these spaces are used in everyday life, what do our students need to know to be successful in industry and get jobs? How can they be more competitive? If they're going into, let's say they're going into healthcare and they're aware of the smart toilet and how the benefits of using a smart toilet over using the hat that they've always used in the hospital, that student is more marketable than a student who's never heard of it, right? So that's the goal. So right now our partnerships, and I'm hoping this list grows, and this is really the work that we were doing before COVID, is we're partnering the credit to non-credit side. So in higher ed, that's always been a challenge because non-credit moves faster because they don't have all the rules and all the committees and all the things that go on the credit side. It's been difficult, but Northampton has always been sort of, renegade and exceptional in recognizing that non-credit work is valuable and many times, equal to the credit side. So right now we're looking at ways that we can connect non-credit to credit. And we see that with like the EC Council. So if a student takes our non-credit EC Council course and then passes the exam, the first level exam, then they get credit on the credit side. And so we are arranging those partnerships with the drone program and also with Alexa programming. So if they've programmed a skill, they'll get some college credit for that if they've gone through all 3 tiers. So these are the 3 non-credit courses that I'm currently teaching. I'm hoping to pass this on to other instructors as we find them and identify them. But I teach an Alexa programming course that was to start this summer, but because of COVID is postponed until fall. But the end result of that class is that the students produce a skill and have it and learn about delivery through Amazon. And then we have an ethical hacking series of courses that leads to the student either registering or not for the EC Council course. And so it just gives them basic information about the dark web and how these devices can be hacked, how voice devices can be hacked. And then we have a drone business course that talks about using drones in industries like real estate. And then that leads to the course for the 107 pilot's license offered through Dart Drones. So these are, where we're starting, and we certainly want to expand. We have partnerships with other universities. We were in conversations with the University of Tel Aviv, Israel, for partnerships for hacking. They would hack us and we would hack them in our classroom hacking space. And same with Dublin, Ireland. These were just in development right before COVID hit. And so they're kind of pending because everybody's situation has sort of changed. But we're looking for more partners. We're looking for industry partners. We're looking for folks who want to come in and say, hey, try our device and see if you can hack it. And then bringing in people to do that, to look at the devices and the software and look at the security and see if they can be hacked, but also partnering with different industries and different community groups, right? Being a conductor for that sort of, we have this thing that we think would be tremendous for disabled veterans. Well, we can get you disabled veterans to try this out and they can try it in our space. So you don't have to pay for them to go to Orlando or wherever you're located, or Ireland or wherever. You can test it out right in Bethlehem and give feedback. So we really want the space to be a new kind of space. And for a community college, it's a very forward-thinking space. You know, typically you would see this kind of space at a 4-year institution, but in many ways, 2-year institutions can work a lot faster. So we're looking at those partnerships, and we're looking at increasing skills. We want people who can build these devices, who can program for Alexa, who can program for voice, whether it's Amazon's Alexa or Siri or whatever. And we want them to be able to break these things, to see how they're broken, who's breaking them, and then how to fix it. So we think about building, breaking, and defending. And that really is the core of the smart apartment. I hope next year to be able to show you, part of this presentation was supposed to be a 3D tour of the space. But unfortunately, COVID hit, and so I've not been in the space, and it wasn't ready when we left. So hopefully next year, we'll be able to take you on a 3D tour of our space so that you can see it and think about ways that you can apply it or duplicate it wherever you are. So I thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. I think that our future is voice driven. We use voice now all the time on our phones, everywhere. And so the more that we can help students use that technology smartly and ethically, and I feel like if we can give them the skill sets of programming for and fixing devices, the better off that they'll be in their future. So thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is here on the screen, and my email if you have any questions or want to have conversations, or if you want to partner with us, that would be
Hey everyone, I'm Scott.
And I'm Susan. We're from Pragmatic Digital, and we're really excited to be a part of Voice Global.
Today we're going to be talking about connecting with your customers through voice.
So life as we know it has changed radically. How we work, how we play, and even how we shop has completely changed because of current events. And for some of us, this happened practically overnight. The thing is that some of these temporary behaviors are starting to become permanent. It takes about 66 days for a new behavior to become a habit. And some of us have been living these new behaviors now for more than 60 days. So as a result, we're seeing that consumer behaviors are now becoming altered. We're seeing studies from McKinsey. We even saw it in the NPR Smart Audio Report. Behaviors are shifting, and they're starting to stay that way.
And like Susan said, most consumers aren't going to go back to their old routines once this is all over with. As you can see here, there's a very small percentage of people that are actually saying they're going to do more going to the mall, more international travel, domestic travel even. And so really what we're seeing is people are going to do the same amount of these tasks as they had during the pandemic, or maybe even a little bit less. So these behaviors are going to be around for a very long time.
During this time, because we are living in ways that we haven't ever lived before, we are learning new ways to do what was usually a routine thing before. So grocery delivery, online ordering and pickup. Those were things that were starting to take hold, but now they're becoming adopted and part of what is considered the next normal. Wellness apps, remote learning, online fitness. These are all things that people are learning to do within their own homes or on their own that they hadn't ever really tried to do before. But because of the necessary times, they're trying it and they're finding out that it's working. So they're going to continue doing it.
One really interesting stat that I found shows that 9% of consumers bought something online for the first time in March. And while it seems completely counterintuitive to those of us that have been buying stuff online for the past 20 years, there's this group of people that really had no interest in doing it before, but because of the situation they found themselves in, were kind of forced to do it. And so they've actually tried and bought things online, whether it be groceries or things that they would order online and then pick up curbside or whatever. But those people now are in the fold and will be continuing to buy things online as we move forward. The other interesting thing is 37% of consumers actually expect to spend more money online coming out of this situation. So we're seeing a tremendous amount of e-commerce interest, both first-time purchase, but also people that have been doing this for a while. So it's a really big behavior shift that we're starting to see. And like Susan said, it's here. It's something that's going to be permanent. We're not going to go back to the way it was before the pandemic. And it's not necessarily good or bad. It's just a reality of kind of where we are right now.
So what we're kind of seeing then is, even though we're seeing new behaviors, people are still open to trying new things and adopting new technology, or at least what seems like new technology to them.
Right. Absolutely.
So that means that business does have this new reality of where distributed teams are becoming the norm. The focus of what is happening in store has moved away from surprise and delight and more towards safety and speed. I think I just saw a McKinsey report recently that was talking about the new realities of retail, and that it's about learning how to adjust and extend their experiences beyond the store, because consumers aren't sitting in stores now, and browsing is kind of a luxury, especially in this time when you really have only so much time to get in and get out, because you're trying to lessen your exposure to others and things like that. And the other interesting part of this too is that what's happened to sports and entertainment, and that stadium tours now are suddenly becoming crib tours, that people are showing you the insides of their homes more so than being together with a group of people in a giant stadium. And when it comes to sports, my goodness, I think all we have is bowling and I think NASCAR right now, because we just don't have those events. So it's more about esports and things those ways. So a lot of things that have always been at this collective in-person experience are now becoming virtual. And that's happening to brands as well.
The other thing that's happened is we have about 90 million speakers in US homes right now. So according to the latest VoiceBot data, as of January 2020, there's 90 million homes. It was estimated that by this year, at least 50% of US homes would actually have one of these devices. So as you're starting to see people spend less time doing shopping behavior and less time, quite honestly, outside of the home, you also see a growth of these devices in home. So that actually gives you a pretty big opportunity.
It's a huge opportunity, because as some of these channels are lessening out of home, because people just frankly aren't as out of their home as much, that exciting battleground that was the in-store shelf, all of those areas, as they are starting to lessen, there's still now this opportunity of this 90 million touch points that are actually within someone's home.
Yeah, and the other thing is like any sort of out-of-home marketing, so whether it's in-person events, sampling events, things at shelf, conferences, like all of those things have really been drastically impacted by the global pandemic. So while those are kind of the reality of where we're at right now, there is this opportunity to start leveraging these devices that are in 90 million homes to actually get your message out, interact with your audiences in ways that were never possible, quite honestly, before.
Yeah, and I think the thing to know too is that voice is part of this full experience now. We're hearing, and when we talk about some of these changes, they are permanent. Most of the things that I'm seeing right now are showing that months, years, it's going to be that this behavior is going to be there. So we have to kind of think about, all right, how do we work with these new technologies within the full ecosystem. And we've talked about this before, but it's really important to never forget that users' information needs don't change because of the interface with the device, but it does change the nature of that interaction. And we have to keep that in mind as we think about how do we connect now this opportunity that is voice with all of these other channels that are still out there and usable.
Yeah, our director of digital marketing has this great statement, and he always says it's about putting yourself in danger of being found. And so whether it's, online or on smart speakers, as a brand or as a business, your job is to really put yourself in danger of being found by your audience, because you don't know where they're going to actually first find you. So you want to make sure that you're available when they're looking on the device or on the platform that they're looking, so that when they do go there, you're there and it's not your competition.
And voice is going to be your secret weapon in that whole piece of it. And because voice is facilitating this one-to-one connection without this resource load. And what that basically means is that you don't have to have a single person who's reaching out each time to have these one-to-one connections. You can create this application, this experience that creates that. And even on a simple FAQ or a simple question and answer, that's still one-to-one. And it's important to know too that you're adding this dimension to what was just web copy. If you've put it into the proper conversational format, and then think through the sound and the way that your brand is going to sound to the rest of the world, you're going to be able to evoke much richer emotions and much deeper responses. So done well, you're going to be able to be cost efficient while still having these quality interactions. And what's even more exciting is in this time where disruptive behaviors, disruptive advertising, and disruptive marketing are not welcome, voice is, because it's initiated by the user. They're inviting your brand into their home so that you can have this conversation, which is something that hasn't happened for a very long time.
The other great thing is smart speaker users are actually using their devices every single day. So what started out as a listening to music and setting a kitchen timer has actually moved into something a little bit more robust, where they're asking questions, they're looking up product information, they're actually setting calendar reminders and actually managing their day on these devices. And we expect this behavior to continue as time goes on. So the good news is, as a marketer, as a brand, as a business, you have a lot of opportunity to leverage what's already being done by creating these experiences and being there when your audience is looking for it. So as we start to craft these experiences, how do we go about it? And at Pragmatic, we use this idea, this concept that's called useful and usable. And so what we want to make sure is we're giving value not only to our audience, but also to the business that we're doing work for, so that everyone gets something out of it. So obviously, in traditional marketing days past, it was always about pushing your message out, just getting it out there in shotgun approach. And that was really suiting the business's interest more than anything else. It didn't necessarily solve an audience problem. Maybe it entertained or whatever, but it wasn't truly taking the audience's needs into consideration. So what we actually propose is kind of figuring out what both sides of the equation is, so that you're actually delivering value to both. So you want to make sure your content is valuable to the user and actually helps them do something, move on. It actually helps them complete a task, move on with their day, get the information they're looking for. And you want to make sure that it's usable so that they actually can get it. They can get it easily. It's easily understood. They can navigate through it easily and effectively, and quite frankly, move on with their day. And this idea of being useful and usable is incredibly valuable to a voice experience. The other thing to keep in mind is when you're creating these experiences, you want to account for your audience's needs and the business's objectives, and look at where those things overlap. And that's actually where you're going to start creating this experience. So it's not weighted too heavily towards your audience or too much towards what the business is trying to achieve, but you're actually looking for that sweet spot in the middle. So you're serving both masters.
It's important to also keep in mind that that's where you're going to be able to deliver genuine value, because you're going to be able to deliver against what you're promising because your business aligns with that. As we talk about voice first, we're also talking customer first. At its purest form, an audio-only experience leads completely with the customer needs. You can't just talk about your brand in a 5-minute monologue and expect to have a successful voice experience. So it is up there that we have the discipline of having the prioritization and focus for our content. As we move outward towards adding things like screens and videos and more of an interactive image or engaging type of experience, then we are able to enhance with additional pieces of content. However, we're adding them. We're not necessarily changing what the questions we're answering. We're just simply adding different ways. So we'll be able to add a visual or a video or something along those lines. It's important we keep those customer tasks and needs at the heart, though, of all the content we put together.
And like Susan said before, the user's information needs don't change. Like if they're at the very beginning of the process, they still need that same information. It doesn't really matter if they're doing it through video or blog or voice or podcast or whatever. Those needs are always going to remain constant. Where it really becomes different is the way they interact with that content. So that's why it's really important to get to kind of that crux of what your audience is looking for, so that you're actually providing value all the way along the path to purchase, all the way along the different content pieces that they're going to actually engage with.
And as you then start thinking about what these experiences should be, your customer journey is very much your guide. Chances are you've already been thinking about your customer journey and you've been thinking about the tasks that are relevant to your awareness, to consideration, to purchase, and even retention. And so you have a beginning and you have the start of where can voice start to make this an easier proposition. You've been solving some of these problems all along, but maybe not with voice. And so you can start to think about, how does voice, again, make the right fit in there, and can it help with that? So that way then I'm finding a new way to solve this problem better. And if there are problems perhaps you haven't been able to solve because of limitations in other channels, here's another time an opportunity to stop and say, hey, maybe within voice, this makes sense. And I can start to even address new problems because I've already started to handle the others. So you've got a place to start. It isn't starting from ground zero.
Yeah, and I think the important thing to note is you already have content if you're a brand and you've been putting out, web content, blog content, video content, audio content. You already have a place to start. So you probably already have an idea of some information areas that will resonate with your audience. And so it's not a start from scratch proposition. It's very much, let's build upon what you've already got versus starting over.
Yes, and it's helpful to have that as well, because that's going to make sure that you are, again, creating something that fits within the ecosystem, because a broken customer experience is something that I just saw some recent stats of almost 72% of the audience was concerned that if something wasn't matching up in another channel, it made them question whether or not they would want to continue or engage with that brand, because it kind of doesn't have its act together when you don't have all the cylinders firing together in unison.
Yep. So a few ideas to get you started thinking about your voice experience for your brand. During the awareness phase, you could go through and optimize your web content to make sure that it's findable when people use voice search. Last year, it was about 250 billion voice searches were actually conducted in the US alone. And so it's imperative that your content is findable when people are using their smart speakers, but also when they're using their smartphones or their desktops. So with that, you're going to want to make sure that you're optimizing your content for what we refer to as long tail search versus keywords. So that would really be the first area that you want to look into if you haven't already started optimizing your web content.
And when it comes to consideration and research, after you've been able to get someone to move from understanding who you are, you can start to develop your credibility through the content that you have that's available through voice. You can also deliver the information a prospect needs to start informing their choices as they move into research and then purchase. This helps set the stage for them having the information of answering them those important 3 questions of, is this the right company? Can they solve my problem? And why would I want to work with them? All 3 of those questions can be answered during that consideration phase with some really incredible voice experiences.
Yeah, and during the purchase phase, you're going to want to go through and give them all the tools they need to actually make a purchase. So whether it's a store locator, contact information, if it's a physical store, store hours, being able to order online, anything like that to really help them complete the task of making the purchase is really things that you're going to want to focus on here. There's actually a really great chart from eMarketer where they actually show all the different areas of the purchase journey and how many people are actually completing each one of those. So if you're a brand that actually is doing marketing for retail, this is a great way to say, as long as we have all of these different tasks completed, we're actually going to have that complete journey so that people can make purchases through these devices.
Yeah. And then after you've gotten someone to purchase and you now have the phase of keeping them, basically to retain them as your brand advocate and to move them towards that evangelical type of behavior of telling everyone else about your brand. This is an opportunity for you to provide that top-notch customer support in another channel that is accessible 24/7. You can help them understand how to use the product, and you can even look at upsells when you deliver the product or pieces like that. Driving them back to your skill where there's content about that, that's going to help you. And the other exciting thing during the retention phase, and actually even during consideration and research, is that as people are asking things about your product, this can inform you about what it is that they expect from your product, what is it that they hope to get from it. And if it's something that you don't have, it's something you can start to think through for future road mapping or iterations, or it helps you understand how you've positioned it and how then that's being received by your intended audience. But the most important thing as we look through all of this is to be consistent. Again, I had mentioned it earlier in this talk. If you do not deliver consistently across all of your channels, you start to break down your customer experience. And when you start to break that down, it also starts to break down trust and also preference. So it's really important that you think about how your voice experience is going to fit within all those channels. And it very well may be that those channels are supporting and driving traffic to your voice experience, or it might be that your voice experience is actually driving customers to other channels to either complete purchases, to complete lead gen or things along those lines, but that they're all working together so that it feels genuine and that they're all part of a continuous fiber, and that fabric then is all one thing that makes up your brand.
Yeah, we see voice as another tool in your toolbox to be a complete omni-channel marketer. And so this is a way that you can use another channel, a new channel in your disposal to actually reach your customers.
And not only are you thinking about the holistic way that everything works together, it's also important to be on brand. And what that means is doing more than just following style guides or making sure that your copy is right. It's also about making sure that you're thinking through how your brand is going to sound to the rest of the world. When you close your eyes, can someone actually tell your brand from your competitor? And that's an important thing to think through. It's also important to think through the system persona and how is that going to embody your brand. And when we think about voice and tone is also how will you respond to different situations? Because there's moments where it's a time for compassion, a time for firmness, or a time for confidence. And so you need to think through what are the word choices, but also what are the tonalities that I'm going to have in that voice so that performance conveys all of the things I need it to convey.
And for a lot of brands, you're going to want to go through and have voice actors perform the reads. You're not going to want to use the poly voices because the last thing you want if you're Coke is to sound like Pepsi. And so that's a big challenge right now with a lot of these stock computer voices. And while there's some that believe that the users don't care, there's still preference. There's still affinity built into the voices that you use. And there's a lot of science that goes into picking the voice talent that you're using. So highly encourage you to look into using human actors and actresses to perform your brand so that they're actually able to give it the life that it so deserves.
And then the other important part of this is including it everywhere. As I like to tell many of our clients, the good news is you're being innovative. You're moving into this new channel that is somewhat virgin territory. The other side of that is that you're going to have to explain to your audiences that it's there because it's not second nature to think, oh, I'll just go check that out. And then the other more important part of that is they won't know where to find it or how to use it. So you have that burden a little bit of explaining, Here's how to use it. And here's how it is. And again, just as we were talking about the importance of consistency, this is another opportunity in that consistency where you can weave your voice experience, mentions and understanding and promotions about it all into your other channels so that it all becomes one cohesive piece.
When we first started doing voice and putting together our process, we actually had a 3-step process. So it was discovery, it was design and develop, and it was post-launch optimization. And we quickly realized that we were actually missing a critical component, and that was actually the promotion piece. So the promotion and launch piece is incredibly vital for you to actually be able to drive traffic. So whether your objective is to get some early users to get initial feedback, or if you're ready for prime time and you're actually ready for mass adoption, you need to have a plan to actually get the message out that this thing exists and what they do. So you have to use your paid, own, and earn channels. So whether it's your, any SEM work that you have, any paid social that you have, putting something in your email signature, something as simple as that to make people aware that if they have one of these devices, all they have to say is, Alexa, open blah, 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 and they can actually start to get that experience. Any way you have at your disposal, you're going to want to make sure that you're doing so that you put yourself in the best chance for success.
So in summary, while consumer behaviors have changed, there is still very much an opportunity for voice. Just because things are different doesn't mean that things are closed off. It's a matter of just finding those opportunities and continuing to pursue them. And in some places, the time is right because we are continually being asked to do more with less, and not just less resources, but less touch points, even less physical interaction. So this is definitely a time where voice can step in and be a bit of a hero. And chances are you've probably started some of this work. And so that's going to let you focus your resources less on perhaps defining the problem and more on getting this voice experience right and making sure that the conversations truly feel like conversations and it's not just picked up content from somewhere else. And then it's also important to remember that voice is the customer experience part of that ecosystem. So it's important that the content works with others. So that way then it's consistent across channels so that you have a holistic brand experience. And finally, make sure that you do promote your experiences so that you can drive the right people to use it. I like to talk about how it's really, you've taken all this time to get to know someone's problems. You've taken the time to create these conversations just for them. Go that extra mile. You know who they are. Let them know that you've created something for them and get their input and probably get the good graces of having created something for that audience and kind of cash in on it.
Yep. So I know we covered a lot of ground over the past 30 minutes or so, and we weren't able to go into any great depth on any of these specific topics, but we do have a book that we wrote called Voice Strategy, Creating Useful and Usable Voice Experiences. In this book, we actually talk about the upfront business opportunity and what voice means for search, for e-commerce, and really business in general. And then the last 2/3 of the book are actually our process. So how you would actually go about discovering what your audience's needs are, how you would actually go through and create a promotional plan so that once you have this great voice experience, you can let the world know that it exists. And finally, what you actually do after you get some results back from your experience and how you can actually optimize it and enhance your experience so that it continues to derive value for not only your audience, but also for the business. So if you go to voicestrategybook.com, you can pick up our book. Thank you so much for watching our presentation. We hope you found it useful
and usable.
If you have any questions, feel free to use the links below our names to find our contact information on Twitter, LinkedIn, our email, and also a link directly to get our book.
afternoon. My name is Marcus Bullock, and I am super pumped to close the day with high energy and gratitude. Most of you all don't know who I am and how I got here, but let me assure you that I'm probably the least likely person to be a speaker at this incredible summit today. But my goal is to leverage this 14 minutes to connect some dots and help give our entire globe a new reason to use technologies in our voice. And because I think the best way to find value in these types of conversations are to tell a story, I'll share a snippet of mine. When I was 15 years old, and just a few weeks before Christmas in 1996, I made the worst mistake of my life. A friend of mine and I, we approached a man sleeping in his car, pulled out a gun, demanded the keys to his car, and sped off. That decision landed me in front of a judge with my mom and my sister standing just a few feet behind me as they listened to him sentence me to 8 years in adult maximum security prisons. As you can imagine, this was the hardest time of my life. In fact, for the first 2 years, I battled depression by living in denial about my prison sentence. My 15-year-old brain couldn't wrap itself around the idea of being locked away from my family for any amount of time, let alone for 8 years spending my adolescence around thousands of strange men that I didn't know. I would say things like, Ma, do you think that a judge would really keep me here through Christmas or Valentine's Day, or better yet, the first day of school? I was 15 years old. I promised my mom that someone would see that I was drowning in those cells. My life had changed almost immediately, and I wasn't prepared for what came next. One day, as I'm walking around the prison rec yard with my friend Danny B, I asked him, "How long have you been here?" And he told me he already served 31 years. My palms immediately got sweaty, heart dropped down to my toes, and it hit me like a ton of bricks, because that's when I realized that I would have to serve all 8 of my years. Surely, if they would keep Danny B here for 30 years, the judge definitely meant what he said when he sentenced me to 8. And although my story of going to prison as a teenager was not uncommon, to my family, this was the most tragic thing that happened in our lives. I miss my family terribly. And just like every other teenager, I just wanted to open up gifts on Christmas morning, have birthday parties, and graduate from high school with my friends. And because of the intense security in prisons, internet access is limited. That means there's no easy emailing, no texting, and definitely no Facebook or Instagram. This means that the meaningful moments like prom night or college graduation, or the tons of free content that you and I digest every single day, very seldom get shared with the cousin or the sibling or their best friend that's in prison. I became very dark. The dreams of my childhood completely disappeared. And those slamming steel doors clanking shut every night in a prison housing unit, they forced me to grow up extremely fast. I can tell you firsthand that there's something about the violent cards of prison that completely cripple hope. Imagine that. A teenager with ambitions to play basketball and major in electrical engineering at Duke University, all gone because of one night of a horrible decision. I even tried to push my mother away because I didn't want her to be subject to the collect calls, the 8-hour drives for the 1-hour visits, and those horrible body cavity searches. But my mother couldn't care any less about my request to leave me alone. In fact, it prompted her to take a drive the very next weekend to visit me at Bronzeville Correctional Center to try and straighten my attitude out. This is only something that a mother can do, but she made a promise to me while sitting in a prison visiting room. She promised that she would write me a letter or send me a picture every day from that day forward until I came home. I had 6 years left to do on a sentence. Our lives were completely crumbling around us. And here comes this happy-go-lucky lady prancing into a prison visiting room like I'm in summer camp with a new plan to send me a bunch of pictures. Little did I know, it would be my mom's letters that saved my life. My mom would send me pictures of the most random items she could find. She would send me pictures of items on her desk or from some event that was happening at church. Each letter promised that I would enjoy meeting her co-workers at work, or that I would sleep in a comfortable bed one day. I would enjoy a slice of pizza or a cheeseburger. My mom assured me that there was life after prison. In fact, my friends even began to live vicariously through my mom's letters and photos, giving an entire prison unit a glimpse into what was happening in the world. This is real impact. After 8 years of nightmares of prison never ending, being dehumanized, strip searched, watching people get wheeled down the prison walkway in body bags, they finally let me go. My sister and my mom came to pick me up from prison after 8 years, and while we all cried tears of accomplishment because we made it through 8 years of pain, again, we never realized the possibilities of what could possibly hold me back from success. The years that we prayed for were finally in front of us, and the pain of living behind bars, they were behind us. So we thought. Like me, most people in prison are coming home one day. And unlike me, most don't have the consistent support during and after their incarceration that I had. The struggle is real. And although I was on the grind to get a new job when I came home, the applications all resembled each other. Each one I filled out, from grocery stores to mortgage companies to fashion retail, they all included the same question. Have you ever been convicted of a felony? Now, to be honest, I knew this day was coming. That's all we talked about in the prison rec yard. What we're going to do when we get home. I mean, you would hear the most interesting responses, but they always ended with someone peppering in the obstacle of having a felony while applying for jobs or finding a nice place to live. See, this is an issue that a lot of people have to go through, especially when they're leaving prison. And even neighborhoods, they prevent people with felonies from living there. So I had to leverage my mental toughness that I built while moving through prison as a 15-year-old kid, and I pounded the pavement. I mean, let's face it, how hard could anything be after growing up in some of the worst prisons in the state of Virginia? But after being declined for over 40 jobs, even I began to feel deflated. I thought that I would have my life back and that things would start looking up for my family and I. But that decision I made as a 15-year-old kid continued to haunt me even at that stage of my life. It didn't matter how many books I've read or how many times I rehearsed how to problem solve on a job. I had a felony, just like 70 million other Americans. But while on the job hunt, I landed on an application with the question, and it was worded a little differently. This time, the question asks, have you been convicted of a felony within 7 years? Now, after serving the 8-year sentence, I can honestly say that my conviction was over 7 years ago. I was able to answer the question with an honest nope. I've never been convicted of a felony within the last 7 years. And finally, I landed my first job. I was the guy who mixed paint at the paint store, and I was determined to be the best at it. Eventually, customers would begin asking me how much it would cost to paint their kitchens. Now, initially, I would say, Miss Johnson, we don't paint kitchens. We just sell you the blue paint so that you can paint your own kitchen. Painters would also complain to me about every time they came in to purchase paint for a project. It was 2005, and all I heard was, Marcus, the industry is preparing for a recession, and I know I'm going to lose my job. Marcus, there's no work out here. A light bulb went off, and I launched a painting company that became the conduit between the customers at the paint store who wanted their kitchens painted blue and the painters who needed consistent work. We started by painting kitchens and living rooms, and then entire homes. And after a few years, I landed my first government contract with the Baltimore-Washington International Airport. I left that paint store, grew my contracting company, and since then have hired a ton of other returning citizens just like me. You see, I stand with the felony record on my jacket just as millions of others around this country, but just as my mom promised me many years ago, I wanted to show them that there is still life after prison. I started living my best life, and I couldn't believe that I was living on a cloud. But my friends, the same ones I grew up with in those cells, they would call me, and they would constantly ask for photos of this new life I was living. If I traveled, they wanted pictures. When I got married, they wanted pictures. You see, getting mail and pictures in prison is like hitting the lottery. But my life was moving too fast, and I didn't have time to sit and write letters or print photos for my phone. I would say to them, yo, if I could just text you, my life would be so much easier. After searching the app stores for a solution and not finding one, we built Flickshop. I kid you not. Did you know that the prison phone business created a $1 billion industry? Billion with a B. And some of these businesses are predatory, and we knew that we wanted to solve a huge problem in this space for our families. Our mobile app allows family members and businesses the ability to easily take a picture, add some quick text, press send, and for 99 cents, we print that photo and message on a real tangible postcard and mail it to any person in any cell anywhere in the country. There are millions of people that are locked away with their family connections disappearing simply because it's too hard to write a letter, develop a photo from their phone, make a store run for a box of envelopes, and to the post office for a stamp. We started by connecting 50 families, and then 100 families, and then 500 families, and now I'm proud to say that we have helped to connect over 170,000 families around the country. We've shipped family photos at Christmas to a mom who has 3 children and hasn't seen them in 17 years. We've also shipped sonograms to dads who are sitting in county jails waiting to go to trial while a pregnant wife is restricted to see her husband because of the COVID-19 pandemic and its impact on prison and jail visitation. We've also made it easier for businesses to connect with thousands of people that have never had direct access to this population. These businesses are able to send notifications that are delivered on postcards to incarcerated men and women to let them know about their company's remote training programs or their willingness to hire someone with a felony release. One company wants to leverage our data and AI to ship their corporate newsletter on paper to thousands of people in prison, specifically ones that are taking college courses. Now, this is real impact. And as the level of innovation only comes as a result of living in that diverse community with a diverse group of customers that appreciate a solution that very few people were paying attention to. Sometimes I'm blessed enough to meet people who have used Flickshop to connect with their incarcerated parents. Other times, I get the chance to address the country from the White House and stand and talk about the need for criminal justice reform. This is a blessing because this was not always my story. I remember very vividly living in a 6-foot by 9-foot cell with a 22-year-old man that was there to serve life plus 43 years and thinking that it was a high probability that we will both die in prison. Now, while I wish there were very clear solutions to our incarceration crisis and how systemic issues are failing the Black and brown communities in the U.S., I realize that this is a complicated and challenging problem we must face together as a global community. I'm confident that our helping our families sustain meaningful relationships with their incarcerated loved ones and working to change the narrative for people that have been incarcerated is a critical step in the right direction. This is a communal problem, and if we are intentional about creating pathways to rebuild a world that is less likely to judge and repudiate based on the color of my skin, but on my ability to drive strong value in our companies and our communities, I wanted to offer up 3 ways that you can help change the trajectory of diversity in tech. Number 1, Invest in a Black or brown founder that is mission aligned with your organization. There are a few venture firms like Backstage Capital, Collab Capital, Harlem Capital, and House Young Incubator that are determined to support underrepresented founders. Number 2, offer the services of your company completely for free or at a really discounted rate for an entire year to a Black or brown founder. The road to success in entrepreneurship is paved with relationships, and with most founders lacking the social capital necessary to gain access to their next level of customer acquisition, they could leverage you and your service as an ally to help level the playing field. Number 3, leverage technologies like Flickshop to connect with diverse populations and let them know that there's a world of employers, software developers, and even accelerators that are ready to assist them in their reentry efforts. I'm on a mission to ensure that every person in every sale around the globe feels loved, supported, and knows what kind of opportunities are waiting for them on the other side of those gates. You see, the new voices in tech are not just the millennial minds that are developing the next wave of content marketing strategies, or the genius grad student who is building the next SDK that will help your business generate greater revenues. In fact, it's not even the person who is working hard every day in their prison cell right now with a chip on their shoulder telling themselves that they will have to outwork everybody just to get a shot. Nah, that's not the new voice. The new voice in tech is greater than all 3 of these. The new voice in tech is yours. It's people who stand hand in hand with founders like me who are adamant about changing the world. Your voice, along with your commitment to fund businesses like mine, hire people that look like me or come from backgrounds that I come from, even opt to become customers of more diversely led businesses, all make our world a better place. Thank you so much for sharing space with me today. And please feel free to reach out to me and say hi on Instagram and Twitter at any time at _Marcus_Bullock. I'd love to meet you and possibly learn of ways to help your organization improve your social impact footprint. You own the new voice of tech. Please, let's use it.